Chapter 1094, Counterattack. Chapter 1094, Counterattack. Yeah, rumble, rumble, rumble. The purple mountain was smashed apart, and countless pieces of shattered stone flew through the skies, scattering in all directions. A powerful shockwave rolled outwards, causing endless waves of red sand to shoot up into the sky, as though the apocalypse were unfolding. The disciples of Carefree Island never thought the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were lying in ambush just 6 to 7 miles away, and they attacked as soon as the sandstorm stopped. They looked at the terrifying attack that was launched at the Purple Mountain. If they were still there, the consequences would have been unbelievable. Even if they instantly reacted and summoned their protective true essence, there would inevitably be calamitous casualties. None of the revolving core realm disciples would have been able to live, and most of the direct disciples would have died. The ones remaining would have been seriously wounded. In this situation, they would have to face an enemy that was several times their own size. They would be nothing but fish in a barrel, completely suppressed. Yi Rosewater glanced at Lin Ming, shocked, speechless. In this sandstorm, a martial artist's senses should have been limited to 5 miles at most, but Lin Ming was actually able to sense that the enemy was lying in ambush 6 or 7 miles away, and even do so in an extremely accurate manner without the slightest mistake. What was even stranger was that he had accurately guessed their plans. The Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were both waiting for the moment the sandstorm ended to attack. However, Lin Ming was also waiting for this moment. Attack. Give it everything you have. Lin Ming coldly shouted out. In that moment, the many disciples of Carefree Island no longer hesitated. All of them overdrew their strength and combined their combat skills with an array formation to attack. Although they were far from being able to compare with their enemy, they had the initiative, and also the mysterious Lin Ming on their side. Their confidence soared upwards, their momentum rising like a volcano. In that moment, countless sword lights shot out. The disciples of Carefree Island studied the wood laws, so these sword lights were like a deluge of green beams that twisted through the air, lighting up the horizon. As the disciples of Carefree Island attacked, Lin Ming's aura also erupted. He opened the heretical god force to the limit, and at the same time a blazing gold light began to shine from between his eyebrows. He was burning all of the ancient phoenix blood within his body. As he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming felt as if his bones were heating up like tempered metal. His blood and even his marrow began to boil over, and his joints issued endless crackling sounds that extended into a single, loud, explosive burst, as though a dragon was roaring into the vast skies. The blood of the Azure Dragon was resonating with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Dragon and phoenix rejoicing together. In that moment, a massive amount of origin energy gathered towards Lin Ming, as if a glorious blue lotus were slowly blooming around him. This was an attack that combined 3 concepts of fire: burning heat, annihilation, and creation, the Blue Lotus Flame Dance. This was Lin Ming's self-created attack, which he had comprehended during the smelting trial at Fire Spirit Star. It was a fusion of the first 3 level concepts of the fire laws. Lin Ming had first used this move when he rushed to complete the illusionary god combat arrays Thousand Slaughter and fought Crimson Strife Cloud. Now was the second time. In Lin Ming's peak state, even Crimson Strife Cloud had difficulty directly contending with the Blue Lotus Flame Dance. A spear thrust forwards, and a flaming light lit up the entire sky. A heaven-shaking dragon roar echoed through the world. As the Phoenix Blood Spear flashed through the air, the massive Blue Lotus Phantom fully bloomed. At this time, Yi Rosewater was completely dumbfounded as she saw Lin Ming's attack. Just what sort of attack was this? The striking power was far too freakish. Just the sole power of this attack was far stronger than the combined attack of all the other disciples together. Ha ha! Our attack was too brutal. Everyone inside should be dead. A Splinter Soul Mountain disciple recklessly laughed as he saw the Purple Mountain collapse. What a pity! Those women were extremely good vessels to help perceive the life laws. If the Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan martial artist's words were caught in his throat, he suddenly twisted around to see terrifying beams of divine light tearing across the earth, shredding apart the wilderness as they hurtled towards them with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever this light went, endless red sand would turn into dust, forming a massive fissure. What? Enemy attack! The disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain all paled. They never thought they would be the ones suffering a sneak attack at this time, and one so horrifying at that. Hurry and defend! The late Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan captain shouted out. But as he quickly issued the command, all the other disciples were left panic-stricken. They wanted to defend, but they discovered they had exhausted all of their accumulated true essence in their own attack just now. They didn't have enough time to gather more strength. The point right after a martial artist attacked was when they were at their weakest. Even though this time was short, it could bring a fatal disaster. When masters fought, they would always reserve 30% of their strength in their attacks. Only at the end would they go all out in desperate attack. But at this time, even if they weren't able to kill their enemy, they could still cause enough trouble for them that they had enough time to gather their strength again. If they completely used all of their strength to hit nothing, and then had to face the enemy's own all-out attack without having their guard raised, the result of this could be imagined. Bang! Unstoppable beams of light fell down like a rain of meteors. Terrifying explosions swallowed up everything. In this moment, it was as though the entire divergent mystic realm had been lit up. The disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain all howled out in pain and misery. Many early Divine Sea disciples were blown to pieces, and many Middle Divine Sea martial artists were grievously wounded. It had to be known that this barrage of attacks contained the strength of two great masters in Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater. The disciples of Carefree Island were surprised to see their attack have such a wondrous effect. They only had a dozen-plus people, but they caused the nearly 40-some disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain to suffer serious losses. Attack together. Kill them all. Lin Ming frostily commanded. At the same time, he opened the Gate of Wonder and activated the mystic lightning shade, shooting to the front. A 6 or 7 mile distance was far too short a distance to Lin Ming. Yi Rosewater followed close behind. She had no idea what method Lin Ming had used to investigate the situation, but in addition to that terrifying striking power he displayed just now, she was utterly convinced by him. The other disciples all rushed forwards. At that time, even if an archaic great beast were lying in front of them, they would still attack without hesitation. You bastards! What's going on here? The two captains of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain had the lightest wounds. Even if they had all out attacked, they were still able to rely on their solid foundation and multiple life-saving methods to block that attack. The attack just now barely affected their combat strength at all, but their subordinates were off much worse. A third had immediately died. Of the nearly 40 people they brought here, only just over 20 were left remaining, and all of them were wounded. The two captains simmered with a seething rage. As they saw a youth rush towards their front, their hatred and anger burst open like a roiling volcano. Only at the 8th stage of life destruction. You're looking to die. 8th stage life destruction. It's that damned Lin Ming. The two captains instantly recalled Lin Ming's name. Lin Ming was also their top priority for coming here. So you are Lin Ming. You came at just the right time. I'll carve you up first to boost morale. The Occult Bone Clan's late divine sea captain gave a loud shout. Layers upon layers of bone armor burst out from his body, covering his entire self. He grasped a giant bone sword and cut towards Lin Ming. At the same time, the captain of Splinter Soul Mountain also attacked. The weapon in his hand was very unique. It was a ghost banner. As this ghost banner shot forwards, cold winds appeared in the air and the pained screams of ghosts echoed outwards. These ghosts melded together, forming into a giant demon claw that grasped towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming had to face the simultaneous attacks of two late divine sea powerhouses. Junior apprentice brother, be careful. Although Yi Rosewater admired Lin Ming to the extreme, she also worried that Lin Ming would be severely wounded by these attacks. As the attacks of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain's two captains fell down, behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus began to bloom. Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, Grand Miss Space. With the concealing technique M.O. Eversnow taught him, Lin Ming could fully utilize the Grand Miss Space. He no longer needed to worry about it. As the Grand Miss Space activated, it was like a desolate ancient beast that devoured all. It met the attacks of the two captains. The Occult Bone clan captain's bone sword energy was continuously weakened by the Grand Miss Space. Although the Occult Bone Claw's laws of life were mysterious, in the formation of the universe, life only appeared at the latter stages. How could the laws of life possibly resist the annihilating strength of the Grand Miss laws? As for the countless ghost phantoms that were sent out by Splinter Soul Mountain, they were all reduced to ashes underneath the power of the Grand Miss Space. By the time the two masters' attacks reached Lin Ming, they were already weakened by over half. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept outwards, penetrating rainbow. Bang! The power of thunder and fire furiously wove together in a deafening explosion, tearing apart the bone sword energy and the demon claw at the same time. What? How? How could this happen? The two masters never expected their combined attack to be directly defeated by Lin Ming. Without time to think, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had already turned towards Splinter Soul Mountain's captain. Lin Ming could see that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain had weaker defenses. Moreover, his attacks were based on the laws of soul. They were completely suppressed by Lin Ming's own abilities. Chasing thunder. As the Splinter Soul Mountain captain saw Lin Ming rushing towards him, a black energy surrounded his entire body as he waved his ghost banner. A black demon appeared from this black energy and plunged towards Lin Ming. While he used a physical attack, he also used a soul attack. However, the power of ghosts were restrained by the power of thunder to begin with. In front of Lin Ming, soul attacks were even more of a joke. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear thrust downwards without change. A fierce explosion sounded out, and waves of violent energy billowed outwards. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was directly smashed backwards by Lin Ming's spear. His protective true essence crazily trembled, and his bamboo hat flew away, revealing an incomparably pale face. Flows of red blood flowed down from the corners of his mouth, trailing into the wind. Chapter 1095. Lure the Enemy. Chapter 1095. Lure the Enemy. You hounded your soul. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain looked at Lin Ming with fear etched on his face. He wasn't injured because of Lin Ming's direct attack, but because he had suffered a backlash after sending out his soul attack. Lin Ming's soul defense was so powerful that it left him horrified. In front of Lin Ming, the laws of soul and life that he was so skilled in had become a joke. Lin Ming. Yi Rosewater rushed over to Lin Ming's side. Because she had used up her immediate energy in her attack, and because of her panic over Lin Ming being attacked, her face was flushed red, and her chest was heaving up and down. She glanced over at the two captains from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. Of these people, one of them had been struck back by Lin Ming, and the other had been wounded to the point of spitting blood. They were both direct disciples of their sex. Ordinary late divine sea martial artists could not compare with them. behind Ye Rosewater. The other disciples of Carefree Island also rushed forwards. As they saw the Splinter Soul Mountain captain with blood spilling out from his mouth, their eyes shined. Before, Lin Ming's accurate discovery of the enemy had reassured them, but that was only discovering the enemy. In the world of martial artists, strength was placed above all else. Only strength could cause others to feel awe and admiration and give others confidence. Lin Ming's strike had simultaneously forced back the two great masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. Without a doubt, this caused their confidence to sharply rise upwards. They could win this. At this time, although Ye Rosewater was surprised, she naturally wouldn't exclaim in surprise or stare in marvel like some idiot. This was a battle between the two forces. Not even a single blink of the eye could be wasted. She loudly shouted, "I will stop the Occult Bone clan's captain. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, do your best and kill that captain of Splinter Soul Mountain. All other disciples, surround the remainder and slaughter them all." "Great! Kill!" With a loud cry from Ye Rosewater, the disciples of Carefree Island moved forwards with surging momentum like light spilling forwards. As for the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan, they felt a tremendous pressure. "Do you think I'm some dough that you can knead however you want?" The Occult Bone clan captain's eyes turned red. He madly roared, grasping the bone sword and rushing towards Ye Rosewater. Ye Rosewater sneered. In a one-on-one fair battle, Ye Rosewater didn't fear anyone, not even White Mirror Jade. If the Occult Bone clan was by itself, the truth was that they would be weaker than Carefree Island. So how could she fear the Occult Bone clan captain? 10,000 wood germination. Ye Rosewater's attack contained the endless wood laws. The wood laws had a similarity with the blood of the Azure Dragon, and that was that they grew endlessly. Although the wood laws didn't have the sharpness of the metal laws or the explosive force of the fire laws, they had the characteristics of being tenacious and flexible. If one wanted to destroy Ye Rosewater's wood law origin energy, they would have to use up twice the energy. Pung! Ye Rosewater's wood attribute sword energy clashed with the Occult Bone clan captain's bone sword energy, destroying each other. The two followed right after their sword energies, their bodies twisted and blurred, each of them exchanging attacks in rapid succession. And on the other side, the disciples of Carefree Island were fighting with the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. Carefree Island only had 12+ people and Splinter Soul Mountain, and the Occult Bone clan had over 20. However, the disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan had all been wounded, and they were still dazed at the sudden shift, in particular after seeing Lin Ming repel the two masters from their sects and also wound one of them. This had been a massive strike on their morale. Their side's two strongest disciples had been repulsed by Lin Ming alone. Could this battle still be won? This idea inevitably appeared in the minds of the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone clan disciples. With the sudden shift, the fight suddenly became one-sided. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan were continuously forced to retreat again and again. In just several breaths of time, two severely wounded early Divine Sea disciples suddenly had their heads lopped off, their blood spraying onto the ground. Damn! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was flustered. The original agreement had been that their small team would attack as soon as the sandstorm stopped, and then the main team would attack Carefree Island's main forces half an hour later. They were supposed to rush back and support the main team and trap Carefree Island in a pincer attack. But now, forget about rushing back in half an hour. It was already uncertain if they could survive or not. He no longer had time to think, and he didn't even have time to send out a sound transmitting talisman. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear thrust out again, aiming at his vital points every time. Through that brief collision just now, Lin Ming could confirm that although the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was a late Divine Sea master, he was still a level weaker than the Middle Divine Sea Dragon one. This person would be a top talent if placed in Splinter Soul Mountain, but in front of a genius like Lin Ming, he was nothing but ordinary. After Lin Ming absorbed the Dragon Marrow and Dragon Bone, he could almost frontally contend with Dragon One. Killing the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was no problem at all. Pung! The demon claw that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain sent out was torn in half by Lin Ming's spear. Alarmed, the captain bit down on his tongue and spat out blood essence onto the ghost banner. After the ghost banner absorbed this blood essence, the ghosts contained within began to howl with bloodthirst. This ghost banner was a top-grade saint artifact forged by Splinter Soul Mountain by killing 100 million mortals and refining their souls. Now that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain used his own blood essence to direct these ghosts, the greatest power of the ghost banner could be displayed. 100 million ghosts poured outwards. Rah! Lin Ming's spear light was swallowed up by these hideous ghosts. The ghosts continued shooting straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. A late divine sea disciple of a large sect really couldn't be underestimated. They had a number of hidden cards up their sleeves. With a thought, the Grand Misspace spread out even further. With the support of the Dragon Marrow blood and his own formidable foundation, once the Grand Misspace was used, even someone much stronger than Lin Ming wouldn't be able to break through it. Regardless of what attack it was, everything that entered the Grand Misspace would be thoroughly weakened. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Lin Ming gave a deep shout. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned in his body once more. When Lin Ming was at the 7th stage of life destruction, burning the ancient phoenix blood just once would consume several tenths of his true essence. He simply wasn't able to keep it up for too long in battle. But now, with the Dragon Marrow supporting him, he could burn the ancient phoenix blood twice in a row without feeling too exhausted. The Blue Lotus bloomed, and the first 3 level concepts of the fire laws fused as one. The 100 million ghosts were already weakened by over half by the Grand Misspace. Then they were scorched by the power of the Blue Lotus, and tens of million ghosts were suddenly burnt to nothing. Ah! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes reddened with rage, his heart dripping with blood from the loss. But at this time, he could no longer worry about the ghost banner that he loved so much and continued to drive it towards Lin Ming. After all, there were far too many souls trapped within the ghost banner. Even if Lin Ming used the Grand Misspace and the Blue Lotus Flame Dance together, he was still unable to block all of it. There would always be fish that evaded the net. Pung! 100,000 grieving spirits dove into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's dragon scale robes simply weren't able to block this sort of insubstantial soul attack. The shrill howls of countless ghosts began to cry out in Lin Ming's ears. And under such an attack, Lin Ming seemed to slow down. His face became overcast, and his eyes dimmed down, as if his vision were glazing over. I got him! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes brightened. He had used up his own blood essence and even wasted tens of millions of souls from the ghost banner in order to create such an opportunity that allowed 100,000 grieving spirits to plunge into Lin Ming's body. Even if Lin Ming was stronger, he would still have to struggle for some time to rid himself of these spirits that spread through his body like locusts. And for this period of time, Lin Ming would not have complete control over his body. This was the captain's chance. Die. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes shined with bloodlust. He wantonly hurtled into the Grand Misspace. The Grand Misspace constantly wore down the black energy around his body. However, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain had bet everything on this single attack. He smashed the ghost banner down onto Lin Ming's head. Victory! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's heart raced. Just as the ghost banner was about to smash into Lin Ming's forehead, Lin Ming suddenly sneered. His originally dull eyes suddenly recovered, shining with absolute clarity. To Lin Ming, A soul attack was nothing more than a joke. Not to mention his grand mist battle spirit and samsara martial intent, but just the protection of the magic cube made him immune to all soul attacks that would try to seize his body. The only reason he had faked being affected by the attack just now was in order to lure the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain into his grand mist space, and then strike him down in a single attack. Otherwise, if a late divine sea genius used everything he had to escape, it would be a bit troublesome to catch him. What? As the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain saw Lin Ming's sudden change in aura, he was horrified. He was extremely careful. He knew that if he entered the strange domain space that surrounded Lin Ming, his own combat strength would weaken by a great deal. Even so, facing Lin Ming, he had no choice but to desperately risk everything on this attack and finish him off. Although he had attacked, he had still kept behind some of his strength. Now that he saw the trap Lin Ming had laid for him, he immediately drew back. Too late. Lin Ming coldly jeered. He thrust out his spear, and 999 small blood spears formed into a powerful tornado that howled outwards. This cunning brat. In this split instant, the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain didn't even have time to burn his blood essence. He forcefully twisted his body to avoid Lin Ming's Phoenix blood spear. But as he was changing direction, he suddenly felt as if layers upon layers of nets had fallen over his body, holding tightly onto him. The Splinter Soul Mountain Captain was shocked. Is this a world of woe projection? A net formed by a gold battle spirit. Everything had happened too quickly. The Splinter Soul Mountain Captain didn't even have time to think of how a gold battle spirit had suddenly appeared, capable of binding his movements. His conditioned reflex was to erupt with energy to break out of the shackles of this net. But in this split instant, Lin Ming's Phoenix blood spear had already pierced through his protective true essence and was thrusting straight towards his chest. He couldn't block this. With a miserable shout, the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain smashed his ghost banner onto the Phoenix blood spear's edge. The ghost banner was not a weapon meant to directly engage in head-on fights with the enemy. Rather, it was a weapon that was refined with souls and relied on these ghosts to attack. It was not a weapon made of divine metal, but rather 10,000-year Een peach wood and ghostly silk. A great portion of the ghost banner's 100 million ghosts had perished, and before he even had time to recover the dregs, his ghost banner now had to clash with the weapon known as the King of 100 Sodders, the spear that was designed for total annihilation. The results of this collision could be imagined. CA. The top-grade Saint Artifact Ghost Banner was directly pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear continued, its speed unabated. It thrust into the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain's chest, causing blood to splash everywhere. Chapter 1096. Cut them down. Chapter 1096. Cut them down. With a twist of the Phoenix Blood Spear, the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain's ribs were completely broken apart. Fresh heart blood sprayed out over a dozen meters. The Splinter Soul Mountain Captain was cut down together with his top-grade Saint Artifact Ghost Banner, and the sounds of his screaming spread out far and wide, causing all of the disciples to glance in his direction. Everyone turned their heads to see the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain's blood pouring onto the ground. But this wasn't the end. With an explosive crackling sound, the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain's protective true essence shattered. With his body covered by the grand mist space, and all of his protective true essence gone, he now directly faced the annihilating laws of the grand mist space. His flesh and blood began to break down. Haunting and painful groans issued from his tattered throat. An essence-gathering system martial artist had a comparatively frail physical body to begin with, so without their protective true essence, how could they possibly resist the grand mist space and the invasion of that incomparably heavy elementary grand mist energy? With a popping sound, the Splinter Soul Mountain Captain's entire body exploded into a burst of blood rain. As this blood rain splattered into the air, it was directly swallowed up by the grand mist space. Then it immediately turned into tiny red particles, and after a few more breaths of time, it was completely annihilated. Such a thorough method of dying caused a creepy feeling to crawl up the scalps of all the disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. This force field that annihilated all was simply too terrifying. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan looked at each other, fear and retreat in their eyes. And at this moment, the Occult Bone clan captain felt a cold air shoot straight up his back and into the heavens, as if his spirit had fled him. He already wasn't able to deal with a single Yi Rosewater, but the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was even more incapable of dealing with Lin Ming. In just a dozen some breaths of time, he had been killed by Lin Ming. That meant there was only about 5 breaths of time until Lin Ming joined the battle again. Run! Scatter and run! The Occult Bone clan captain slashed a sword at Yi Rosewater and then drew backwards. The other disciples hesitated for a slight moment before also retreating. In the past excursions into the red, desolate, mystic realm, when the disciples of Carefree Island found they couldn't continue, they also used such a method to escape. Those that were lucky enough to escape would survive. You want to run? Dream on, Yi Rosewater said, truly angered. This Occult Bone clan captain had wanted to capture her and use her as a living furnace. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then their sneak attack would have succeeded, and she really would have ended up suffering a fate worse than death. How could she not avenge such hatred? Now they had gained the advantage in the battle. Even if she had to sacrifice her cultivation, Yi Rosewater wouldn't allow him to escape. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you go and chase down the other disciples. I will slow down the Occult Bone clan captain. Yi Rosewater's response was extremely fast. Her body turned into an afterimage as she moved over a dozen miles in a single step. Then she lifted her sword and used a martial skill known for its speed, the 1,000-mile thread. Highly compressed green wood attribute, sword energy shot out, just like a curving jade belt, although it didn't seem like sword energy because it was such a highly compressed energy, it could still pierce through a 100-mile mountain top. The Occult Bone clan captain was both surprised and angry as he saw that Yi Rosewater's sword light was several times faster than his own escape speed. If he didn't turn around right now, then he would be cut in half from the waist. He could only bitterly turn around and cut down with his sword at Yi Rosewater's approaching sword light. Don't force me, the Occult Bone clan captain savagely bit out. Force you? Didn't you plan on capturing me alive and using me as a furnace? I will kill you today and use your bones to make myself a set of bone armor. Although Yi Rosewater usually had a gentle personality, the truth was that she was a decisive and ruthless person, especially towards those that intended to harm her and those underneath her. She would show those people no quarter or mercy. The Occult Bone clan captain's defensive ability and physical strength were just a tad greater than Yi Rosewater's. But in terms of his true essence intensity and true essence tenacity, he was far inferior to her. There was no way he could get rid of her. The Occult Bone clan captain loudly shouted and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his bone armor. In this life or death moment, he had chosen to burn his own blood essence. Burning your blood essence is useless. A thick, killing intent burst out from Yi Rosewater's eyes, and her moves became increasingly dazzling. She had no intention of directly confronting the Occult Bone clan captain. Instead, as her enemy was trying to escape, she would attack him from all angles, her sword striking towards his every vital spot like a viper attacking from the grass, sharp and threatening. Her true essence had a special characteristic of being especially tough. Once it entered the body, it was extremely difficult to eliminate. Thus, even though the Occult Bone clan captain burned his blood essence, he was still unable to rid himself of Yi Rosewater. This left him feeling powerless. Lin Ming hadn't even glanced in Yi Rosewater's direction, but his senses had already caught onto the entire process of her battle with the Occult Bone clan captain. He couldn't help but admire her fighting method. After all, she was one of the strongest direct disciples in Carefree Island, so she naturally had to have her own methods, and there was simply no need for him to worry about her. At this time, Lin Ming had already begun to hunt down the other disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. These people were all at the early and middle Divine Sea realm, with the level of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. If their early Divine Sea direct disciples gathered together to form a battle array formation, then they might be able to pose a little threat to Lin Ming. But if they were facing Lin Ming one-on-one, then there was no choice but to be cut down in a second. Moreover, they were also injured. All of you hold down an enemy with a similar strength and leave the rest to me, Lin Ming quickly said with a true essence sound transmission. His voice contained an irresistible momentum. At this time, Lin Ming's orders were much more useful than Yi Rosewater's. Okay, let's attack together. One for each of us. Don't let any of these sons of bitches get away. The disciples of Carefree Island shouted with gusto, their attacks becoming increasingly zealous as they fought. Although it wasn't possible for them to quickly slay their opponent, it wasn't difficult to drag down someone with a strength similar to their own. After all, they too trained in the Woodlaws, and their tenacity in battle was far greater than normal, especially when combined with their enemies' wounds. There were a dozen-plus disciples of Carefree Island, and they held down an equal number of disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan that left 7 or 8 disciples to run away. In front of Lin Ming, these 7 or 8 early and middle Divine Sea disciples were nothing more than sheep to a tiger. Gold Battle Spirit, Will Projection. Lin Ming gave a fierce shout, and the Gold Battle Spirit radiated outwards with the world of Will Projection. A battle spirit tracing mark attached itself to each of the 7 or 8 martial artists. Then Lin Ming rushed forwards, passing several miles in a single step. He instantly appeared behind an early Divine Sea Splinter Soul Mountain disciple. That disciple had already fallen into despair. He cried out hysterically and cut with a saber towards Lin Ming's waist. However, in the moment when the saber slashed out, Lin Ming had already retreated backwards, but his spear light was still shooting towards the Splinter Soul Mountain martial artist's chest. Pung! The keen spear light passed through the disciple's protective true essence, directly penetrating past his heart. The force ripped through his organs and flesh, and a massive hole appeared on the disciple's back with flesh and blood spewing outwards. And in that instant, Lin Ming had already appeared several miles away, behind an Occult Bone clan disciple. As the Splinter Soul Mountain disciple's vision dimmed, the last thing he saw was Lin Ming's spear falling down, and the Occult Bone clan disciple's body trembling. Then, a bright red splash of blood bloomed in the air like a flower, beautiful and glorious. What a demon! This was the Splinter Soul Mountain disciple's last thought before he died. With the deep true essence brought from the dragon marrow blood, and the extreme speed coming from the Gate of Wonder, mystic lightning shade, and golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming was no different from a god of death killing his way through the battlefield. No one was able to maintain their life underneath the shadow of his spear. Pung! A 4th enemy disciple had his head pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, he launched the Grand Mispace and wrapped it around a 5th disciple. That disciple miserably screamed out, only feeling his strength rapidly leaving his body. And with a single step, Lin Ming arrived behind that person. The god of death had come for him. I'll die with you. In his panic, the Occult Bone clan disciple began to speak in his unique language. However, these were his last words. When he thrust his bone lance at Lin Ming, he could feel a strange and invisible power wrap around his wrist, causing his strike trajectory to veer off course and pass by Lin Ming's neck. However, Lin Ming's spear actually continued straight on, piercing through the disciple's throat. This was the will projection formed by the gold battle spirit. It could be directly poured into the enemy's body to impact their movements. It was nearly impossible for someone to guard against, and the greater the difference in battle spirits, the more influential it would be. Before long, the 7 or 8 disciples were completely cut down by Lin Ming, and after that, he turned towards the martial artists who were being held down by the disciples of Carefree Island. He was like the god of death, flitting through the night, mercilessly harvesting lives wherever he went, causing rivers of blood to follow his path. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan were on the brink of despair. They couldn't continue fighting, and yet they couldn't run away either. Every 4 or 5 breaths of time, another disciple would die under Lin Ming's hand. With the Grand Mist Space combined with a gold battle spirit's world of will projection, these early and middle divine sea martial artists had no ability to resist. Underneath the cover of Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space, the combat strength of these enemy martial artists was reduced to 30% of their original strength, and this 30% strength was then bound down by the will tentacles of the gold battle spirit, causing all of their attacks to miss. The result of this battle could be imagined. In just half an incense stick of time, the remaining 20-some martial artists of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain had all died. 4 or 5 of them had died under the hands of the Carefree Island disciples, and the rest had been cut down by Lin Ming. From the start, the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were destined to fail once Lin Ming had accurately determined the sneak attack. And in this fight, from beginning to end, their loss had been because of Lin Ming. Whether it was a tactical defeat or a combat defeat, both were so. On the side of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, whether it was numbers or intelligence, they had occupied the advantage. Originally, they had thought they would be able to ambush and then completely roll over the disciples of Carefree Island. But that scenario had been completely reversed. Instead, Carefree Island had been the one to roll over the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. This unbelievable result was all because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming stood on the battlefield with bits and pieces of meat scattered all throughout the area. The red sand was bright and shiny with fresh blood. And as he looked towards the captain of the Occult Bone clan, his spear point slowly dripped with blood, the sound echoing through the air. And yet, Lin Ming's entire body was spotless, unstained by the tiniest bit of blood. His eyes were sharp like a bolt of purple lightning in the night, and his stare was enough to send cold chills down one's back, making one lose all courage to resist. Facing Lin Ming, and in addition to being entangled by Yi Rosewater, the Occult Bone clan captain's mind completely collapsed. I give up, don't kill me. Chapter 1097. I'll cut it off. Chapter 1097. I'll cut it off. How could Yi Rosewater listen to the useless chatter of the Occult Bone clan captain, the long sword in her hand thrust towards his vital points? The Occult Bone clan captain let out a deep roar, but just as he did so, without any time to react, a massive pressure came falling down from the skies, completely enveloping him. His body shook, and his strength began to rapidly fade away. At the same time, Yi Rosewater's sword chopped towards his waist. This damned force field! The Occult Bone clan captain panicked. He wasn't Yi Rosewater's match to begin with. And now that he was covered in Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space and world of will projection, he felt like he was a bug caught in a spider's web, unable to move at all. Pung! The bone sword and Yi Rosewater's blue sword collided. The Occult Bone clan captain only felt a sinister true essence creep into his body like a viper, causing his entire body to be numbed. And at this time he suddenly felt a chill crawl over him. He didn't need to turn around to see that Lin Ming was rushing towards him. It was like a cold blade was quickly approaching his chest. These two masters were already stronger than him to begin with, and now they had placed him within a pincer attack. In this situation, there was no reason to spare his life. He desperately struggled for a final time, barely forcing back Yi Rosewater, and at the same time bringing up his bone sword to meet Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. However, how could his hastily summoned strength compare with Lin Ming? With a loud ringing sound, the bone sword was sent flying away by the phoenix blood spear. The occult bone clan captain's palm shattered, and his right arm was torn apart by Yi Rosewater, leaving him seriously wounded. As for Lin Ming, his spear had pierced through his shoulder. With just a single flick of the spear, the occult bone clan captain would be ripped apart. As the occult bone clan captain was withstanding the pain from this attack, at this time, Yi Rosewater thrust out her sword several dozen more times in quick succession, accurately aiming at the occult bone clan captain's acupoints. She didn't kill him, but instead used her sword energy to rip through his body and tear apart his meridians, making him lose all his strength. See, Yi Rosewater's sword touched upon the occult bone clan captain's throat. The icy cold sword edge opened his skin, causing a faint trace of blood to flow out. Speak. Who gave up our information? Yi Rosewater's voice was cold and indifferent. Although she already had an idea in her heart, she had to obtain confirmation. The reason she had left the occult bone clan leader alive was for this alone. The remaining carefree island disciples also surrounded the occult bone clan captain. They pointed their weapons at him, waiting for his response. You. The occult bone clan captain's eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions. He didn't want to die here. Their occult bone clan focused on perceiving the laws of life, so he understood just how miraculous and wonderful life actually was. I'll tell you, as long as you don't kill me, do you really think you have any capital to bargain with us? Yi Rosewater said, her words cutting like glass. She pushed the tip of her sword up a bit more, drawing more blood from his throat. Just a bit more, and his entire windpipe would be cut open. Since you're going to kill me, why should I speak? The occult bone clan captain shut his eyes. Although he appeared as if he wasn't afraid of death, his throat couldn't help but keep spasming in fear. After arriving at the mercy of another's blade, there were few people that would be able to keep their calm. Heh, senior apprentice Sister Yi, there's no need to trade nonsense with this scumbag. Xiao Raingem sneered and walked forwards. She raised the blood-stained sword in her hand and slowly brought it down to the lower half of the occult bone clan captain. The occult bone clan captain immediately felt his lower half turn cold as horror and panic filled his eyes. What are you doing? Do you think we're so naive and stupid to release you just for a little bit of information? We've already guessed who it was that betrayed us, and we only wanted you to confirm it. If you spoke, then you could have died a quick and peaceful death. Otherwise, I would have used up some strength and searched your soul. Of course, that isn't something that I'm skilled at, and I might end up turning you into a slobbering retard. But before you become a mindless sack of flesh, I will have you taste the feeling of becoming a eunuch. I heard that your occult bone clan is full of sexually violent men who like to capture the outstanding women of other clans and make them their slaves, and your everyday is filled with taking their happiness. Hee. Hey, what do you think it will feel like if I slice off your little brother down here a bit at a time? As Xiao Raingem spoke, the sword energy around her sword edge began to twist into a spiral like a meat grinder. If this sword was pressed down against the occult bone clan captain's manhood, his fate could be imagined. As everyone saw this, the female disciples blushed red, and the male disciples were actually overflowing with excitement. They raucously shouted, "Senior apprentice Sister Xiao is awesome. Cut it off. Tear it apart. Feed it to the dogs." The occult bone clan captain suddenly paled. To a man, this sort of pressure couldn't be compared to a quick death. I'll speak. It should be White Mirror Jade. But that is only what we think. He is very careful. He never leaves behind any evidence. So it was him. Hatred flashed in Xiao Rangjam's eyes. A simple guess was enough. For both sides to have the same guess, how could it be a groundless claim? Yi Rosewater glared at the Occult Bone clan captain with disgust in her eyes, and then finished him off with a final sword strike. She coldly said, "These people are only a small portion of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan's main force. Their main force should already be fighting with the rest of Carefree Island." These words immediately cooled down the Carefree Island disciples' jubilant happiness from their victory. After considering the time, there should be less than 20 hours left before they were transmitted out of the mystic realm. This was indeed the time when the war between the sects would erupt. Although White Mirror Jade had betrayed them, the other disciples of Carefree Island had nothing to do with this matter. If too many of them died, then this would be no minor attack on Carefree Island. It would be a catastrophic failure during this expedition into the red, desolate mystic realm. Carefree Island had placed their hopes on this mission. If they lost not only 20 billion violet sunstones, but also the lives of a massive amount of disciples, then although this wasn't something that Carefree Island wouldn't be able to recover from, it would thoroughly eliminate their chances of becoming a holy land. On the other hand, if they quickly raced back, then with the two powerhouses of Yi Rosewater and Lin Ming, they would surely be able to play an enormous role in the war. They might even be able to reverse the tide. And if they purposefully delayed, then they would be subject to sanctions from the sect. In a battle of direct disciples, as long as both sides participated, then both sides would be punished regardless of the reason. The sect would not be lenient either. If Yi Rosewater saw that her fellow disciples were in danger and did nothing, then the sect would only see the results of what happened. Not just that, but White Mirror Jade betraying them was only speculation. There was no substantial evidence. As long as White Mirror Jade insisted that he was framed, no one would be able to drag him down. Instead, they would be pushed down by him. Yi Rosewater was faced with a difficult conundrum. The other disciples also realized this and looked at her. As the captain, she was primarily responsible for all the decisions. Thus the pressure on her was the greatest. "What do you plan on doing?" Lin Ming seemed as if he were casually asking, but in truth he had already decided that if Yi Rosewater was so stupid as to rush back and support White Mirror Jade, then he wouldn't join in her crusade. Yi Rosewater hesitated and said, "Although this trip into the mystic realm is important, if we go back now, then White Mirror Jade is certain to use the command of the highest elders to take control. And if we do not obey him, then he will punish us for disobeying orders. In the future, he will surely argue against us in the Council of Elders and push the responsibility of the defeat on us. If we quickly return, he will use us as meat shields and have us go wherever there is danger. He is likely to have us waste all our strength on Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan, and after that he might even stab us in the back and have us perish along with them. If we return, then our casualties will be serious." As Yi Rosewater spoke, the other disciples also felt the same. If they went back at this time, they would surely be used as fodder. "But, Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, if we don't return, then you," Xiao Rangjam said with some worry. If they didn't go to support the main team, then they would still be transmitted back to the sect in 20 hours. At that time, if the main team had serious casualties and yet they weren't injured at all, then there was just no way to explain that. There's no need to worry. If the sect decides to punish us, then I will bear all responsibility by myself," Yi Rosewater decisively said. As she spoke, the surrounding disciples felt their hearts warm. "Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, please rest assured. Let's come up with a reason first. For instance, we were stuck in the mystic realm somewhere, and we had no way to return to help the main team. Anyone that dares to sell out Senior Apprentice Sister Yi will be struck down by the heavens." "That's right. We'll all make the same confession." The other disciples quickly agreed. "That's too far-fetched. Rosewater waved her hand. There isn't much danger in the red, desolate mystic realm to begin with, so where would we possibly be stranded? I live righteously and stand righteously, and I won't do something so ridiculous as making up excuses. If the sect decides to punish me, then they can punish me. No matter how great my punishment is, they still won't kill me. That villain White Mirror Jade. I will carve this into my bones. In the future, I will return everything back to him twofold. Otherwise, there is no meaning to me cultivating the martial path. Rosewater grit her teeth. She didn't think that White Mirror Jade would die in this divergent mystic realm. He surely had some method to safely escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't do something so crazy like betraying them. Senior apprentice sister, you really knows debts of gratitude and debts of hate. Lin Ming smiled. He appreciated Rosewater's personality. But why wait for the future to take revenge? Rosewater was stunned. Did Lin Ming mean to do something in this divergent mystic realm? In front of so many disciples, if he murdered someone else without conclusive evidence, then at such a critical point that would truly warrant a death penalty. Junior apprentice brother Lin, please don't be irrational. Senior apprentice sister Yi, you have no need to worry. I haven't said what we should do yet. If we really stand by and don't help those in need, then our enemy will truly grasp our weakness. Nothing will happen to me, but senior apprentice sister Ye's punishment will be serious. I estimate that the battle between the forces should have just started. How about we rest here first, and then we can go and support them in another 4 to 6 hours. What does senior apprentice sister Yi think about this? Lin Ming spoke in a very understated manner, but the word support actually caused Rosewater's eyebrow to jump up. She didn't think that Lin Ming was so soft that he would go and help whoever was in need. Was Lin Ming planning on taking advantage while they were all down and them stepping on them once again? Chapter 1098. Reap the spoils from the wearied. Chapter 1098. Reap the spoils from the wearied. In that battle just now, only a small number of Carefree Island's disciples had received minor wounds. No one had died, and none of them had been severely wounded. With a martial artist's ability to meditate and recover, they could restore themselves to full strength in just 2 to 4 hours. And Lin Ming was even faster. With the dragon marrow blood supporting him, he simply hadn't even used up any energy or strength just now. He was near his peak condition from the get-go. Let's move somewhere else, Lin Ming said after he saw the Carefree Island disciples healed up. Move somewhere else? Rosewater asked, a bit surprised. However, Lin Ming didn't offer an explanation and simply led everyone in another direction. Imperceptibly, Lin Ming had already established himself in a position of absolute power in the team. Even if he issued an order without any reasoning given, no one would question him. Lin Ming took up all the spatial rings and identification tokens of the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone Clan disciples. Then, he led the Carefree Island disciples to an area several hundred feet away. After a bit, Lin Ming stopped in an area thick with stone outcroppings and said, "We'll stop here." "Why here?" Rosewater looked around and found that besides the cover provided by the giant stone crags everywhere, there wasn't anything too special about this place. And as for having cover, the mining pit from before was clearly better. No special reason. If I'm closer to the battlefield, it's easier to keep track of what's happening. Lin Ming casually shrugged. The only reason he came here was to find a place that was closer and more comfortable so he could observe the battle. With M.O. Eversnow's soul force, she could easily probe out in a distance of a few hundred miles in the sandstorm. And in normal times, she was able to clearly see all things happening tens of thousands of miles away. To these direct disciples, this sort of observational distance was nothing but a myth. This, Rosewater gulped speechless. The other disciples were also left dumbfounded. Even if Lin Ming had some sort of hidden detection method, this was just far too absurd. They were so far from the main battlefield that there weren't even any fluctuations of energy that could be felt, and yet Lin Ming could sense the situation occurring there. Miss Mo, I'll have to count on you. In the magic cube, Mo Eversnow was nothing more than a soul form. It was extremely difficult and troublesome for her to fight an enemy in this state. In order to truly display some level of combat strength, she would have to possess someone's body. However, possessing someone's body, even if it were for a temporary and short time, was a considerable burden on her soul. That sort of action would consume a great deal of her soul force. If she wanted to restore herself, she would need extremely precious blood essence. Thus, it was best for Mo Eversnow to avoid any situations in which she had to directly help. But if it was merely investigating with her divine, since then there wasn't any problem at all, she could do so however much she wished. The tiny amount of soul force she consumed from doing so could definitely be easily restored. Mo Eversnow's sense formed a straight line that radiated outwards. Soon, everything that happened within a radius of 5,000 to 6,000 miles began to reflect in Lin Ming's spiritual sea like dancing phantoms. Mo Eversnow was able to directly project these images into Lin Ming's mind because their spirits were connected. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to do this. At this time, the disciples of Carefree Island had already begun fighting with Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. As Lin Ming saw this scene, he was slightly startled. White Mirror Jade was depending on just himself to suppress the two top late divine sea masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. Transmitting a late divine sea martial artist into the red desolate mystic realm consumed 10 times the resources of a middle divine sea martial artist. Thus, every sect tried to limit the number of late divine sea martial artists they sent to the lowest number possible. As for these two people, they must be peak talents, otherwise the cost effectiveness would be too low. White Mirror Jade and Ye Rosewater were the same. Similarly, the late divine sea masters of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan were inevitably extraordinary. And now, White Mirror Jade was fighting against both of them. From this point alone, one could see that his strength surpassed even Ye Rosewater. His strongest attack skills shouldn't come from Carefree Island's cultivation methods. This White Mirror Jade has quite a few secrets. Mo Eversnow's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. She had a good understanding into the cultivation methods of Carefree Island, and what White Mirror Jade was using now was clearly not from Carefree Island. It isn't Carefree Island's cultivation methods? It's not too strange, Mo Eversnow lackadaisically said. Many geniuses have their own destiny. It's possible that they found the relics and treasures of divine realm powerhouses in some mystic realm. There are far too many hidden powerhouses secluded all over the divine realm. After they die, they often won't destroy their own inheritance, but instead leave it behind for those fated successors to appear in the future. It seems that this White Mirror Jade had his own number of lucky chances. I think that the inheritance he found was left behind by some Holy Lord level powerhouse, and not an ordinary Holy Lord level powerhouse at that. Just as Mo Eversnow finished speaking, Lin Ming saw a brilliant flash of light. In that moment, right after White Mirror Jade collided with the two late divine sea masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan, he took advantage of the moment to toss out 7 shining crystal beads. These 7 beads formed a 7-star pattern in the sky before exploding. The power of these thunder pearls was terrifying. They were far stronger than the god-slaying beads that Violent Stone had given Lin Ming in the god-beast mystic realm. These sorts of treasure beads didn't need any true essence to activate them. A mortal could use these beads to commit suicide together with a divine sea master. Of course, that was on the premise that they could strike. These beads were extremely difficult to create, and for White Mirror Jade to throw out so many of them in a single go, he undoubtedly must have inherited the legacy of some mysterious powerhouse. When a master had briefly exhausted their strength and wasn't yet able to summon new strength, that was when they were at their weakest. White Mirror Jade used this time and exploded the Thunder Pearls. They immediately created a great deal of trouble for the two late Divine Sea powerhouses, and around them, 3 Middle Divine Sea martial artists were caught up in the explosive shockwaves and were blown into pieces. 3 Middle Divine Sea powerhouses had been instantly slain. As this all happened, all the martial artists were shocked. The morale of the Carefree Island disciples rapidly rose. Originally, when they faced the forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, they had lacked the courage to do so. After all, the enemy was twice their size. But none of them imagined that the elder senior apprentice brother they so respected would actually turn out to be formidable beyond their imaginations. By himself, he had held off 2 late Divine Sea powerhouses and had even used his Thunder Pearls to wound them. "Brothers, we can do it! Don't stop here! Damn it, where is Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, and how come she hasn't caught up to us yet?" "Senior Apprentice Sister Yi? Humph! They probably fled already. They should have met with us over 4 hours ago, and yet they haven't come." Some people that had always been doubtful of Yi Rosewater said, "Maybe there was an accident. What kind of problem could there be? We're holding off the enemy's main force right now, and their position is also so safe. Fuck, the more I think about it, the sicker I feel." These disciples were mostly White Mirror Jade's subordinates. They had exhausted themselves and suffered searching the wild red desert, but Yi Rosewater and the others had actually taken shelter in the mining pit. Focus on the battle. Do not split your attention or speculate on what others are doing. If Junior Apprentice Sister Yi can come, she will naturally arrive sooner or later. White Mirror Jade said with a true essence sound transmission as his sword repelled the captain of the Occult Bone Clan, Gongyong Bone Smash. The disciples quickly concentrated. They had already suffered too many casualties. Senior Apprentice Brother, White cares about others too much. Not only did us brothers suffer in the sandstorm, but we even have to bear the brunt of the enemy's forces. As for them, they hide in the safest place possible, and Senior Apprentice Brother White still speaks up for them. White Mirror Jade's prestige was high to begin with, and now that he displayed absolute strength and also the moral character to not slander others behind their backs, his image became extremely tall in the eyes of others. Even if some of them were critical of him, they would still suppress this doubt and be willing to fight next to White Mirror Jade with all their heart. Carefree Island battled with Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, each one using every possible tactic at their disposal, clashing again and again. The fight became increasingly intense. However, because of the defensive ability of their combined array formations, less than a fifth of the disciples had died. In terms of overall battle strength, Carefree Island was a bit inferior, but with White Mirror Jade's Thunder Pearls supporting them, they were actually able to persist. This White Mirror Jade, it seems he's quite hard to kill. Lin Ming could clearly see that in this sort of situation, White Mirror Jade had the strength to save the lives of the Carefree Island disciples, and if he tried to escape, no one would be able to stop him either. Even if those 2 squads that had tried to sneak attack Lin Ming returned on time to join the battle, they still wouldn't have been able to stop White Mirror Jade. It was exactly because of White Mirror Jade's absolute confidence in his abilities that he was willing to betray Yi Rosewater. As for those Thunder Pearls, although they were precious, White Mirror Jade would soon break into the divine transformation realm. At that time, these Thunder Pearls that could slaughter a late Divine Sea martial artist at best would be much less useful to him. Thus, it wasn't too great a loss for him to use up the Thunder Pearls he had with him. It could be said that White Mirror Jade would suffer no losses in this battle, and if he was able to win, his fame would soar, and he would be able to set himself up as an undeniably valorous hero in the eyes of all the direct disciples, someone capable of turning the tide at even the darkest of moments. At that time, inheriting the future position of Island Master would be nearly guaranteed. Stepping back 10,000 steps, even if White Mirror Jade was the only one to survive, it would be fine. It didn't take a genius to guess that all the resources that the revolving core disciples gathered had been left with White Mirror Jade. If he brought back this massive amount of resources to the sect, then he would still be considered a hero who performed a great merit. Junior Apprentice Lin, what's the battle like? Ye Rosewater nervously asked. Although she said that she wouldn't go to help them, she was still anxious for the disciples of Carefree Island. She was afraid that they would suffer too grievous a loss, and it would harm Carefree Island's foundation. Lin Ming said, I only have a general idea of what's happening. White Mirror Jade's hidden strength far surpasses what you've imagined. In truth, with M.O. Eversnow's vision and clarity, Lin Ming was actually able to identify the exact number of people that died and the exact number of people that were injured. He estimated that if this battle continued on, in around half an hour the disciples of the three sects would soon exhaust their true essence reserves and no longer be able to maintain the array formation combat techniques they were using. At that time, the array formations would shatter and deaths would come even faster. Even though only a fifth of the disciples had died so far, in an hour, at least half would perish. And in 2 hours, maybe not even a third of the disciples would be left alive. And those surviving would also be in a miserable condition. I've guessed about as much. Ye Rosewater wasn't surprised. If it weren't for today's battle, she simply wouldn't have understood White Mirror Jade, and she would have inevitably lost the struggle for the island master position in the future. Then when should we go and support them? Xiao Rangem asked, approaching Lin Ming. The fragrant scent of a woman drifted over. Lin Ming smiled. There's no need to worry. Their battle is still in full swing, and the disciples of Carefree Island aren't in too great a danger right now. If we wait for another 4 hours or so, then we should be good. Ah, another 4 hours? Well, okay. Xiao Rangem nodded. At this time, she could only listen to Lin Ming. Chapter 1099, Sitting Back and Waiting. Chapter 1099, Sitting Back and Waiting. Waiting 4 hours was quite comfortable for Lin Ming and the others. They all rested in meditation, restoring their strength to their peak condition. As for Lin Ming, he also sifted through the spatial rings left behind by the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone clan disciples. Unfortunately, their spatial rings didn't have many resources. This group had only been a small one sent mainly to eliminate Lin Ming, and the majority of the gathered resources should be with the main team. Really too poor. Lin Ming shook his head. For someone like him, who had seen so many rare heavenly materials, the wealth of these disciples couldn't be considered much. As for their cultivation method jade slips, they were also useless. Splinter Soul Mountain practiced soul attack type cultivation methods, and the Occult Bone clan practiced sexual cultivation methods, where they meditated on the laws of life through sex. As for cultivation methods, Lin Ming had no lack of them now. The magic cube had an immense number of soul fragments within it containing a trove of memories. It was just that these people couldn't be considered as being at the peak for the current Lin Ming. And Lin Ming's spiritual sea had a limited holding capacity. If he had to absorb the memories of a top powerhouse, they would have to have a transcendent divine might, or at least a peak heaven step cultivation method. As for those martial artists that couldn't even become holy lords, Lin Ming had no interest in their cultivation methods. As Lin Ming and the others were resting, far away, the disciples of Carefree Island and White Mirror Jade had fallen into a bitter struggle. Although battle arrays were able to provide protection for the weaker disciples, it was impossible to maintain them forever. After another half hour, the battle arrays began to break down. 3/4 of an hour later, half of the disciples had died. 2 hours later, most of the disciples had died. Although White Mirror Jade had the thunder pearls, he didn't have an infinite supply of them. At this time, he had already used them all up. However, White Mirror Jade was extremely strong to begin with, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. After 2 hours of continuous combat, he still managed to maintain most of his strength. As for the Occult Bone Clan's Gonyang Bone Smash and Splinter Soul Mountain's Soul Thousand Mile, both of them were finding it difficult to continue. This brat, how can he be so strong? Soul Thousand Mile breathlessly said, "Damn it, where is the unit that was sent to the mountain, and how come they haven't returned yet? Could there have been some accident?" Impossible. The sub-team of Carefree Island disciples shouldn't be their match, and we also verified the information beforehand, so it shouldn't be wrong. According to the plan, the other teams of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan should have completed their mission and rushed over here as soon as possible. But the battle had continued to such a miserable degree, and yet not even their shadows had appeared. There hadn't even been a single sound transmitting talismans sent their way. At this point in the battle, we've already lost over half of our disciples. If we can't obtain victory in the end, then there won't be any way we can make up for our losses. The sect will definitely punish us once we return. We have so many more people than Carefree Island, and yet we still can't win. Now, Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash had already gone past the point of no return. They didn't think that White Mirror Jade would be so ruthless. Concentrate all of your strength. Kill White Mirror Jade first. Once we kill White Mirror Jade, the rest will fall. Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash both had such thoughts, but White Mirror Jade was also thinking in a similar fashion. Every move he used placed Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash in a death trap. Another quarter hour passed. Over 75% of the disciples had died. Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash both had less than 20% of their true essence remaining. They weren't able to continue for much longer. Pung! With a loud ringing sound, Soul Thousand Mile trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold light flashed in White Mirror Jade's eyes. Die. White Mirror Jade had also consumed a great deal of his energy, but compared to Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash, he was much better off. He had been biding his time and waiting for this chance. At this moment, he was finally ready to reveal his last trump card. Sealed within his sword blade was the source strength of an ancient Supreme Elder. This source blood essence was the same as the source blood essence of the old palace master sealed within Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. This source blood essence could be burned. However, because far too long of a time had passed, and it wasn't White Mirror Jade's own strength to begin with, the power of it wouldn't be too great. But at a time when both sides were nearing exhaustion, this was enough to serve as the final strike to tip the balance. In that moment, White Mirror Jade's sword light instantly doubled in intensity. What? This is bad. Soul Thousand Mile and Gonyang Bone Smash were alarmed. At this time, they both chose to decisively burn their own blood essence. From the start, even though they were in a critical life or death battle, they didn't want to burn their own blood essence. However, they no longer had a choice. The two masters burnt their blood essence. Their strength also immediately rose. Bang! A fierce explosion rocked the world. Soul Thousand Mile's body was sent flying backwards, and Gonyang Bone Smash was in an even more miserable condition. One of his arms had been sheared off. However, White Mirror Jade wasn't much better. Facing two enemies who burnt their blood essence, he had been heavily wounded in return. "We're retreating." Soul Thousand Mile grit his teeth and decided as he saw Gonyang Bone Smash's ruined appearance. If they continued to fight, then there really would be a chance of them dying here. He never imagined that this White Mirror Jade would be such a hard bone to chew. Che. Although the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan couldn't finish off Carefree Island, they still occupied the advantage, so retreating wasn't a problem at all for them. At this time, Carefree Island only had around 20 people left over. Originally, they had more than 100, and now 4/5 of them had died, and the rest were wounded. 3/4 of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan's disciples had died. Now, they had less than 40 people remaining. As those from Carefree Island saw the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan retreating, they had no way to stop them or chase them down, especially since their enemy's strength was greater. White Mirror Jade let out a long breath and then took out a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. The thick, killing intent in his eyes began to slowly dim down. What a pity! He felt a bit regretful that he wasn't able to kill Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash. But the truth was that this situation was already much better than what he expected it would be like. He originally thought that all of the direct disciples would die and he would have to flee by himself, but more than 20 of them had survived, and there was also a great deal of resources that had been gathered. This was truly a great accomplishment. That strange Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan should have more than 2 peak late divine sea masters in Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash. They should still have 1 or 2 more, but how come they haven't shown up? Could it be that Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan don't have enough Violet Sunstones to support transmitting so many people? White Mirror Jade thought. He didn't know that Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan had split up their forces for a future pincer attack, and thus he also naturally wouldn't think that the troops that had been sent to kill Lin Ming and the others had been annihilated instead. There hadn't even been any news relayed back. This result was just too ridiculous. At this time, 1,000 miles away in an outcropping of rocks, Lin Ming suddenly stood up. He said to everyone around him, "Let's go." Were we waiting for 4 hours? Well, this is fine too. I'm getting a bit restless here. Yi Rosewater looked at the time and discovered that just over 2 hours had passed. But she was also feeling a bit uneasy sitting here. She was afraid that the disciples of Carefree Island would be completely wiped out. Lin Ming smiled. "There's no need to wait any longer. Come with me. We're following the usual rules. Everyone restrain your senses so that you aren't discovered." Since the battle had ended earlier than he anticipated, he naturally wouldn't wait much longer. Lin Ming brought the group quickly flying away. In the red, desolate, mystic realm, the sandstorms came in ordered intervals. After one ended, another wouldn't appear immediately afterwards. Thus, Mo Eversnow was able to completely see the situation happening 1,000 miles away with complete clarity. Didn't junior apprentice Brother Lin say the battlefield was in that direction? How come we're headed somewhere else? Xiao Raingem couldn't help but ask Yi Rosewater when she noticed the direction Lin Ming was going in was a bit off. Yi Rosewater shook her head, not asking Lin Ming. She had already accepted Lin Ming as the de facto captain of their group, and she also had complete faith in him. Thus, there wasn't any need to question him. After flying several hundred miles, the group arrived at another outcropping of rocks. "Everyone restrain your aura. We're going to wait in ambush in these rocks. On my order, attack together." The rock outcropping that Lin Ming chose this time was much more hidden and crowded than the last one, with the divine sense isolating effects of the red sand and stone. If they were hiding here, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to discover them. Okay, to Lin Ming's order. Although the disciples of Carefree Island were confused, they didn't hesitate at all. Each one of them quickly followed his commands. They had spent some time restoring their strength, and they were at their peak state. Not only did they not fear the forces of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, but they were also itching to fight. After a quarter hour passed, an extremely haggard and injured group of disciples flew towards this outcropping of rocks. These people were the remnant forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. There were only 36 to 37 of them left, and they were all in a terrible state. Their path of retreat had been completely seen through by Lin Ming. Along their way, they would definitely pass by this outcropping of rocks. Thus he had chosen to lay in ambush here. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, there are some rocks up front. Let's go there and recover for a bit. Some people from the Occult Bone clan group asked Gongyang Bone Smash. At this time, Gongyang Bone Smash was carrying his severed arm, and his face was incomparably pale. He truly needed to stop by somewhere and meditate to restore his wounds. But as he looked at that outcropping of rocks, he shook his head. No, it's too near the battlefield. White Mirror Jade might catch up to us. That boy has too many hidden secrets. We cannot be too careless against him. Let's hurry up and continue onwards. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is being a bit too careful. Carefree Island is far inferior to us. They are already lucky enough that we retreated. So how could they even dare to chase after us? Some disciples whispered. But honestly speaking, they really did think it was best if Gongyang Bone Smash went to that rock outcropping. His wounds were too horrible, and he desperately needed to rest. They aren't stopping? Lin Ming was a bit surprised as he hid in the rocks, but none of this mattered. A sneak attack in the air was also the same. When Lin Ming had killed the previous group, they hadn't had many resources at all. It was clear that the majority of the resources had been left with the main force. Lin Ming naturally couldn't miss out on such wealth. Chapter 1100, Sweep Away the Fallen Leaves. Chapter 1100, Sweep Away the Fallen Leaves. The resources excavated from the red, desolate mystic realm were truly wealth that could be spent. Although violet sunstones weren't comparable to top heavenly treasures like a supreme dragon bone, they were still indispensable items for all martial artists. And it was also impossible for Lin Ming to exchange the supreme dragon bone for money. Before, M.O. Eversnow had said that recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, there were 2 pills that needed to be used in order to break through the last 2 gates of life and death of the 8 inner hidden gates. They were the gate of life's esoteric immortality pill and the gate of death's esoteric mortality pill. It would be impossible for Lin Ming to search for the ingredients to these pills himself. He would have to purchase them from a trading company or win them through an auction house. And to do all of this, he needed money. As the many Carefree Island disciples hid among the rocks, they followed orders and restrained their divine sense and aura. At the same time, they were also gathering strength in their bodies, waiting to make a sudden strike like a bolt of thunder. Hoo, hoo. The movement of Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile and their squads caused a sharp whistling sound as they passed through the air. They recklessly radiated energy from all over their bodies. The Carefree Island disciples that were hiding in the rocks were certainly able to feel this. People have come. It's the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. Why would they appear here? Moreover, they're injured. The Carefree Island disciples saw with their own eyes, just 7 or 8 miles away, there were nearly 40 Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain disciples headed their way. All of them were wounded, exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. It was clear that they had suffered a tragic battle just now. This was the best chance to ambush them. Lin Ming, Yi Rosewater, Xiao Rangem, and the others all glanced over at Lin Ming, not sure what sort of expression to use. It was clear that Lin Ming had accurately grasped their enemy's every move, and thus he was able to arrive here ahead of time to ambush them. To have someone like Lin Ming as an enemy was too terrifying. Now, Lin Ming indifferently spat out this word, suddenly rousing the Carefree Island disciples from their daze. Attack. Over a dozen Carefree Island disciples formed a battle array formation, erupting with the entirety of their strength. Sword light howled through the skies as beams of blue light pierced through the heavens. Lin Ming burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood in his body as he simultaneously opened the heretical god force. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. 7 or 8 miles was far too short a distance. Gongyang Bone Smash, and the others would never imagine that they would be ambushed right here. After all, their previous battle had been far too harsh. White Mirror Jade wouldn't divide a part of his forces to lie in ambush for them, and it was also impossible for him to know just what direction they would escape in. Be careful. Shit. Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile both cried out at the same time. However, it was too late. Their disciples had exhausted far too much of their energy, so it was impossible for them to compare with Lin Ming and his group who had gathered their complete strength. This strike was like a sudden bolt of lightning out of the blue. Moreover, this strike contained the attacks of Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater, 2 great masters. In particular, Lin Ming, his striking power was able to cut down a late divine sea master. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying explosion lit up the sky. In an instant, around 10 disciples that were originally severely wounded were suddenly blown to pieces by the barrage. Attack! Lin Ming took the lead and rushed to the front. At this time, the opponents he faced were even weaker than the last bunch. He was like a ferocious tiger running into a pack of debilitated wolves. The result of this battle could be imagined. With a sweep of the Phoenix Blood Spear, 2 martial artists were beheaded. Run. Gongyang Bone Smash decisively ordered. Right now his combat strength was less than 20% of his peak state, and he had also lost an arm. Now, he had even fallen for the enemy's ambush. His opponents were clearly prepared for him. Trying to struggle with them would only result in death. This meant that the only slim chance of survival he had was to escape as quickly as possible. Dream on. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brutal light. The first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened together, and the power of blood within his body flooded forth as if a dam had been released, waves upon waves of surging energy gushing outwards. Ka, ka, ka. Lin Ming's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds as his aura began to rapidly climb and his strength continuously increased. After his momentum reached the peak, Lin Ming stepped several miles forward in a single step, his Phoenix Blood Spear causing the space around it to tremble. Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. Bang! With the sound of the world collapsing, Lin Ming used the 100-layered waves technique to strike out with surging true essence in his body, pounding towards Gongyang Bone Smash like an unstoppable tsunami. In this life or death moment, Gongyang Bone Smash roared and thrust out his lance. However, his efforts were useless. He was directly struck by the violent 100-layered waves in his right chest. The horrifying impact force completely crushed the right half of his body into nothing. Gongyang Bone Smash had died in a single attack. Although he had been injured, he had still been a late divine sea master. Even so, Lin Ming had slain him in the blink of an eye. Then Yi Rosewater and the others finally caught up to Lin Ming. What a frightening attack! If even the disciples of Carefree Island thought Lin Ming's attack was frightening, there was no need to mention what the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan were thinking. Without the least bit of hesitation, all of them began escaping. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yi Rosewater didn't go to finish off the last late divine sea master. Instead, she began to cut down the next strongest powerhouses. Her moves were fast, and she was also strong, and most importantly, she was in her peak state. It was impossible for anyone from Splinter Soul Mountain or the Occult Bone Clan to be a threat to her. And at this time, Lin Ming approached the second late divine sea master, Soul Thousand Mile. Soul Thousand Mile's wounds were a bit better than Gongyang Bone Smash's, but the result was the same. In a futile effort, he sent out a soul attack towards Lin Ming, hoping to stop him. However, what goes around comes around. Soul Thousand Mile was struck by a backlash as a soul attack failed, and as his face was pale and his eyes dazed, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had already pierced through his throat like a viper. The second late divine Sea powerhouse had been smoothly eliminated. Lin Ming waved his hand, and Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile's spatial rings both flew into his waiting grasp. As he investigated the inside with his divine sense, there was indeed a massive amount of resources. In addition, there were also the revolving core disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. Lin Ming planned to hand all of these people over to Carefree Island as prisoners. As for how Carefree Island dealt with them, it didn't matter to him at all. To the side, Yi Rosewater and the others were winning with overwhelming momentum. Yi Rosewater naturally saw Lin Ming take up the spatial rings of Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash. She also guessed that there was a massive amount of wealth hidden within them. However, Yi Rosewater was smart enough that she didn't say anything. She knew that without Lin Ming here, they would have already died, without a burial ground, let alone obtaining any treasures. The battle proceeded astonishingly smoothly. In less than an incense stick of time, all their enemies had been swept away like old autumn leaves. All the disciples that had chased their enemies had already returned. 14 to 15 of them had died underneath Lin Ming's hand alone. As for the disciples of Carefree Island, none of them had died, and only several of them had been severely wounded due to a desperately suicidal counterattack by their opponents. But these severely wounded disciples would be fine as long as they ate some pills and rested for some time. However, they weren't able to completely eliminate the wounded disciples of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. There had been too many of them to begin with, and they had all scattered in different directions. It would be too troublesome to chase after all of them. In just several hours, they had won victory after victory against opponents who had outnumbered them. This caused their confidence to soar up into the sky. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, what should we do next? Yi Rosewater asked Lin Ming. She had already decided to take Lin Ming as their de facto captain, even if that meant blindly following. She admired him with her entire being. Nothing much. Let's go and meet back up with the main force. Lin Ming smiled as he spoke. If he delayed too long, then White Mirror Jade would be able to recover from his wounds. Lin Ming naturally couldn't allow that to happen. Chapter 11:01. If I were you, I'd have already killed myself. Chapter 11:01. If I were you, I'd have already killed myself. Senior Apprentice Brother White, you are truly wise and heroic. You've really opened our eyes. Wow, I knew Senior Apprentice Brother White was strong, but I never imagined you would be such an indomitable warrior. Those two great masters, Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile, were both beaten silly by Senior Apprentice Brother White and sent running to the hills. It looks like Senior Apprentice Brother White becoming Island Master in the future is already a settled matter. Yeah, since we'll be following Senior Apprentice Brother White in the future, our days will be awesome. Ha ha ha. All around White Mirror Jade, disciples were breathlessly flattering him. The results of this bitter fight had far exceeded their loftiest expectations. Moreover, their harvests in this mystic realm had been considerable. Those that lived would surely be given great rewards once they returned to the sect. Not just that, but the strength White Mirror Jade had displayed had allowed them to see hope in the future. If they had fought alongside an impending island master, their future accomplishments could be imagined. In the face of all these compliments, White Mirror Jade shook his head and said, "How could I be the island master? There are more direct disciples than me alone. Moreover, the island master is still in the prime years of his life. There will be an extremely long time before he abdicates his position, and there will surely be many new disciples born during that time. Among all these future disciples, there will surely be extraordinarily talented individuals. Senior Apprentice Brother White is too humble. Senior Apprentice Brother White is considered the greatest #1 talent to show up in the last several hundred years. I thought that ye Rosewater would have been able to contend with Senior Apprentice Brother White, but now that I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother White's true ability, ye Rosewater isn't anything at all. She's nothing more than a weak woman. That's right, and that ye Rosewater also crept away at such a critical time. When I return, I will definitely report her to the sect. Yeah, and there is even that Lin Ming. I have no idea what the sect was thinking to send such a fellow to support us. I really think that the island master was confused somehow. No matter how talented Lin Ming is, his cultivation is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. He can't even compare to a single hair from Senior Apprentice Brother White. So, how could he possibly be sent to support us? It's just too ridiculous. What are you talking about? Comparing that Lin Ming to Senior Apprentice Brother White is simply a grave insult to Senior Apprentice Brother White. We've fought for so long, and yet we haven't seen anyone at all. We killed so many enemies, and yet they hid away like turtles. How could such shameless scoundrels be compared with Senior Apprentice Brother White? These people were all White Mirror Jade subordinates, so they naturally bad-mouthed ye Rosewater and Lin Ming when they were mentioned. As for White Mirror Jade, he actually shook his head, keeping up an appearance as if he were disagreeing and saying, Lin Ming and Junior Apprentice Sister, ye Rosewater, both have their own outstanding strengths. It's just that you don't know of them, since they didn't come and support us. They surely must have fallen into some trouble. Let us restore our wounds first, and then go search for them. After all, no matter what happened, we're still from the same sect. White Mirror Jade casually said. A malicious and sinister light flashed in his eyes that no one was able to see. Lin Ming, ye Rosewater, I didn't think that I would be able to eliminate both of you in a single move. This is what you both brought upon yourselves. One of you is someone that dares to covet the 10-severing Dao fruit tree that will belong to me in the future. And the other is someone who believes that she can contend with me for the position of Island Master. Both of these actions are simply seeking death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. For me to allow you two to accompany each other to hell is already a kindness. In your next life, I hope that you smarten up a bit and know just who you can provoke and who you can't. White Mirror Jade thought, a serene expression on his face. He didn't worry over such an impossibility that Lin Ming and ye Rosewater would be able to escape. After all, they were two of the greatest geniuses from Carefree Island, and they also had a massive amount of Violet Sunstone resources on them. How could the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain let off such a fat piece of meat? Now, the only thing he was concerned about was why the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain had brought less masters than he expected. Could they have been lacking enough Violet Sunstones? Senior Apprentice Brother White is too kind. Why would we help look for someone like ye Rosewater and those others? And especially that Lin Ming, he is just an outsider. I would rather he die in this red, desolate mystic realm. A disciple was just about to further curse ye Rosewater, and Lin Ming, when his next words caught in his throat, everyone could feel fluctuations of energy coming from somewhere far away. As they looked up, they could see a group of black spots against the brilliant sky. It was clearly a group of people catching up to them with extraordinary speed. Someone's here. White Mirror Jade suddenly stood up. At first, he was worried that it was more people from the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, but as he looked more carefully, he discovered it wasn't them. Rather, they were all wearing the clothing of Carefree Island disciples, and the ones leading them were ye Rosewater and Lin Ming. Ye Rosewater, Lin Ming. White Mirror Jade's eyes widened like full moons. How is this possible? What's wrong, Senior Apprentice Brother White? A nearby disciple anxiously asked. He didn't think that White Mirror Jade would have such an intense response. No, nothing. I'm just surprised that they aren't wounded. White Mirror Jade waved his hand. He rarely lost his composure like this, but he was truly shocked as he saw Yi Rosewater and Lin Ming in perfect condition. He could also feel a trace of unease coiling within his stomach. How could they be alive and uninjured? White Mirror Jade didn't believe that the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain would let them go. The only possibility was that they had anticipated this ahead of time and had hidden away. Of course, no matter how fantastical White Mirror Jade's imagination was, he would never have imagined that the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain's missing masters were related to Lin Ming. If they had really undergone a great battle, it would be impossible for them to remain calm. Even if Lin Ming was fiercer than he imagined, it was impossible for him to guarantee that some ninth-stage life destruction and early divine sea realm disciples of Carefree Island wouldn't perish. Hearing White Mirror Jade's explanation, the disciple behind him was suddenly enraged. What is so surprising about them not being wounded? They don't even need to be asked. They definitely hid away in some secret spot and only decided to come out now. We have more people than they do, and we've also been searching the desert for resources. So it was impossible for us to hide. They have far fewer people than we do, and if they were hidden away after collecting a few resources at the start, just how could anyone find them? This is far too shameless. While we desperately fight and risk our lives, they are completely fine and happy. They are simply scum, nothing more than animals. When we return, all of them will be harshly dealt with by the sex laws. These disciples all grit their teeth in hatred. At this time, Lin Ming and the others fell down from the sky. Oh, who did you say will be dealt with by the sect? Yi Rosewater mockingly smiled as she looked at the disciple who spoke. It had to be said that Yi Rosewater was still the elder's senior apprentice sister, and she had a very high reputation and status. Even White Mirror Jade couldn't be rude to her, and had to at least maintain a facade of respectfulness. The disciple suddenly withered underneath Yi Rosewater's gaze. But then, as he thought about it some more, he had White Mirror Jade supporting him. So what was there to be scared of? White Mirror Jade was far fiercer than Yi Rosewater was. Moreover, Yi Rosewater had run away at a critical moment, and she would definitely be severely punished by the sect for this in the future. Her reputation in the sect would be ruined from here on out. So just what could she do? I was speaking about you. You hid away and avoided the battle, only coming out when everything was over. You truly do not know what shame is. We have risked our lives, and many of us have died miserable deaths, and we won this battle only by trading our lives in return. As for you lot, you still have the nerve to come back to bask in the victory. Your skin is truly invincible. The words this disciple spoke were extremely ugly, and beside him, White Mirror Jade also had a very gloomy expression. It was difficult to tell just what he was thinking. At this time, White Mirror Jade was trying to figure out just what had happened. Could Yi Rosewater and the others have really killed off the forces of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain that were sent to kill them, and had even remained completely intact after doing so? That was just too ridiculous. You shut your dog mouth. After being insulted, Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater didn't respond. However, the disciples behind them began rapidly firing back. Xiao Rain Gem had a derisive sneer on her face as she stepped forwards. Ha ha! You think you have some ability just because you won the battle by trading your lives? You had more than 100 people, but now there's only a fifth of you remaining. So many people died, and yet you still think you can show off right now. How laughable is that? What are you saying, you damned woman? Those around White Mirror Jade began to seethe with rage, nearly launching an attack. But at this time, Xiao Rain Gem only flung her head and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Song, take those things out so that these self-righteous fools can take a good look." Junior Apprentice Song smiled in a very happy and joking manner. He traced his Saint Artifact spatial ring and with an overly embellished flourish, there was the sound of tinkling sounds as 60 to 70 tokens and spatial rings were tossed out. Every disciple from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan had a corresponding token. After they killed these people, all of these tokens were collected by Lin Ming. However, these were useless to him, so he passed them to junior apprentice Brother Song. As for the spatial rings, Lin Ming only kept those from the late divine Sea Masters. There wasn't anything valuable left in the others, so he passed those over to Xiao Rangem and the rest. Each of the Occult Bone clan's spatial rings had a skull seal engraved upon it, and Splinter Soul Mountain's spatial rings had a black demon claw seal engraved upon them. They were extremely recognizable. The disciples behind White Mirror Jade suddenly widened their eyes. As for White Mirror Jade himself, his body shook and he clenched his fists. This just what was going on? He didn't believe that Yi Rosewater would craft so many fake spatial rings, and those tokens were definitely real. Several disciples rapidly ran over to the tokens and spatial rings and began to flip them over. Each of them listed the various names of Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone clan disciples. As they saw the tokens of some extremely strong and ruthless individuals, all of them gulped. Then, as they lifted the tokens of the 4 late divine Sea Masters from the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, there was a ringing sound as these disciples all dropped the tokens, their hands trembling all the while. Gongyang Bone Smash, Soul Thousand Mile, their tokens are also here. These aren't fake. What? How could Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile have been killed by you? These disciples' pupils shrank. The expressions on their faces had already twisted into a macabre puzzle, and they looked at Yi Rosewater and Xiao Rangem as if they had seen ghosts. I don't believe this. You only have a dozen some people, and none of you are injured. How could this be possible? Xiao Rangem glanced at these disciples, not too happy in her heart. The other disciples had certainly been injured, but they had almost completely recovered, so it wasn't noticeable. However, Xiao Rangem wouldn't mention something like that which would ruin their own prestige and momentum. That's why I said you were all stupid idiots. You had over 100 people, and yet less than a fifth of you lived. And the ones still surviving look as if they are a bunch of crippled losers. If I were you, I would have already struck my head against a wall and killed myself. Chapter 1102, Collect the Spoils of Battle. Chapter 1102, Collect the Spoils of Battle. Yi Rosewater's group only had a dozen or so people, and yet they had managed to slaughter the entire 60 to 70 strong force of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain while emerging completely unscathed. As for the group led by White Mirror Jade, they originally had over 100 people, and White Mirror Jade also repeatedly used his trump card again and again, causing all the disciples to gape in awe at him. Yet, even in such a situation, while White Mirror Jade and the rest killed over 100 people from the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, they also lost 4/5 of their original forces. And what was even more bewildering was that White Mirror Jade's group hadn't killed any top masters at all. As for Yi Rosewater and the others, they had killed the 4 late divine sea martial artists from the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. This difference was simply too great. How could anyone possibly be willing to believe this? I don't believe this. You only have a dozen plus people, so how can you be so strong? How come none of you have died? The disciples with White Mirror Jade were simply unable to accept such a massive disparity. This was tantamount to denying all of the hardships and bloody sacrifices they had made. So many of them had died, and yet they couldn't even compare to the tiny force led by Yi Rosewater. You idiot! How could we possibly lie about something like this? Paper cannot wrap fire. This sort of thing would be instantly exposed as a lie. Do you have the brains of a pig or something? Xiao Rangem maliciously taunted, and beside her, Yi Rosewater was actually silent. Her eyes were always sweeping past White Mirror Jade. She knew that now was not the time for a showdown. Even if there was a 99% certainty that White Mirror Jade had betrayed them, there simply wasn't any evidence. If she tried to pin such a charge on White Mirror Jade, he would bite back instead. Moreover, once White Mirror Jade managed to escape the situation, he would be on guard from then on. It would be impossibly difficult to catch his weakness after this. As for this, Ye Rosewater simply didn't have any other action she could take. Although she hated White Mirror Jade to her bones, there was nothing she could do against him. Even if she killed White Mirror Jade, she would still suffer the punishment of the sect since she only had flimsy evidence to back up her claims. And according to the sect rules, a direct disciple killing a direct disciple without reason was a death penalty. Does this mean I must allow this villain to return to the sect alive? Ye Rosewater grit her teeth, keeping up her calm appearance. Xiao Rangem's insults caused all of the disciples around White Mirror Jade to stir up in a frothy anger. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe that you have such an ability. Senior Apprentice Brother White is fierce, and he risked his life alongside all us brothers, and we finally managed to obtain a hard-fought victory, and yet you casually killed all of them? Do you think I'm an idiot or something? If you have to prove it, then we can fight. If you win, then I'll believe you. The disciple who spoke was at the Middle Divine Sea realm. His injuries weren't too heavy, so he didn't fear Xiao Rangem at all. The things that Xiao Rangem said were simply too ridiculous for anyone to believe. Shut up, White Mirror Jade suddenly shouted. The disciple felt wronged as he was yelled at. Senior Apprentice Brother White, I told you to shut up, White Mirror Jade coldly said. He walked over and began to lean down, looking over the tokens and spatial rings left behind by the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain disciples. The Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain both had protections against forgeries. Although the tokens could be faked, one had to spend a massive amount of time and energy to do so. One didn't have to be a genius to see that it was impossible for Ye Rosewater to do something so wasteful and idiotic like that. There was no way she could bring a massive pile of fake tokens into the red, desolate, mystic realm, especially since she couldn't determine just which disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain would come. After inspecting the tokens and spatial rings, White Mirror Jade discovered they were real. The spatial rings had a massive amount of sect cultivation methods, special weapons, unique pills, and other such things. This was all undeniable proof. The sect status tokens and spatial rings were all extremely important objects to the disciples. If they had all fallen into the hands of Ye Rosewater and the others, there was only a single possibility why, and that was that they had all died. Although Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile had been utterly exhausted when they retreated, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if they were severely wounded, they still had an extremely strong combat strength. They were people that Lin Ming and the others could easily deal with. Could Ye Rosewater and the others have some sort of secret weapon that could display miraculous strength at a critical moment? Or did those people from the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain encounter a tremendous stroke of bad luck, and Ye Rosewater took advantage of them during this time? White Mirror Jade's thoughts raced. His eyes fell onto Lin Ming. Could it have been him? He immediately denied this thought. Even if Lin Ming was a bit stronger than he was, he didn't believe that he could kill so many people whilst ensuring that no other disciples died. White Mirror Jade lifted his eyes and suddenly said, "It seems that you took advantage of the fact that Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile were severely wounded by us and then successfully ambushed them. So what if it is?" Xiao Rangem coldly said. White Mirror Jade nonchalantly looked at Xiao Rangem and nodded. Well done. You have performed a great merit for the sect, and you will receive suitable rewards. Then, the spatial rings? Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Miles spatial rings aren't here. There are also the other two late divine sea talents, Gu Dao Ming and Sol Wanshan. They are two late divine sea geniuses, and yet their rings are not here. Could they be on one of you? The four spatial rings were naturally with Lin Ming. Gu Dao Ming and Sol Wanshan's spatial rings weren't much at all, but Gong Yang Bone Smash and Sol Thousand Mile had a massive amount of wealth in their spatial rings. It was an indispensable amount of money that Lin Ming needed to support his expenses in the future. He naturally couldn't hand them over. So, what if they are? Yi Rosewater coldly sneered. What, do you want to take them? White Mirror Jade shook his head. Junior apprentice sister, Yi has misunderstood. It isn't that I want to take them, but that they are spoils of battle, so they should belong to the sect. Everything that we obtain in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm must be delivered to Carefree Island headquarters, whereupon we will be rewarded according to our merits and contribution. Since I am the captain of this mission, I naturally need to take care of these matters. This is a completely reasonable way of handling things. Junior apprentice sister, ye should rest assured that when I process these things, I will report the matter truthfully. White Mirror Jade shrugged, calmly speaking as if everything he said should have been common knowledge. White Mirror Jade was able to see that many of the spatial rings had fallen into Lin Ming's hand. He didn't know how Yi Rosewater and the others managed to kill so many people from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, but his intuition told him that Lin Ming had played an invaluable role in the battle. These treasures should have been held by Lin Ming at his behest. How could White Mirror Jade sit back and allow Lin Ming to carry off such a great part of the wealth? In this sort of situation, White Mirror Jade would certainly give all of these treasures to the sect. Although they couldn't technically be considered his, he already thought of them as part of his treasures. In the future, he had the confidence that he would become the island master of Carefree Island. And beyond that, there were even many of the highest elders that supported him, and they would allow him future use of these resources. For instance, if he needed to purchase rare pills or other treasures, the advantages gained from these would mostly belong to him. Ha 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 ha. As White Mirror Jade spoke, Lin Ming suddenly raucously laughed, uproariously and wildly. White Mirror Jade frowned. Even though he had great self-control, his face still became gloomy after being ridiculed by Lin Ming in public. What are you laughing at? The things I obtain must be turned into Carefree Island, where we will be rewarded based on our merits? You think I should follow whatever your sect's rules are? What a joke! Am I someone from your sect? Why would I need you to reward me with anything? After being mocked by Lin Ming in front of everyone, White Mirror Jade's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Lin Ming, you may not be from my Carefree Island, but do not forget that the only reason you entered the Red Desolate Mystic Realm is that of Carefree Island's violet sunstones. Moreover, since you joined this mission, you are also under my jurisdiction. In this trip into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, I have repeatedly allowed you to do as you pleased. I hope that you understand what is right and what is wrong, and you do not try to test the limits of my patience. Otherwise, I will also use the rules of the sect to deal with you. Oh, deal with me? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. Yi Rosewater saw the situation deteriorating and hurriedly blocked Lin Ming. Junior apprentice brother Lin, don't be rash, she impatiently said with a true essence sound transmission. Junior apprentice brother Lin, now is not the time to tear off all pretenses of face yet. White Mirror Jade has an extremely deep foundation in Carefree Island. It's impossible for us to drag him down with just some speculations. We have to plan this out and slowly gather evidence. If you kill White Mirror Jade here, then even if he dies, we will still be punished by the sect after returning. According to sect rules, killing a direct disciple is a capital crime. Lin Ming, you are strong, but don't think you are stronger than Carefree Island's highest elders and disciplinary elder. Yi Rosewater grabbed onto Lin Ming's sleeve. Lin Ming looked at her for some time. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he gently smiled and restrained his aura. Yi Rosewater let out a long breath of relief. She was truly afraid that Lin Ming would do something impulsive and attack White Mirror Jade. If that happened, then everything would spiral out of control. White Mirror Jade smugly smiled as he saw this. He had already anticipated that Lin Ming would capitulate. He himself had Carefree Island supporting him, while Lin Ming didn't have anyone at all. Thus he naturally couldn't disobey him. It was only a pity that he couldn't kill Lin Ming right now. With everyone watching, he didn't dare to move against him just yet. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength was filled with mysteries, making White Mirror Jade just a tad bit afraid. White Mirror Jade sneered, an expression of victory crowing all over his face. He said in an educating tone, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, sects naturally have sect rules, and the reason that you were able to kill Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile is that I wounded them before. Did you think that everything was due to yourself?" "Yeah, that's right. Senior Apprentice Brother White has the most merits here. Without Senior Apprentice Brother White, how could you have possibly won against Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile?" No kidding. Gongyang Bone Smash's arm was cut off by Senior Apprentice Brother White. Senior Apprentice Brother White used up most of his strength, meaning that the Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile you faced weren't even at 20% of their peak condition. Moreover, Senior Apprentice Brother White also faced 2 against 1. His strength is beyond what the likes of you could imagine. Hurry up and hand over those spatial rings. The disciples around White Mirror Jade suddenly found their own confidence, and in their opinion, they weren't wrong either. In killing Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile, White Mirror Jade had played the greatest role, and he was also the strongest out of everyone present. Chapter 1103, Sudden Attack. Chapter 1103, Sudden Attack. Under the commentary of White Mirror Jade and his subordinates, Yi Rosewater, and the others all had affronted expressions on their faces. Lin Ming sneered. He took out Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile's spatial rings from his extreme violet ring. Then he took one back and said, "I can acknowledge that you played some part in everything. Since that's the case, fine. Of the 2 spatial rings, I will take one, and the other I will give to you." As Lin Ming spoke, the disciples around White Mirror Jade became enraged. "You simply don't know what's good for you. Senior Apprentice Brother White isn't haggling with you, and yet you are trying to climb all over him. You want to take one? Even if the heavily wounded Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash were killed by you, you still relied on the team to kill them. What rights do you have to take one?" Senior Apprentice Brother White, "This dastardly fellow simply doesn't know what death or danger is. You should just deal with him according to the sect rules. With Senior Apprentice Brother White's strength, doing so would be beyond easy. If one dares to defy orders in a mystic realm that was originally a capital crime to begin with, the Council of Elders will not say anything about it." Many disciples complained. As for White Mirror Jade, he gloomily looked at Lin Ming. He could indeed deal with Lin Ming by using the excuse that Lin Ming was disobeying a command. But now was not the time for infighting. For one, they hadn't completely escaped danger, and he also didn't know just what hidden strength Lin Ming had. "Whatever, I'll let you jump around for some hours, and then after I leave the red, desolate mystic realm, I'll have the support of a highest elder. I wonder just how you'll jump then." White Mirror Jade thought like this as he reached out to take the spatial ring in Lin Ming's hand. But just as he was about to touch the spatial ring, a brilliant purple light suddenly flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. In that moment, Lin Ming became a human bomb. His aura suddenly erupted. 8 inner hidden gates, first 6 gates open. Blood of the ancient phoenix, burn. Heretical god force, open. Bang. With an explosive sound, the several disciples around White Mirror Jade were sent soaring backwards by the terrifying shock waves. In just a split instant, Lin Ming had already thrust out the phoenix blood spear he had prepared. The spear howled forth with 999 small blood spears flying outwards. An incomparably strong fire attribute true essence flooded the phoenix blood spear. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. This was a killing move right from the start, and this was also a surprise attack. For someone like White Mirror Jade, Lin Ming's first idea had been to kill him from the start. However, there were too many disciples around White Mirror Jade, and if he directly attacked, then Yi Rosewater might not support him and might even try to stop him. Thus, he chose to kill him in a close-range surprise attack. This was the quickest method to kill White Mirror Jade without giving him the smallest chance to run. This sort of person had inherited the legacy of an unknown powerhouse and likely had many life-saving methods. So this was the best method. White Mirror Jade's eyes widened. He never imagined Lin Ming would suddenly have the gall to do this. He wanted to kill him in front of everyone else? Was he insane? In such an important matter, even Yi Rosewater wouldn't dare to conceal the truth. In just a split second, White Mirror Jade wasn't able to think too much. He drew backwards, taking out his top-grade Saint Artifact sword from his spatial ring and meeting Lin Ming's attack. However, White Mirror Jade wasn't stronger than Lin Ming to begin with, and he had even consumed a great deal of his energy and was wounded all over. Moreover, he was unprepared for this. Facing Lin Ming's surprise Blue Lotus Flame Dance, the results could be imagined. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Lin Ming's spear light continued onwards. Unstoppable. White Mirror Jade stuffily coughed as his protective true essence shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. White Mirror Jade's clothes had been torn apart, revealing a top-grade Saint Artifact vestment. However, this vestment had only been able to block 60 to 70% of the Phoenix Blood Spear's strength. The remaining 30 to 40% roared into White Mirror Jade's meridians, and a blazing fire attribute true essence mercilessly raced through him. White Mirror Jade's entire body was in excruciating pain, and his pupils contracted. Lin Ming, you are courting death. The one to die will be you, Lin Ming coldly said. He opened the gate of wonder and activated the mystic lightning shade. Immediately, his body turned into an afterimage as he shot straight towards White Mirror Jade, intending on dealing the killing blow. Yi Rosewater, Xiao Rangem, and the others were all stunned. They never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly attack like this. As for the disciples around White Mirror Jade, they were all left dumbfounded. Everything had happened so fast that they weren't able to clearly figure out just what happened. In the previous moment, White Mirror Jade had been an invincible existence, but now that invincible existence had been struck to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Ming, a mere 8th stage life destruction martial artist. Although it was a surprise attack to a top master with an extremely quick response time, a surprise attack didn't give too much of an advantage. This was because in order for Lin Ming to ensure his surprise attack was a success, he inevitably couldn't gather up his potential and use the strongest strike he could. Senior Apprentice Brother White. Protect Senior Apprentice Brother White. Just as those disciples started to react, Lin Ming had already rushed towards White Mirror Jade for the second time. At this time, a tyrannical fire attribute true essence was rampaging through White Mirror Jade's body. Lin Ming had managed to fuse 3 different level concepts of fire, and now the tenacity of his fire attribute was extremely strengthened. Wasn't getting rid of it easier said than done. Lin Ming. White Mirror Jade's eyes flashed with a dire light. Do you want to perish with me? Don't be an idiot. Just you alone are unworthy. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down. His entire body emitted loud popping sounds. This was the strength of the 8 inner hidden gates, first 6 gates. Against the spear, White Mirror Jade forcefully withstood the fire attribute true essence tearing through his body. He sent out several sword energies to ward off Lin Ming, but Lin Ming thought little of it. Lin Ming brought his spear down again and again, his speed reaching an inconceivable level, each spear stronger than the last. White Mirror Jade's sword wasn't slow. It was just that every time he blocked Lin Ming's spear, it caused the blood to tumble in his body. There was just no time to fully suppress the fire attribute true essence in his body. Damn it. White Mirror Jade was breathless with anger. Lin Ming seemed to have already calculated everything. He had caught the advantage with the first blow and had made it so that he couldn't recover. He had discovered that Lin Ming's spear strikes became increasingly strong, whereas he was finding it more and more difficult to resist. Fuck. Lin Ming, you are seeking death. At this time, White Mirror Jade's minions finally acted. Their condition wasn't much better, and each one of them didn't even have 50% of their true essence remaining, and several of them were also wounded. Lin Ming sneered. With a thought, a red lotus began to slowly bloom behind him. Heavenly Demon Force Field, Grand Miss Space. Bang! As all of the surrounding martial artists were covered in the Grand Miss Space, they immediately felt their strength constantly being drained from their bodies. At the same time, Lin Ming's gold battle spirit also howled forth, forming a world of will projection. His battle spirit formed substantialized spikes of willpower that shot towards White Mirror Jade's minions. Puff, puff, puff. Blood shot through the air. Although Lin Ming didn't want to take their lives, he didn't show mercy in his attacks either. Every willpower thorn shattered their protective true essence and stabbed into their chest or stomach. Some people were even pierced through. However, to a martial artist, as long as their heart, throat, and brain weren't wounded, then it wouldn't be fatal. Ah, these disciples emitted heart-rending cries of pain. It was only at this moment that they profoundly realized just how terrifying Lin Ming's strength was. Lin Ming didn't bother with them any longer. As he released the Grand Miss Space and World of Will Protection, he also viciously charged after White Mirror Jade. Not only did his onslaught of attacks not stop, but they even became stronger. This was the advantage of a deep true essence base brought by the Dragon Marrow blood. It allowed him to continue releasing the extremely energy-consuming Grand Miss Space, as well as to display his full striking power. In other words, the true essence inherent within Lin Ming was like a vast and limitless void. At his boundary, it was difficult to ever use it up. But as for White Mirror Jade, his situation became increasingly bad. Pung, 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 pung. At this time, Lin Ming had already struck out his spear 99 times. This was his 100th attack. Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. Lin Ming's 99 spear strikes hadn't been arbitrary. He had been gathering strength with each attack. The goal was this last spear. Following the attack technique recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, this strike completed the 100-layered waves, increasing his striking power by several times. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, the compressed true essence within the heretical god sprout completely erupted. A terrifying true essence gushed out, overwhelming the world. All of White Mirror Jade's minions were stopped by the battle spirit projection and the Grand Miss Space. As for Yi Rosewater and those with her, they were all still watching in a daze. In this situation, they really had no idea what to do. Lin Ming, I'll kill you. White Mirror Jade's eyes turned blood red as his pupils shrank. In this life or death moment, he suddenly bit down on his tongue and spat out blood essence onto his sword. At the same time, he combusted the blood essence that the ancient Supreme Elder had left behind on this top-grade Saint artifact sword. In a situation where he was in horrible shape, White Mirror Jade had paid the tremendous price of burning dual blood essences to instantly restore his strength to the peak state, and even some above that. Facing the strike, Lin Ming didn't care at all. He directly rushed at White Mirror Jade's sword light, thrusting out with the Phoenix Blood Spear at the same time. This was a completely suicidal attack. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, be careful, Yi Rosewater blurted out. At this time, she had absolutely no idea what to do. These words were all subconsciously spoken. As for White Mirror Jade's minions, all of them were panic-stricken. In the face of such a terrifying strike, all of them ignored their severe wounds and ran away. Because they had attacked Lin Ming just now, they were too close to the battlefield. At such a distance, they wouldn't be able to withstand the shock waves. That's Lin Ming? Does he really have an 8th stage life destruction cultivation? How could he possibly send out such an attack? Too terrifying. He is a demon. A demon. All of these thoughts flashed through the minds of White Mirror Jade's minions. However, before they could think further, the horrifying explosion swallowed them all, lighting up the endless horizons. The blood-red land was sundered in half, and the endless red sand surged outwards like giant tsunami waves. Many of White Mirror Jade's minions felt as if they had been struck by a massive iron ball. They were sent flying backwards, blood spurting out all over their bodies before being enveloped in the waves of red sand. Yi Rosewater and the others were standing very far away. Even so, they were forced back again and again by the shock waves and had no choice but to use their own attacks to block the terrifyingly powerful red sands. After stabilizing herself with great difficulty and repelling the sand around her, Yi Rosewater looked forwards to see that on top of the battlefield, White Mirror Jade's chest had been smashed in by Lin Ming's spear. Nearly all of his ribs had been shattered, and one of his arms was dangling uselessly, nearly crushed to a pulp. The Phoenix blood spear was deeply embedded into White Mirror Jade's chest with blood spewing forth from the wound. As for Lin Ming, his clothes were torn and his face was pale. He had clearly been struck by White Mirror Jade's sword. It was just that with the dragon scale robe left by Dragon One, the supreme dragon bone essence within his body, and also the defensive ability granted by the Gate of View, he was able to completely withstand the attack. Thus, he emerged relatively unharmed while White Mirror Jade was completely ruined. Chapter 1104. What do we do? Chapter 1104. What do we do? This. All of the disciples present, including even Yi Rosewater, were staring with wide eyes. White Mirror Jade hadn't died, but the result was almost the same. Lin Ming's spear had crushed apart his organs. Had Lin Ming gone insane? As for White Mirror Jade's minions, all of them had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. Senior Apprentice Brother White. Senior Apprentice Brother White. How could he? Throughout the entire fight, although Lin Ming had stabbed out 101 spear strikes, it had lasted less than 10 breaths of time. In such a short period of time, White Mirror Jade had actually been wounded to near death, although White Mirror Jade's condition wasn't too good to begin with, and he had also been surprise attacked by Lin Ming after burning his own blood essence and the blood essence contained in the top-grade Saint artifact. His strength had still been no worse than it would be in his peak state. Even then, he had been defeated in a single move afterwards. How could that be possible? Senior Apprentice Brother White. Senior Apprentice Brother White. Damn it, no matter what happened, this is a death sentence for Lin Ming. What a heinous and unforgivable sinful man. Let's execute him now. As these minions saw their respected elder, Senior Apprentice Brother struck into such a state, all of them were angered. They rushed towards the battle first to examine White Mirror Jade's situation, as well as to question Lin Ming. However, just as they walked several steps, they touched upon the Grand Mist force field that still wrapped around Lin Ming. Their hearts thumped in their chests, and a cold chill raced up their backs. They no longer dared to go forwards. In that moment when they stepped into the range of the Grand Mist force field, it was the same feeling as stepping into an Azura hell. There was an oppressive feeling that suffocated them, making them desperately gasp for breath as all the strength from their bodies rapidly faded away. As for Lin Ming, who was standing in the focal center of that Grand Mist space, Although he was only a few hundred feet away, this distance seemed to extend into infinity. Lin Ming slowly turned around. He extracted the phoenix blood spear from White Mirror Jade's body, pulling out a splash of blood as he did so. Paita, paita. The drops of blood slowly dripping down from the edge of the phoenix blood spear could be clearly heard by everyone. All those minions that wanted to interrogate Lin Ming felt their courage flee their bodies. Their lips trembled and their bodies shook. As Lin Ming's demonic gaze fell upon them, a horrifying thought inexplicably appeared in their hearts. Lin Ming, he shouldn't be trying to eliminate all witnesses, right? No, don't be afraid. He definitely won't do that. If he kills us all, and he is the only one who leaves, then there isn't anything he can do to explain that. That's right. And once we scatter and run, there's no way he can deal with us all. These disciples said that they weren't afraid, but their faces and tone betrayed their true feelings. They all had ashen complexions, and they constantly drew backwards. In truth, what they said wasn't wrong. But if Lin Ming had dared to openly kill White Mirror Jade like this, that clearly proved he was insane. Didn't that mean he would do something else crazy and kill them next? And there was also Lin Ming's strength. Even those people that respected and worshipped White Mirror Jade wouldn't imagine they would be able to defeat him, even if they surprise attacked him at a point when he was weak. Without a doubt, this was testament to just how strong Lin Ming was. Even if the two of them were in their peak states, Lin Ming would likely still be able to defeat White Mirror Jade. In this situation, these disciples no longer cared that Lin Ming was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, nor did they hold out on the chance that they could join forces to defeat him. In fact, all of them were now thinking about immediately dispersing and fleeing as far as they could. With so many people, there would always be a few of them that managed to survive. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you've gone mad, Ye Rosewater anxiously said, her slender white hands tightly clenched together, her fingers weaving into each other. Although she also wanted to eliminate White Mirror Jade, she hadn't wanted the current situation to occur. She didn't know why the island master of Carefree Island was doing everything in his power to protect Lin Ming, but that didn't mean he would still tolerate him after Lin Ming killed White Mirror Jade in front of everyone. That would be the same as slapping his own face. Before Lin Ming attacked, he hadn't even made a sound or given a hint. This clearly meant that he thought she would stop him. Thus, he decided to act now and deal with the consequences later. This was just far too rash. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, that Junior Apprentice Brother Song, was also at a loss for words. As for Xiao Raingem, who had been arguing with White Mirror Jade's subordinates, she was completely withered. She had only been trading banter and mocking words. If someone had told her to do as Lin Ming did and suddenly set someone up in such a death trap, she wouldn't be able to do so even with 100 times the courage. We're finished. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, what do we do? Xiao Rangem's charming and lustful face now looked like a frostbitten eggplant. Lin Ming, you have guts. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Underneath the phoenix blood spear, White Mirror Jade's entire body twitched. As he opened his mouth to speak, foamy blood gushed out from between his lips. At this time, he had lost over half the blood in his body. His chest had a gaping wound in it, exposing his insides. His right lung had been completely smashed into a pulp, and there was not a single rib in his body that wasn't broken. The broken ribs had even shifted and pierced into his organs. His liver and spleen had burst open and blood was flowing from his chest cavity. After being beaten into such a state, White Mirror Jade actually managed to maintain a fearless expression. He didn't beg for mercy, nor did he fall into despair. Lin Ming, if you have the guts, then kill me. Ha ha, I want to see just what you'll do then. Do you think you can kill everyone here to eliminate all witnesses? The basis of that is if you can kill dozens of people as they are scattering in all directions. Or perhaps you will convince Junior Apprentice Sister Yi to lead all these rebels and betray the sect? Even though White Mirror Jade's words lacked energy, he was still able to speak. By transferring true essence from his dantian, he was barely able to maintain his voice. In truth, his lungs were injured so badly that he couldn't speak anymore. In such a situation, he still summoned true essence from his dantian. This was clearly taxing on White Mirror Jade. It caused more and more blood to flow out from his body. White Mirror Jade's words were intended to deliberately point out Ye Rosewater. He knew what sort of character Ye Rosewater had, and knew that she absolutely wouldn't dare to shoulder the offense of betraying her sect. And even if she did dare to do so, the disciples under her wouldn't. As for White Mirror Jade keeping up this confident appearance, although it seemed as if it were intended to anger Lin Ming, the truth was that it was intended to place a mental pressure on Lin Ming so that he would understand that he couldn't win and to calm him down. Lin Ming sneered. He lifted the Phoenix Blood Spear. The spear point lifted up, slowly reaching towards White Mirror Jade's exposed and beating heart. Just what sort of feeling was it to have a cold spear point touch one's heart? This sort of killing intent was simply indescribable. As White Mirror Jade's heart beat, it was poked by the spear point, causing fresh blood to leak out. This was truly the feeling of taking a knife to the heart. Even if White Mirror Jade was maintaining his vibrant aura as much as possible, his complexion still paled, and he trembled all over. If Lin Ming gently pushed his hand forwards, or even if Lin Ming's grip on the Phoenix Blood Spear loosened, White Mirror Jade's heart would be pierced through. You. White Mirror Jade's eyes widened. You sure speak a lot of crap. You don't seem to understand your present situation. You are now my prisoner. I just need to make a bit of effort to eliminate you. As Lin Ming spoke, killing intent flowed out from his entire body. His eyes flashed with a purple light. As White Mirror Jade met Lin Ming's burning gaze, his heart nearly failed. A cold chill rushed through his entire body. He could feel that Lin Ming wasn't joking at all. He could really kill him. You are insane, White Mirror Jade shouted out, outwardly fierce even as he shook on the inside. I'm insane? The insane one here is you. You colluded with Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, wanting to send me into a death trap, and you were even willing to sacrifice Ye Rosewater and her subordinates for this reason. You think I don't know of all this? Lin Ming directly spoke out the main matter. But as White Mirror Jade heard Lin Ming's reasoning, he didn't seem panicked at all. Instead, he sneered and said, Lin Ming, I have no idea what you are talking about. This, arg. Ye Rosewater sighed, not knowing what to say. She had wanted to quietly gather evidence, waiting until she had enough that she could topple White Mirror Jade from his lofty perch. But what use was that now? Without any evidence, there was nothing that could be done. One didn't need to be a genius to know that White Mirror Jade would deny any such claims. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are too impatient. Ye Rosewater whispered. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, I know what your plan was, but did you really think that with your methods you could compete with White Mirror Jade's cunning and find enough evidence to bring him down? Lin Ming asked back with a true essence sound transmission. Ye Rosewater was stunned, not immediately responding. Indeed, Lin Ming wasn't wrong. In terms of machinations, she wasn't White Mirror Jade's match at all. Whether it was individual strength, mentality, background, or how ruthless and merciless one needed to be, she couldn't compete with White Mirror Jade at all. And if it weren't for Lin Ming saving her this time, she would have likely been abducted by the Occult Bone Clan to be used as a human furnace. Although she would live now, the chances of her finding enough evidence to bring down White Mirror Jade were next to zero. It was likely that she would be the one framed by White Mirror Jade instead, and she would ultimately die a tragic death after suffering endless abuse. In fact, how could Ye Rosewater not be aware of this point? Even so, what could she do? If she tried to do as Lin Ming did and kill White Mirror Jade, that would only mean she would die faster. Lin Ming, how dare you slander the good names of others? Lin Ming, you simply have the heart of a wolf. You depraved and cruel beast. When you were missing, Senior Apprentice Brother White always said that we had to look for you. Senior Apprentice Brother White has been the elder Senior Apprentice Brother for so many years, and he has also protected and cherished his fellow disciples, treating them with kindness and care. How could he possibly frame you? Moreover, in this mystic realm where we had to fight with the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, framing you would only mean that our own strength would be weakened. Do you think that Senior Apprentice Brother White could be as cold and callous as you to plot against those from the same sect? Lin Ming, don't you think these excuses you come up with are too ridiculous? If you say that Senior Apprentice Brother White betrayed you, then where is the evidence? Bring out the evidence. White Mirror Jade didn't even need to speak. His minions were suitably angry for him. At this time, they were so enraged that they even forgot how terrifying Lin Ming was. In everyone's heart, White Mirror Jade was a charming and cordial fellow who knew to repay kindness with kindness. He had the ways of a venerable elder, and he was also very wise and able to take center stage in all situations. In the eyes of the young disciples, White Mirror Jade's fame and prestige far surpassed Ye Rosewater's. In other words, he was material naturally born to be the future island master. This was why White Mirror Jade had so many subordinates. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming had said that White Mirror Jade had betrayed his sect. How could anyone else believe this? Chapter 1105. Aren't you the best evidence? Chapter 1105. Aren't you the best evidence? White Mirror Jade sneered inwardly. He never imagined that Lin Ming would correctly guess that he was the one who had betrayed them. Nevertheless, his actions had been particularly discreet, and he had never left behind any clues. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, I know that you wish to have sole possession of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain's resources. Thus you tried to kill me. Greed is the inherent nature of all men, but don't you think the excuse you found is a bit too paltry? If you say that I was the one who betrayed you, do you have evidence? Evidence. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. Aren't you the best evidence? As Lin Ming spoke, he suddenly moved once more, swinging out the phoenix blood spear again and again. Cold light flashed in the air. In a brief moment, all of White Mirror Jade's ligaments and tendons in his arms and feet had been completely severed. White Mirror Jade weakly coughed, and his body shivered. Because of excessive blood loss, his blood pressure was too low. Even though his tendons and ligaments had been cut apart, he didn't bleed too much. After seeing White Mirror Jade being butchered like a pig by Lin Ming, all of White Mirror Jade's subordinates began to tremble. Some of them were trembling from anger, but even more of them were trembling from fright. Lin Ming put away the phoenix blood spear, and then struck his palm against White Mirror Jade. Pulse-cutting palm. In that instant, Lin Ming's strength broke into White Mirror Jade's body, cutting off all of his meridians and shattering his dantian, destroying all of the martial arts White Mirror Jade had cultivated. It had been a long time since Lin Ming had used this move. Although it wasn't too useful in combat, it was extremely convenient in dealing with losers and making them unable to play any tricks. Ye Rosewater could clearly see what happened in this strike. Her beautiful eyes widened like twin moons. Lin Ming, you have crippled White Mirror Jade. Like this, there was no longer any possibility of mediation. Although Mirror Jade had been beaten into a pulp, as long as he had all sorts of good medicines and was able to peacefully recuperate for several months, he would be able to restore himself. At most, it would leave behind some minor wounds and affect his future achievements a little. But now, Lin Ming had completely obliterated all of White Mirror Jade's meridians and dantian. This was the same as thoroughly crippling White Mirror Jade. For a martial artist, once their cultivation was wasted, that was a fate worse than death. That's right. This person has too many schemes up his sleeve. This is to prevent him from playing any tricks in the future. Lin Ming shrugged. It was like he was holding a grasshopper and tearing off its wings to prevent it from flying away. This tone actually caused all of White Mirror Jade's minions to explode with rage. You bastard! You madman! You are simply insane. If it weren't for Lin Ming's aura being too fierce, they would have already rushed towards Lin Ming. In that moment, White Mirror Jade's face was ashen like fading embers. He no longer maintained that lofty and arrogant attitude, like he would never be defeated. Now his eyes were empty as he looked at the sky. It was like he had already died. In the moment when White Mirror Jade realized his cultivation had been abandoned, he felt the entire world slip away from him, leaving nothing but the sound of his will and soul shattering all around. He couldn't believe what was happening to him. His future, his ambitions, all of it had been turned to dust. He fervently wished that this was a horrifying nightmare that he would soon awaken from. Lin Ming, you will die with me. Because White Mirror Jade's true essence was rapidly passing away, his words also came intermittently. Lin Ming chuckled. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You are destined to travel the lonely road to hell by yourself. I will make sure to seal up the true essence in your body so that you will live, and then offer you to the Council of Elders so that they can search your soul. I think that even though Carefree Island is considered a righteous Orthodox sect, at least in the disciplinary hall, can there be no one who can use a soul-searching technique? I also know that such a technique will cause irreversible damage to a person's spiritual sea. Moreover, the greater the person's strength, the more difficult it is to use this technique on them. If your future was still brilliant, and you were at your peak, I wouldn't have any evidence at all, and no one would dare to use a soul-searching technique on your body. I don't even think a highest elder would agree to that. But now, you are simply a cripple with no strength left. Using the soul-searching technique on you will be much, much simpler, and there is also no chance for you to resist. Moreover, it's fine even if the soul-searching technique turns you into an idiot. In order for the elders to punish me, and not allow me to take away the 10-severing Dao fruit tree, they will definitely not oppose this. This is also the reason I dealt with you like this. I decided to take action first, and then explain later. Otherwise, my plan would never have worked. As Lin Ming spoke, he shot out dozens of symbol runes to seal up White Mirror Jade's bodily functions. With a twist of his finger, he also shot a pill into White Mirror Jade's mouth in order to maintain his life. Like this, White Mirror Jade couldn't move a finger, and he also couldn't kill himself. White Mirror Jade's words were filled with limitless hatred and animosity. Lin Ming, I will never let you go even if I'm a ghost. Sorry, but I'm going to annihilate your soul so that you don't even have a chance of becoming a ghost, Lin Ming said. With that, he took off White Mirror Jade's spatial ring and then tossed him like a dead dog into the extreme Violet Ring's minor dimension, imprisoning him. After all of this was done, he turned to look at Yi Rosewater. Yi Rosewater was still pale like before. She didn't know what to say. She thought that White Mirror Jade was already ruthless enough, but she never imagined that Lin Ming was ruthless to yet another level. For better or worse, White Mirror Jade wouldn't attack in full view of the public. Lin Ming was completely unscrupulous in his actions. Wasn't Lin Ming afraid that his guess would be wrong? Even those from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan weren't 100% sure. Although White Mirror Jade had the greatest motivations for doing what he did, there was no true evidence to indicate that he was the culprit. And if it wasn't White Mirror Jade, and instead was someone else, what would Lin Ming do? Also, even if White Mirror Jade was the one to betray him, Lin Ming's violent and merciless methods would anger those elders that supported White Mirror Jade. Perhaps they would still judge Lin Ming as guilty. Otherwise, in the future, if others decided to do the same and violently attack others who they suspected of crimes and then brought them up for a soul search, wouldn't that just bring the entire sect to chaos? Of course, Yi Rosewater didn't know that Lin Ming had M.O. Eversnow supporting him from behind. As long as M.O. Eversnow was with him, Mo Riverbliss would never idly sit by and allow the Council of Elders to deal with him as they wished, drawing back 10,000 steps. Even if he really had falsely accused White Mirror Jade, Lin Ming's life still wouldn't be in danger. However, it would be improbable that he would be able to take away the 10-severing Dao fruit tree. In order to break into Ninefall, he might need to go elsewhere to look for more heavenly materials. Miss Mo, I apologize that I must trouble you again. My extreme methods are the same as slapping the Council of Elders and those that support White Mirror Jade. I'm sure they will not let this go. At that time, I fear that I will need Senior Mo Riverbliss to shelter me. Lin Ming said to Mo Eversnow in the Magic Cube. During this trip to Carefree Island, he had indeed created no small amount of trouble for Mo Riverbliss. Without mentioning the 10-severing Dao fruit tree, Mo Riverbliss had also consumed a great deal of her energy to refine the Supreme Dragon Bone into 108 Dragon Bone relics. If she hadn't done that, then absorbing the 1,000-foot-long Supreme Dragon Bone would have been an incomparably long project. He might not even have been able to finish absorbing it in the Divine Sea Realm. Lin Ming, you have done well. You are the one that I chose to be the descendant of my Verdant Feather Holy Lands. I led you to Carefree Island to take the 10-severing Dao fruit tree and not to be insulted or used as a scapegoat. My auntie may have tried testing you a bit, but she won't cause you trouble because of White Mirror Jade's death. In my Verdant Feather Holy Lands of 50,000 years ago, a person like White Mirror Jade would be a common character, no different from an ant. If you wish to kill him, then kill him. It doesn't matter at all. As Lin Ming heard Mo Eversnow say such words, he felt a warm and cozy feeling in his heart. It wasn't wrong that he had helped Mo Eversnow, but he had received an even greater graciousness from her. Thank you, Miss Mo. You do not need to thank me. I cannot give you too many resources, and yet I will have you face Tian Mingzi. That in itself is a tremendous challenge. Tian Mingzi is a true extreme genius. This road is filled with thorns, and you naturally cannot show a single bit of mercy against any opponent that you run into. If you waver in your determination, then that will truly lead to chaos. In the past, when my grandfather found out about Tian Mingzi's ambitions, he didn't have any evidence that he was planning to harm the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and he also had the sentiment towards him of a master to his disciple. That is the reason that he finally ended up suffering a disastrous fate. A martial artist that cultivates the martial path must slaughter countless people on their road. On this road, there are those that have decided to step on the road to hell, and there are even those who are innocent, right or wrong, who can truly say they understand everything clearly. As Mo Eversnow spoke to hear, she suddenly fell into a deep recollection. Lin Ming knew that she was recalling the tragic destruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands 50,000 years ago, as well as her missing younger sister. Smartly, he didn't say anything further. After resolving White Mirror Jade, Lin Ming played with White Mirror Jade's spatial ring. This was a spatial ring that approached a transcendent saint artifact. Inside were 90% of the revolving core disciples that had come to the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, as well as a massive amount of wealth. Lin Ming lifted the ring up and suddenly flicked it at Yi Rosewater. The ring drew an arc in the air before falling towards her. Take it. Lin Ming wasn't insatiably greedy. The wealth in this ring had been obtained at the cost of the lives of Carefree Island's disciples. He naturally didn't want it. As for the harvest of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, that was completely obtained by Lin Ming. He naturally wouldn't spit it back out. Yi Rosewater grasped the spatial ring. She didn't know what to feel, but only whispered a single thank you. Lin Ming self-mindedly sat on the ground and began to meditate. In truth, with the dragon marrow blood supporting him, he hadn't consumed much energy at all. This act of adjusting his condition was only closing his eyes and resting his mind. Of the surrounding disciples, those with Ye Rosewater were much better off psychologically. Those that had followed White Mirror Jade subconsciously hid far off, even though they didn't leave the group around Lin Ming. With their current battered state, they were extremely vulnerable to any type of danger. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't want to continue being here with Lin Ming. Their hearts simply couldn't bear it. At this time, it was only several hours away from the end of this trip into the red, desolate, mystic realm. Of Carefree Island's disciples, including those led by Ye Rosewater, there were just around 40 people left remaining. Their casualties could be called serious. Of course, even more of those from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan had died. All 4 of their late divine sea geniuses had been completely eliminated, and they had less than 20 direct disciples remaining. Everyone else had been annihilated, and it would be impossible for them to make up for the massive amount of violet sunstones they used to transmit their disciples. All of those resources had been grasped in Lin Ming's hands. Although Carefree Island had lost many direct disciples, their harvests were actually tremendous. In Ye Rosewater's 2 spatial rings, there were around 100 billion violet sunstones. If they returned these to the sect, this would absolutely be considered a great merit. Chapter 1106, Highest Elder. Chapter 1106, Highest Elder. Ki, Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, take a look. How much wealth is inside that ring? Junior Apprentice Brother Song quietly whispered to Ye Rosewater as he looked at White Mirror Jade's spatial ring. Ye Rosewater turned towards that Junior Apprentice Brother Song and berated him. Are you a heartless idiot? Now is not the time to be caring about things like wealth. Moreover, it doesn't belong to you to begin with, so why do you care so much? Hurry up and record a Jade Slip report that covers everything that happened in this battle in detail. Make sure you highlight the several questionable points that happened to us in the sandstorm, and also make sure you emphasize Junior Apprentice Brother Lin's role on the battlefield. Just write it as truthfully as you can. Ye Rosewater sighed. I hope that the merits recorded in the report can help Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. Otherwise, even if White Mirror Jade is found to be a traitor, those elders that support him won't give up. Junior Apprentice Brother Song slowly nodded. Beside him, Xiao Rangem said, Senior Apprentice Sister Yi shouldn't worry too much. Although Junior Apprentice Brother Lin hasn't accompanied us for too long, he's always done things with full assurance and knowledge of his actions. This time shouldn't be an exception either. Let's take a quick inventory of the resources and write up a report for the elders. Oh, and also those revolving core disciples should be safe. They're okay. Ye Rosewater shook her head. As long as they won the battle, then the revolving core disciples would be all right. Otherwise, if they had lost, then they would have all been annihilated. Everyone waited for several hours. No more dangers appeared during this period. Soon, their time within the red, desolate mystic realm was coming to an end. Meanwhile, deep in Carefree Palace, in a barren land, there was a rock mountain thousands of feet high. This rock mountain was constructed from some sort of unknown stone, and it didn't seem too special at first glance. However, it had a boundless and vast atmosphere to it, as if it had experienced the passing of countless years. Above the space, a vast galaxy swirled around it. Rivers of stars flowed like threads of silk, continuing past the ends of heaven. Glorious and magnificent. This random deep space, open within Carefree Palace, was even larger than a divine kingdom of the Sky Spill continent. At this time, scattered on top of this mountain, there was a group of powerhouses sitting around. These were elders of Carefree Palace, and there were even highest elders amongst them. This was a meeting of Carefree Palace's elders. Considering the time, this trip into the red, desolate mystic realm should come to an end soon. The one who spoke was a delicate and handsome youth. He was the island master of Carefree Island, Xiao Skywhite. That's right, our Carefree Island invested an immense amount of resources into this trip to the red, desolate, mystic realm. Several thousand revolving core disciples, over 100 direct disciples, and also more than 20 billion violet sunstones. It isn't an exaggeration to say that this is a war that concerns our sect's destiny. If we can achieve total victory in this war, then our Carefree Island will be able to take another step further towards becoming a holy land. But if we are defeated, then I fear we will fall into decline for some time. It will take time to recover from the loss of the revolving core disciples, direct disciples, and massive resources that we invested. We will slowly diminish until we reach a similar level to Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. Therefore, we absolutely cannot lose this battle. At one of the highest peaks of this rock mountain, an old man was speaking with a worried expression. His name was Whitebrook, and he was the second highest elder of Carefree Island. In a true comparison of strength, Carefree Island was naturally inferior to the combined forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. So how could he not be worried? Ha! Honorable Master has truly considered this carefully. On a slightly lower peak, a red-robed middle-aged man with long, hanging ears smoothly smiled. This person was the great elder of Carefree Island, Xiao Haogan. When there was a discussion about handing the 10-severing Dao fruit tree to Lin Ming, he had taken a completely different stance from Island Master Xiao Skywhite. They had engaged in a fierce dispute, and Island Master Xiao Skywhite had finally left in an angry huff. However, Xiao Haogan simply didn't fear Xiao Skywhite at all. He had the support of a highest elder. The second highest elder, Whitebrook, was Xiao Haogan's master. The great elder traced his beard and said with confidence, "For this mission I passed command over to White Mirror Jade. Even if we can't obtain a total victory, our disciples should still be able to return safely, and at least have caused Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan to suffer some losses. Honorable Master should remember that Mirror Jade has a calm temperament, the wisdom of a mighty general, and he is also superbly strong. He won't commit to something that he doesn't have full grasp of. Mirror Jade also has a great destiny upon his body. He has obtained the inheritance of a peerless powerhouse and has many secret abilities hidden away. In these past years, he has shown absolute superiority to all powerhouses of his age. With his life of a peerless emperor, even if he were to be besieged by 3 or 4 late divine sea masters, he would still be able to safely escape. Mirror Jade is indeed outstanding. With the destiny he has, it won't be easy for him to perish. The only reason that I agreed to this sort of bitter war with no retreat is that he would be the one to lead the mission. This is a gamble with over 20 billion violet sunstones on the line. If we lose, the very foundation of our sect will be influenced to some extent." Whitebrook said, and the other elders nodded in agreement. White Mirror Jade had indeed obtained the inheritance of a Holy Lord level powerhouse. This was a matter that Whitebrook was well aware of. A peerless talent needed the support of many lucky chances, and the lucky chance that White Mirror Jade had stumbled upon were much greater than those of a normal genius. This was why Xiao Haogan said that White Mirror Jade had the life of a peerless emperor. In truth, concerning White Mirror Jade's ability, even Island Master Xiao Skywhite had to praise him. Although White Mirror Jade was on the side of one of the highest elders, and one that he didn't agree with too much, he had to acknowledge that White Mirror Jade was a much better choice for leading than Yi Rosewater. That was why he didn't oppose the great elder passing over command to White Mirror Jade during this trip into the red, desolate, mystic realm. He simply followed Mo Riverbliss' wishes and placed Lin Ming in the group. At this point, Whitebrook seemed to remember something. He said to Xiao Skywhite, Island Master Skywhite, "When I was deep in seclusion within a separate time and space in Carefree Palace, I remained unknowing to what was happening outside. But I heard recently that a junior arrived at my Carefree Island called Lin Ming, and he also claims to be a descendant of that mysterious person from 50,000 years ago. And you, because of this matter, had even decided to give the 10 severing Dao fruit tree to Lin Ming? White Brook's voice was neither slow nor fast and had a harmonic cadence to it. He sounded like an old countryside grandpa, someone unable to harm a human or fly. But Xiao Sky White would never believe this. When White Brook competed with Xiao Sky White's father for the position of island master in the past, he had been defeated at the last step. This was the only reason he had become a highest elder. Ever since, White Brook had also been suppressed by his father for such a long period of time. It was now no longer possible for White Brook to succeed the position of island master, but this did not mean that his thirst for power had ever abated. Wherever there were people, there would also be struggles for authority. Carefree Island was no exception. This was because authority could be translated into tangible benefits. With power and authority in one's hands, one could find more resources and greater benefits. Thus, whether it was because of struggles of authority or the problems left behind by Xiao Sky White's father leaving, this highest elder, White Brook, had never had amicable relations with Xiao Sky White. Chapter 1107, Heroic Sacrifice. Chapter 1107, Heroic Sacrifice. In most sects, it wasn't clear just who had a greater standing between the highest elders and the sect master. This would have to depend on one's prestige and strength. In Carefree Island, White Brook's prestige was much greater than Xiao Sky White's. After all, there was the tremendous difference in their age. In truth, one could also see this from how high each peak was that everyone was sitting at. The highest elders occupied the highest mountain peaks, and Xiao Sky White's mountain peak was several degrees lower. As for the Great Elder and the Inner Court Elders, they sat at even lower spots. It is returned, not a gift. Xiao Sky White corrected White Brook's words. Whether it is returning or giving, none of that matters. White Brook casually said. He completely ignored the fact that the 10 severing Dao fruit tree didn't belong to Carefree Island to begin with. All that's important is who the 10 severing Dao fruit tree will belong to in the end. Mirror Jade has a 60 to 70% chance of returning triumphantly. Even if most of the forces cannot return, as long as he returns safely, he will bring a profit of 70 to 80 billion or even 100 billion violet sunstones to the sect. He might even cause tremendous losses to the forces of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. Of course, there is also a chance that the direct disciples of my Carefree Island will suffer great losses, but that is unimportant. After the tides wash away the sands, that is when the true gems will emerge. Those that live through this life or death battle will definitely soar into the heavens and become dragons in the future. With the support of a massive amount of resources coupled with victory in this war, this is the best opportunity for my Carefree Island to rise. And at this time, you actually want to bow and hand over the 10 severing Dao fruit tree that has stabilized the destiny of my sect for such a long time. Have you gone daft? Without the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, Carefree Island will be an azure dragon with a broken horn. How can we possibly become a true holy land? White Brook coldly humphed as he spoke to hear. Xiao Sky White frowned, not saying anything. At this time, Xiao Haogan's true essence sound transmission sounded out in White Brook's ears. Honorable Master does not need to worry about this. Lin Ming is currently participating in the mission into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. It's unknown whether or not he'll suffer an accident or encounter some sort of misfortune. If Lin Ming heroically sacrifices himself for Carefree Island, we can only pay tribute to him and give him a suitable funeral. Xiao Haogan sinisterly smiled as he spoke. He could see that White Mirror Jade had the intention of killing Lin Ming, and this trip into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm was the best chance to do so. Oh, you've made arrangements? White Brook could understand the meaning behind Xiao Haogan's words. Towards his disciple, White Brook didn't need to have any scruples. Moreover, with his status as a highest elder, he also didn't need to care about a junior. Although I didn't arrange anything, Mirror Jade is an extremely intelligent boy. He doesn't need me to point out what he needs to do this time. For this boy to dare enter the red desolate mystic realm, that is simply asking to die. Killing him in the red desolate mystic realm shouldn't be too difficult. Once that boy is slain, we will be able to keep the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. You've done well in this. With Mirror Jade's strength and methods, killing Lin Ming should be easy. Moreover, as the commander of this mission, he might not even need to do anything himself. White Brook slightly nodded. At this time, the world around them suddenly trembled, and a portal appeared in the air. With a flash of white light, a thin old man appeared from a transmission array. This was Carefree Island's elder who was specifically tasked with passing information, Barong. Everything that happened within the red desolate mystic realm was first reported to him. The transmission array entrance into the red desolate mystic realm wasn't too far away from Carefree Palace. After he obtained the information, he immediately headed over to Carefree Palace. The many elders present suddenly stood up as they saw this old man. Elder Barong, have the disciples already been transmitted through? Although the elders present were confident in White Mirror Jade, this war was far too important for them all. They couldn't help but be worried that there would be some accident that occurred. Barong, how many people survived? What is the situation like? Barong said, reporting to the highest elder, they've managed to return in triumph. However, of the over 100 direct disciples that went, less than 40 returned. Less than 40 people, White Brook sighed. They were all outstanding disciples raised by my Carefree Island. They originally had a bright and glorious future awaiting them, but now their bones are buried in the endless blood sands. What a pity! What a pity! However, this is already an extremely good result. It seems that this war was able to be smoothly concluded. Quickly order White Mirror Jade and Ye Rosewater to bring all the disciples who entered the red desolate mystic realm to Carefree Palace. These are heroes of Carefree Island, and they must be generously rewarded. This, Barong had a dim and somber expression on his face as he spoke. What's wrong? White Brook's eyebrows shot up, and beside him, Xiao Skywhite also stood up straight, his eyes widened. He had an extremely unlucky premonition in his heart. Have the Peak disciples had an accident? Yes, Barong nodded. As Barong spoke, not only did Great Elder Xiao Haogan not worry, but he instead confidently stroked his beard. He was well aware of just how strong White Mirror Jade was. Even the combined late divine sea geniuses of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan wouldn't be able to stop him. Thus, he didn't worry that White Mirror Jade would suffer an accident. That meant that if there was a Peak disciple who died in combat, it could be imagined just who it was. Xiao Haogan smugly glanced over at White Brook and said with a true essence sound transmission, Honorable Master, how about it? I said that Mirror Jade would be able to deal with that boy secretly. Well done. White Brook knowingly smiled as he sent a true essence sound transmission. It indeed isn't difficult for Mirror Jade to accomplish this. Your arrangements have done quite well this time. I will record this merit, and later. However, before White Brook could finish speaking, Barong's next sentence caused him to swallow the rest of his words. Barong said, reporting to Island Master, after this trip into the red, desolate mystic realm, direct disciple White Mirror Jade has not emerged. He should have heroically sacrificed himself. What? What did you say? White Brook nearly bit down on his own tongue. He suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing at Barong. Say that again. Besides White Brook, Great Elder Xiao Haogan was also dumbfounded. White Mirror Jade should have been able to escape even if he was besieged by 3 or 4 late divine sea masters from the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. He should even have been able to retreat against their complete forces. Out of all the junior powerhouses that Carefree Island sent in, White Mirror Jade was the strongest, and also had the greatest chances of successfully fleeing. Yet, he had actually died in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. If nearly all of the disciples of Carefree Island were annihilated with less than 10 remaining, then Xiao Haogan would have thought that there was some tremendous accident in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. If White Mirror Jade had been a casualty then, Xiao Haogan would have been barely able to accept that fact. But now, with around 40 people surviving, White Mirror Jade had still died. This was simply unbelievable. If it was anyone's turn to die, it still wouldn't be his turn. Could he have been plotted against by someone, or was there something else going on? All of the other elders were also immediately shocked before they all began to talk simultaneously. Even Island Master Xiao Skywhite didn't react for some time. White Mirror Jade had nearly been unanimously chosen as the candidate to be the next Island Master, whether it was in terms of individual strength, talent, mentality, or even the lucky chances he experienced. He far surpassed his peers. The only other possibility of him not becoming an Island Master was if another genius appeared in the next several thousand years who surpassed White Mirror Jade. However, the chances of that happening weren't too great. Of the peak disciples, only White Mirror Jade died. What about Yi Rosewater? Lin Ming? Xiao Skywhite anxiously asked. If White Mirror Jade died, then Yi Rosewater was the next greatest junior of the direct disciples. Her importance could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, he was the successor that Mo Riverbliss had personally chosen for the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. He was even more important. The losses would be serious if either of these two people died. They are safe. As Beirong spoke to hear, he showed a happy expression. But as great Elder Xiao Haogan saw this, he nearly dry heaved with madness. How is this possible? How could Lin Ming possibly be safe? He looked at White Brook, and White Brook also looked at him. As the two stared at each other, Xiao Haogan could clearly see the anger burning in White Brook's eyes, making his heart skip a beat. Tell me what's going on here. Didn't you say that you had arranged everything? Why would Mirror Jade die but Lin Ming still be alive? I don't know. Xiao Haogan couldn't even cry at this time. The results were completely different from his expectations. White Mirror Jade was from the same lineage as Highest Elder White Brook. Both of them were from Carefree Island's White family. The two were distantly related as nephew and uncle separated by many generations. Although the two weren't close, White Mirror Jade still offered the highest chance of someone from the White family succeeding the position of Island Master. With so many benefits mixed up between White Brook and the White family, White Mirror Jade's status was extremely important. Hurry up and summon Yi Rosewater to Carefree Palace. I must know just how Mirror Jade died. White Brook's voice was gloomy, a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The genius that his family had raised with such care and effort had actually perished in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. His mood could be imagined. Reporting to Highest Elder, Yi Rosewater is already hurrying here, Beirong said, not daring to meet White Brook's heated gaze. The Red Desolate Mystic Realm's transmission array was at the seabed close to Carefree Island. After making some slight adjustments, Yi Rosewater, Lin Ming, and the others soon caught up. Soon, the transmission array into the closed space and time within Carefree Palace began to light up. The first to appear were Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater, followed by several of Yi Rosewater's most trusted subordinates. Under Yi Rosewater's arrangements, those disciples that bore a grudge against Lin Ming hadn't come. The eyes of all the elders fell onto Yi Rosewater. Yi Rosewater, White Brook immediately flew down from the mountain peak he was on, floating just 30 feet away from Yi Rosewater. Disciple reporting. Tell me, just how did White Mirror Jade die, and who killed him? White Brook said, his eyes fierce and swift. He subtly emitted his aura, causing Yi Rosewater to feel an enormous pressure. Lin Ming stood silently near Yi Rosewater. The truth was that the pressure he was withstanding was even greater than Yi Rosewater. White Brook's aura was aimed at him, and not only was there White Brook, but Great Elder Xiao Haogan was also aiming his eyes on Lin Ming, his vision sharp like sabers. Reporting to Highest Elder about this battle, it is an extremely long story. This disciple has already written a combat report, Jade Slip. I ask Highest Elder to please look over it. As Yi Rosewater spoke, she shot out a jade slip towards each elder. These were all written by Xiao Rangem. Yi Rosewater understood that at this time, White Brook only wanted to know who killed White Mirror Jade. If she directly said that it was Lin Ming, then perhaps he might not listen to any sort of reasoning or explanation. If that happened, the result could be imagined. Thus, sending out these jade slips was the wisest choice. Even so, as Yi Rosewater saw White Brook have such a great reaction, she also felt nervous for Lin Ming. Chapter 1108, Confrontation. Chapter 1108, Confrontation. With a dozen-plus jade slips passed out, Island Master Xiao Skywhite naturally had one in his hands. The combat report didn't begin with White Mirror Jade's death. Instead, it mentioned the successes of their mission. As Xiao Skywhite read the list of successes, he was stunned. He looked up and saw that the other elders were also completely shocked. Before this, they only knew that the disciples of Carefree Island had fought a hard battle and finally returned in triumph, bringing with them a massive amount of resources. But as to what the result of the battle had been, and how many disciples of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain they had slain, they actually weren't sure. They assumed that both sides had suffered tremendous losses. But now, as they read this combat report Jade Slip, all of them could hardly believe it. You say that nearly all of the disciples of the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were annihilated, even the 4 late divine sea geniuses, including Gu Daoming, Soul Wanshan, Gongyang Bone Smash, and Soul Thousand Mile? Yes, Xiao Rangem clearly said, a happy smile showing on her face. We managed to wipe out over 200 of our enemies, and moreover, Yi Rosewater began to add in from the side, pointing at Lin Ming in the process, the 4 late divine sea geniuses, Gu Daoming, Soul Wanshan, Gongyang Bone Smash, and Soul Thousand Mile, all died at the hands of junior apprentice Brother Lin. Are you joking with me? Great Elder Xiao Haogan's eyes widened, and he nearly crushed the jade slip in his hands. In truth, he knew that since Yi Rosewater dared to say such words, they were likely true. Even if Lin Ming had some sort of special trick that he used to kill Gu Daoming, Soul Wanshan, Gongyang Bone Smash, and Soul Thousand Mile, that was more than enough evidence to prove that he was a terrifying character. In that case, if White Mirror Jade wanted to kill Lin Ming, the chances were that he would be killed instead. There are no jokes in the army. Honorable Great Elder does not need to doubt me. This disciple will certainly not joke about such an important matter. If Honorable Great Elder does not believe this disciple, then the other disciples can verify my statements. Yi Rosewater looked at Xiao Haogan with confidence. Xiao Haogan grit his teeth and sat back down, continuing to read through that combat report Jade Slip. He wanted to see just what methods Lin Ming used to kill these late divine sea martial artists. However, as he continued reading, Xiao Haogan's eyes widened yet again. He thought that Lin Ming must have used some tricks, but the truth was that he had directly killed them in frontal combat. Even if it was said that he had taken advantage of Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile, slaying them while they were in a tragically wounded condition, he had still faced Soul Wanshan and Gu Daoming in frontal battle. With him and Yi Rosewater combining their attacks, they had completely slaughtered those two. This, Xiao Haogan looked over to Lin Ming. He was at a loss for words. Lin Ming was only at the 8th stage of life destruction. At this time, White Brook's eyes also flashed with a grim light. Although this was hard to believe, This sort of matter was impossible to fake because it was simply too easy to expose. As White Brook thought of this, he continued to look through the combat report jade slip that Xiao Rangem had recorded. In the Violet Sun stone mine, Xiao Rangem, Yi Rosewater, and the rest of their group had been ambushed by others in a sandstorm. They suspected that there was someone in their ranks who had betrayed them. Finally, they captured Gu Daoming alive and tortured the words out from him. According to Gu Daoming, the one who betrayed them was White Mirror Jade. Gu Daoming hadn't been able to confirm with absolute conviction that White Mirror Jade had been the one to betray Yi Rosewater, but Xiao Rangem purposefully ignored this point and skimmed past it. Thus, the feeling one had was that Gu Daoming had complete belief that White Mirror Jade was the traitor. Such a method of writing was to help reduce the crimes of Lin Ming taking action first and dealing with the fallout later. What a bunch of crap. White Brook's aura suddenly erupted. He clenched his fists together, and with a slight cracking sound, the combat report jade slip in his hand was crushed into fine powder. Gu Daoming was simply a demonic wolf with dark ambitions. He knew that Mirror Jade's talent was the highest, and that Mirror Jade also had the greatest chance of becoming the future successor to the island master position of my carefree island. Because he knew that this would harm his occult bone clan. At the point of his death, he decided to lash out one final time and frame Mirror Jade. I have looked after Mirror Jade since he was a child, so how could he possibly do such a thing? White Brook's voice echoed out into the world, each syllable ringing like titanic bronze bells. Xiao Rangem shook, and she paled. She was only average amongst the direct disciples. So when had she ever faced the anger of a highest elder? White Brook was also someone who nearly reached the Holy Lord realm. If Carefree Island was a holy land, he would have been granted the title of Holy Lord, although he would have ranked at the lowest and weakest among them. Yi Rosewater firmly wrapped her hands around Xiao Rangem's and said, "Highest Elder, we are only reporting things as they happened." That is truly what Gu Daoming said. Humph, what ridiculous nonsense. Don't record such a thing into a jade slip that you can tell is a lie just from hearing it. White Brook flung out his hand, and the jade slip powder shot out, smashing into the dense rock of the mountain and causing countless stones to fall. This movement also caused Xiao Rangem to tremble. She couldn't help but think of what would have happened to her if that crushed jade slip powder had struck her instead. A lie just from hearing it? Why would Elder White say that? Lin Ming calmly asked from beside Xiao Rangem, completely ignorant to White Brook's aura. This rhetorical question caused White Brook's complexion to turn even gloomier. This was simply publicly doubting him. Moreover, White Mirror Jade was a descendant of his white family. If he really did collude with the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, causing the deaths of so many geniuses of Carefree Island in these past years, that sort of charge was simply too dangerous. His white family would not be able to withstand it. How could White Brook possibly acknowledge this? Lin Ming's question wasn't just questioning him, but also questioning White Mirror Jade and their entire white family. The White family and the Xiao family were the two most respected families of Carefree Island. Although the two were inextricably linked in countless ways, they also competed with each other. If the White family truly had such a scandal, it would cause their reputation to come under an enormous impact. Just what are you? You dare to question me? As White Brook spoke, his vision nearly condensed into essence, turning into two sharp swords that thrust towards Lin Ming. Elder White, you... Xiao Skywhite didn't think that White Brook would do something so suddenly. He was positioned behind White Brook, so he didn't even have time to stop him. As for the several elders beside Lin Ming, all of them feared angering White Brook, thus they didn't move to help. Moreover, White Brook didn't use a truly substantive attack. This would only cause Lin Ming to suffer a bit. At most, it would slightly injure his soul, but his life would be safe. Lin Ming only felt as if two cold knives were pressed against his forehead. With just a slight move, these knives would penetrate through his mind. This damned geezer. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth. His mind sank into his spiritual sea. In the skies above his spiritual sea, the elementary gold grand mist battle spirit howled forth. At the same time, a substantialized battle spirit projection covered a 100-foot scope around Lin Ming, wrapping him with layers upon layers of armor. Pung! The world of Will shattered, but White Brook's sharp vision knives also melted away. In truth, it was impossible for a martial artist's vision to become a true blade. White Brook's vision was only dangerous because he had perfused it with his will, and in a battle of wills, Lin Ming wouldn't even fear a divine lord-level powerhouse. Gold battle spirit? All of the elders present were highly knowledgeable and experienced masters. They easily recognized the world of Will projection formed by a gold battle spirit. White Brook's vision swords were also a substantialized projection of his will, only that it was condensed into the shape of swords. As for Lin Ming, his will projection formed layers of shields around him, resisting the attack of these two vision swords. Only a gold battle spirit could form a will projection and manifest into a will sword, will shield, will spear, and other such shapes to be used to attack and defend. They could even be formed into will tentacles, will nets, will threads, and other such shapes to affect the movement of an opponent, causing them to slip up in their attacks. This was something that a bronze or silver battle spirit could not achieve. A bronze or silver battle spirit could only be poured into weapons, arrows, leaves, rocks, or air, causing them to be filled with lethal killing power. What Lin Ming displayed now was undoubtedly a gold battle spirit, elementary gold battle spirit, and it also has some strange attribute to it. This attribute is of an extremely high quality. Lin Ming is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. I have no idea just how he managed to accomplish this. A gold battle spirit was rare, and a gold battle spirit with a special attribute was even rarer. Lin Ming's battle spirit originally only contained the attribute of endlessness. It wasn't particularly sharp, but after being tempered in the grand mist space and soaked and stained with true grand mist energy, this caused his battle spirit to become incomparably dense. A single faint wisp of grand mist energy was heavier than a star. If this was used to concentrate one's will, the effects could be imagined. White Brook never thought that the will attack he wanted to use to cause Lin Ming a bit of suffering would actually be directly withstood by him. He didn't use his complete force just now because he only wanted to punish Lin Ming for his rudeness. But now his attack had failed, and with his cultivation, he certainly couldn't raise his strength to attack Lin Ming again, or that would truly be shaming his status. "You've got guts," White Brook coldly said, towards a junior like Lin Ming, who was destined to be his enemy. The greater his talent was, the sooner he wished to finish him. Lin Ming took several deep breaths and restored his faintly restless blood back to normal. He chuckled and said, "Elder White, you certainly don't have to delve into what I am." These words were obviously filled with thorns. Ye Rosewater's heart skipped a beat. She was beyond speechless. Now that White Brook had crushed the jade slip, he wasn't able to find out that Lin Ming was the one who attacked White Mirror Jade. Ye Rosewater prayed, "Big brother, please don't stimulate this old man any more." Xiao Range-M was winking at Lin Ming again and again, trying to catch his attention. But Lin Ming didn't seem to notice any of this at all. He said of his own volition, "Elder White, the sandstorm covered the skies, and yet we were somehow ambushed in the mine. Do you think that this is a natural matter? If you insist that we do not have any evidence, and that all we are saying is utter nonsense, is that because you have a guilty conscience, and you fear that once these charges are verified, it will cause damage to the reputation of your White family?" Impudent. White Brook suddenly stepped forwards. The red mountain peak underneath him shook, nearly cracking in half. Lin Ming's words had immediately aroused killing intent in White Brook's heart. But this time, Xiao Skywhite was already prepared. His body flashed, and he appeared between Lin Ming and White Brook. Elder White, please calm your anger. Lin Ming, be careful of your words, Xiao Skywhite sternly said. Chapter 1109, Crazy White Brook. Chapter 1109, Crazy White Brook. My apologies, Island Master, Lin Ming sincerely said. He clearly knew that Xiao Skywhite reprimanded him in order to protect him in this situation. However, White Brook refused to let go. Xiao Skywhite, I have something to say today. This junior is not someone from my carefree island, and he actually comes here to spout utter garbage, questioning me in front of everyone present and slandering the clean reputation of my white family. If I were to let this go today, then what face would I have left? Someone like White Brook, who had occupied such a high and lofty position for all this time, was the same as someone who sat upon the imperial throne to mortals. He was like someone who had been an emperor for dozens of years already and was long used to all ministers and everyone else below him being utterly servile in his presence. But now there was actually a boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was daring to impugn his honor in front of everyone, and also question his words. From this alone, the results could be imagined. Elder White, may I ask why you would say that? Lin Ming coldly asked, sneering inwardly. If you say that Mirror Jade betrayed you, then where is the evidence? Take out the evidence then. You blaspheme the dead, and also destroy the innocent name of my white family. Since you dare to do so, you had better take out the evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. White Brook slowly fell down from the red mountain peak he stood on, coming to a floating position in front of Lin Ming as he looked down at him with thick condescension. I have evidence, but I'm afraid that you don't dare to examine it. What? Blue veins began to pop up on White Brook's forehead. His anger had finally reached the extreme. If you have evidence, then of course, I must examine it. If you cannot take out evidence, then I want you to die as reparation. Die as reparation? Ha ha ha. Lin Ming laughed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. If I cannot bring out evidence, then you want me to die as reparation? Your white family is far too arrogant. Then let me ask you, what if I can take out evidence? Will you die instead? Lin Ming didn't fear White Brook, thus he repeatedly poked and challenged him with words. This caused the many elders present to feel horrified, as if their hearts were being tightly gripped. If he enraged White Brook, there truly wouldn't any good outcomes for him. What did you say? White Brook's face became as gloomy as dark water. His words were slow and pronounced. I already spoke. Could you not understand my words? The one who said White Mirror Jade was a traitor was Gu Dao Ming. I only repeated what he said. And yet, if I cannot take out further evidence, you want me to die. And in turn, if I can take out evidence, you actually won't need to pay any price, but you will still remember this grudge and take revenge against me in the future? Is there such a truth in this world? If this isn't overbearing, then what is? Ha ha ha. White Brook laughed out loud. Just who do you think you are? You think you can speak reason with me? You think you can speak what is fair to me? Do you think you have these qualifications? In the world of martial artists, strength is supreme. Fairness and reasoning only apply to those that are similar in strength. You are nothing but a little life destruction ant. Even if you are extremely talented, that only makes you a slightly larger ant. If I wanted to deal with you, that would be no different from a common mortal stepping on an ant. And who can stop me? Who can stop me? And you still think that you can talk about fairness with me? Just how stupid can you be? If I kill you, that is because you have harmed the reputation of my white family. The reputation of my white family is thousands of times more precious than your life will ever be. Your death is still far from enough, and yet you want to threaten me and have me take out my life to accompany you? Just weigh how much your life is worth and realize how laughable you are. Oh, As Whitebrook was yelling at Lin Ming, an inner court elder carelessly turned over the combat report jade slip passed out by Xiao Rangem. HM? This jade slip is actually divided into two parts. If one doesn't pay attention, they wouldn't realize there is further information on the back. Isn't this just deliberately looking for trouble? Normally, a martial artist could look over a jade slip extremely quickly. It only took a single sweep, but Xiao Rangem's combat report jade slip was deliberately divided into two, and the middle section was blank. This created a gap in the reading, just like in a notebook where there were only words recorded on the first few pages and the last few pages with the entire center blank. Most people who saw the blank portion would naturally assume that there was nothing left, thus they wouldn't continue. Of course, for the martial artists present, as long as they wanted to, they could instantly read over the entire jade slip. As this inner court elder read the last portion of the jade slip, he nearly choked on himself and rolled down the mountain. He looked at Lin Ming with an incredulous expression. Am I dreaming? White mirror jade actually died to this Lin Ming. This boy, is he insane? If Whitebrook finds out about this, then that would simply because Whitebrook and Lin Ming's dispute was too eye-catching. Several elders didn't finish reading the jade slip. Yi Rosewater was also worried about Lin Ming. Lin Ming was simply playing with fire here. Why would he offend highest elder Whitebrook just because he wanted to sass back? Facing Whitebrook's horrifying pressure, Lin Ming seemed completely unaware of it all. He smiled and asked, so, if my humble and lowly life can actually damage the reputation of the noble and glorious White family, isn't that a reason for me to feel honored? Ha ha ha. But Elder White, you said that it was impossible for White Mirror Jade to be the traitor. Since you're so sure of yourself, why are you worried that I can produce evidence? Lin Ming, if you can take out evidence, then I will personally remove White Mirror Jade's name from my family tree. Otherwise, remove a name? Remove the name of a dead person? Is that the price that your White family will pay? How valuable? Lin Ming mocked, but he also knew that it was impossible to get Whitebrook to bet his life for any reason. With his status, he would never make such a bet with a junior. Elder White, you said that regardless of what the evidence is, you will investigate it yourself. Then I will take out the evidence. If you don't dare to examine it, then don't say that my evidence is wrong. Then take it out. Whitebrook coldly said, his eyes filled with a thick, killing intent. As long as you don't try to play some tricks with this evidence, then I can naturally verify it. Good. This was the effect that Lin Ming wanted. If he didn't anger Whitebrook and took out the half-dead White Mirror Jade, then Whitebrook would probably storm off from the scene. As for agreeing to search White Mirror Jade's soul, that was something he would never do. I apologize to all elders here. Because of some reasons, there were some matters that I intentionally needed to hide from you all. In truth, White Mirror Jade wasn't dead at the end of the Red Desolate Mystic Realm expedition, but there's not much of a difference now. Before Lin Ming left the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, he severed White Mirror Jade's true essence, causing him to perch on the edge of death. A mystic art like the soul-searching technique worked best when the party it was being done to was on the verge of death. A martial artist had two kinds of death. There was the death of solely the human body, where the soul was still able to be preserved. If one suffered some sort of tremendous attack, it was likely they would die along with their soul. If that happened, their memories would also fade away, and it would be impossible to use the soul-searching technique. As Lin Ming spoke, he threw out the nearly dead White Mirror Jade from his spatial ring. At this time, White Mirror Jade's entire body was covered in pieces of flesh and blood, and he no longer seemed even human. His organs were all smashed apart, and almost all of his blood had drained out. His chest cavity was open, filled with blood plasma. His exposed heart had nearly stopped beating. He would die soon. Whitebrook didn't even immediately recognize White Mirror Jade. It was only when he faintly felt a familiar aura coming from this ruined White mirror jade. Mirror jade. White Brook's eyes turned blood red. As he looked at Lin Ming, his killing intent had already reached infinite dimensions and his anger was erupting. You turned him into this? Yes, Lin Ming confidently acknowledged. Die then. White Brook suddenly attacked. As he lifted his hand, the power of his inner world came billowing outwards, forming a raging blue storm that rushed towards Lin Ming. And at this time, Xiao Sky White was already prepared. He gathered his hands together, and countless grand runes appeared, aligning into mystical patterns behind him. These patterns forming a massive suction force that completely inhaled the surging blue storm that White Brook sent out. The runes that Xiao Sky White used were the supernatural power contained within Carefree Palace itself. It had to be known that the entire Carefree Palace was a titanic spirit artifact. It was a war fortress, and the only one with the authority and ability to control. It was the Island Master. Although Xiao Sky White's strength was inferior to White Brook's in Carefree Palace, White Brook was not Xiao Sky White's match. Xiao Sky White, you dare to stop me? White Brook vehemently sputtered. Elder White, please proceed according to the rules. If you want to deal with Lin Ming, then you must have the truth on your side. Xiao Sky White's voice was cold. Because White Brook was his senior, Xiao Sky White was respectful in the way he spoke to him. But this did not mean that Xiao Sky White feared White Brook. It has already been stated that there is a chance that White Mirror Jade was the traitor. Lin Ming has already brought out the evidence to prove this point, and Elder White has also agreed to examine the evidence. If Lin Ming cannot take out true evidence, then it won't be too late to kill him. If you recklessly attack him now, then you will be accused of killing a witness to cover up your own crimes. As Xiao Sky White spoke, more and more runes formed behind him, faintly forming an energy barrier that surrounded Lin Ming. This was clearly to protect Lin Ming. Xiao Sky White. Good. Very good. White Brook said the word good twice, clearly angry to the extreme. Then he turned to Lin Ming, his eyes sharp as if he wanted to stab countless holes into Lin Ming, saying, "Where is the evidence?" Lin Ming shrugged. Elder White, at this point, you should have already guessed it. The evidence is White Mirror Jade himself. Search his soul and investigate him. If you do not believe me, then you can have the disciplinary elder, Island Master Xiao, or even yourself investigate him. What did you say? White Brook's eyes turned blood red. The soul-searching technique was originally an extremely dark and malicious demonic art. After searching someone's soul, the subject would normally turn into an idiot. Although the soul-searching technique was a cruel and sinister move, it was actually very easy to use. It was impossible to search out incomparably complex things like alchemy techniques, array formation techniques, or cultivation methods using this technique, but searching for just simple information was actually straightforward. Thus, even if one was an elder of the righteous path, this was still doable. Elder White, you said that if I had evidence, you would investigate it yourself. Then don't blame me for this. Moreover, White Mirror Jade is already dead, so there is no meaning in you showing any sort of compassion to him. As Lin Ming spoke, White Mirror Jade seemed to confirm Lin Ming's words. White Mirror Jade's body twitched one last heart, and then he lay completely motionless, with even the last puttering beats of his heart dying down. Like this, the White Mirror Jade that had been considered by everyone as the best candidate to be the next Island Master had died. Chapter 11:10. The World's Most Aggrieving Matter. Chapter 11:10. The World's Most Aggrieving Matter. Seeing White Mirror Jade looking like a piece of rotten meat in front of Lin Ming, all of the elders present were stunned, their eyebrows jumping up. They could already approximate just what had happened. Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater were ambushed by Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan in a secret mining pit. Then Lin Ming suspected that someone had betrayed them, and they obtained information on who had done it from an enemy combatant they captured. The enemy then revealed that it was White Mirror Jade. Obviously, Lin Ming didn't manage to obtain any tangible evidence from this enemy. Only after searching White Mirror Jade's soul would the full truth be known. Of course, this sort of tyrannical and cruel move like the soul-searching technique could destroy a person's spiritual sea. It was impossible to use twice. Thus, Lin Ming hadn't searched White Mirror Jade's soul. Without searching White Mirror Jade's soul, Lin Ming wouldn't have absolute assurance that he was the traitor. In this situation, he had still beaten up White Mirror Jade to this state, and then brought him to Carefree Palace on the brink of death, asking others to search his soul here. This method caused the elders present to feel a bit unwell. White Mirror Jade was still a disciple of Carefree Island after all, yet he had been killed without any real evidence by Lin Ming. This brat is too sadistic, truly vicious. With his talent and his character, it will be unbelievable once he has grown. He will be a demon even amongst those demonic realm cultivators. Forgetting Lin Ming's ruthlessness, just his strength alone was enough for all the elders to feel some fear. White Mirror Jade was a genius that could escape an encirclement of several late divine sea martial artists together. Yet he was still captured alive, and in this state by Lin Ming. This clear difference in strength was seen by everyone here. Lin Ming, you relied on just the words of a few Occult Bone Clan disciples to kill White Mirror Jade. If I was Elder White, I would also be angry. Indeed, this boy came to my Carefree Island for the 10-severing Tao fruit tree to begin with. He needs help from us, and yet he dares be so arrogant. All of the elders used true essence sound transmissions to discuss this. Lin Ming had come to their Carefree Island to take away the 10-severing Tao fruit tree, but now he had even killed White Mirror Jade. This caused all of the elders present to have a poor opinion of Lin Ming. Lin Ming, so that's what happened. You did not have true evidence, and yet you attacked Mirror Jade. Just who gave you this authority? Where is the disciplinary elder? White Brook angrily shouted, and a tall, dark-faced man stood up from another mountain peak. Elder White, subordinate is here? This person's voice didn't seem to have any emotion to it at all. He had an impartial and stoic look. He was Carefree Island's disciplinary elder. Lin Ming killed a direct disciple without permission in a situation where he didn't have any tangible evidence at all. According to the laws of Carefree Island, what is the punishment for such a crime? Reporting to Elder White, according to Carefree Island's sect punishment laws, killing a direct disciple is worthy of the death penalty, or the guilty party's martial arts will be completely wasted, and they will be reduced to a mortal. Ha ha ha! Good. Well said. White Brook laughed, his voice ringing throughout the entire mystic realm space. He maliciously looked at Lin Ming. Did you hear that? I can search White Mirror Jade's soul. But first, I must follow the sect's punishment laws and waste all of your martial arts. You sure feel relieved that I will allow you to keep one final breath of life so that you can die after learning the results of the soul's search. Xiao Skywhite, did you hear the words of the disciplinary elder? You said that in front of the sect laws, everyone is equal. You are the island master. So how could you possibly look down on the laws of your own sect? Do you even know what you are doing? You are protecting an outsider who killed an outstanding genius of your own sect. It's incredible that someone like you is the island master. Just what sort of strongman figure was White Brook that he could be led around by the nose by a junior like Lin Ming? Even if he was willing to use the soul search technique to verify the innocence of his own family, he still wouldn't obediently accept Lin Ming's arrangements. Otherwise, just what sort of face would he have left? And facing Xiao Skywhite, who was protecting Lin Ming, White Brook laid down the gauntlet. Indeed, Xiao Skywhite frowned. In this case, there was a great deal of pressure on him for still protecting Lin Ming. At this time, Great Elder Xiao Haogan stood up. He fakely smiled and said, "Island Master, what Elder White says is reasonable and true. Even if you will conduct a soul search, you must deal with Lin Ming first. But Island Master Shao, it seems as if you are purposefully favoring Lin Ming. You are the Island Master, and yet you disregard your own disciples to help an outsider, not even hesitating to use Carefree Palace's array formations to confront Elder White. Just what sort of reasoning is this?" Xiao Haogan was from the Xiao family. However, the reason that he became the Great Elder was that he had been defeated in the struggle to become the Island Master by Xiao Skywhite, thus the reason for him being biased towards his own master, White Brook. The relations between him and Xiao Skywhite had never been smooth. In Carefree Island, the status of a Great Elder was second only to the highest elders and the Island Master. Thus, this was why Xiao Haogan waited for a suitable time to speak. Not just that, but there were also several elders present that weren't too pleased by Lin Ming's methods. They began to stand up and say, "Great Elder is right. We should handle everything according to the rules first. Otherwise, what if someone tried to copy Lin Ming in the future and kill any disciple they suspected, then asking to search their soul later? Everything would fall into chaos." Xiao Skywhite took a deep breath, feeling as if he had hopped onto the tiger and could no longer back down. And at this time, Lin Ming began to speak from underneath the energy barrier Xiao Skywhite had created. "You want to waste all of my martial arts? How interesting. You say that I'm not a disciple of your Carefree Island, and yet you still want to deal with me according to your sect rules. Could it be that if your white family wants to kill me, I should stretch out my neck and let you do so? But if I kill White Mirror Jade instead, you want me to be handled by your sect rules and also waste all of my martial arts? What a strong sense of righteousness you have." Ooh. White Brook laughed as he listened to Lin Ming's response. "Why do I use the rules of my Carefree Island to handle you? Do you still need to ask this? It is because I am stronger than you. It is because my cultivation is higher than yours. In my eyes, what can you even be considered as? If I kill you, that is no different from butchering a chicken or slaughtering a dog. With just a single thought, I can kill you. And who here can stop me? Do you think you can resist even if you don't stretch out your neck? Whether it is Mirror Jade's life or the reputation of my white family, both are thousands and tens of thousands of times more precious than your life. Now that you've killed Mirror Jade, I don't care what reason it is, but you will be buried along with him. You want to speak of reasoning to me? That is simply ridiculous. How much do you think you are worth? Do you really think you have the capital to discuss anything with me?" As White Brook spoke to here, he began to step towards Lin Ming. Yi Rosewater and Xiao Raingem were both frightened. As for Xiao Skywhite, he deeply frowned. At this time, the situation had already spiraled out of his control. Senior Mo, Xiao Skywhite called out in his heart. Then a sigh resounded in the void, followed by a faint fluctuation in the mystic realm space. "Who is it?" White Brook was suddenly shocked. He immediately turned, his eyes widened to their limit. He watched on blankly as the space in front of him distorted, and a white-clothed woman emerged from nowhere. She sat on the void, her body floating in the midst of countless silks, her entire being exuded an elegant and compelling aura. Her face was covered with a dim light, making it so that no one could fully make out her appearance. She didn't come from outside, but had rather been here the entire time. She had hidden in space, observing this council of elders. But no one had been able to discover her at all. This is... White Brook drew a step backwards. He could feel a terrifying pressure from this woman. Her strength was unfathomable. She was absolutely a Holy Lord level character, and she was also more powerful than any Holy Lord White Brook had ever seen before. As for just how formidable she was, White Brook had no way of knowing. As for White Brook himself, even though he was Carefree Island's strongest powerhouse, he could only barely be considered a Holy Lord level powerhouse, and even then, He was the weakest amongst them all. It wasn't just White Brook, but all of the elders present were dumbfounded. This mysterious woman was actually hiding in Carefree Palace just a short distance away from them, and yet none of them knew. From this alone, one could imagine just how great her strength was. Who are you? Without knowing why, White Brook was able to feel a familiar breath from this woman in front of him. However, he couldn't identify just where he had encountered her before. This white-clothed woman was M.O. Riverbliss. She stood up from her wreath of silks, her appearance still covered in a dim light, not allowing anyone to see her. She naturally couldn't expose her own appearance before these people. After all, she had to be careful of her verdant feather, Holy Land's greatest blood enemy, Tian Mingzi. I originally didn't want to appear in front of you all, but because some matters still aren't concluded yet, and there are actually some here that think themselves so righteous and infallible, I had to suddenly appear because of such a minor matter. Well, before anything else, search his soul first. M.O. Riverbliss calmly instructed. Out of all the high-level Carefree Island figures present, only Xiao Skywhite knew of her. Even so, her commands were impossible to violate. White Brook's eyelids jumped up. Facing this woman's terrifying pressure, he clenched his fists and said, "Minor matter? Search his soul? Humph! You think that just because you say to search his soul, we will search his soul? Just who are you? This is my Carefree Island's territory, and yet you barge in here. What gives you the right to order us around?" If it weren't for M.O. Riverbliss' horrifying aura, White Brook would have already attacked her. M.O. Riverbliss turned her head and stared at White Brook, her vision sharp and dangerous. She unhurriedly said, "Why can I give you orders? Do you still need to ask this? It is because I am stronger than you. It is because my cultivation is higher than yours. In my eyes, what can you even be considered as? If I kill you, that is no different from butchering a chicken or slaughtering a dog. With just a single thought, I can kill you, and who here can stop me? Do you think you can resist even if you don't want to follow my command?" M.O. Riverbliss' aura suddenly rose. The words that White Brook said to Lin Ming just now were completely tossed back into his face, causing his complexion to twist. White Brook trembled with rage. One of the most aggrieving matters in this world was to have one's own words used in reverse, and also have no way of refuting them. Just now he had ruthlessly mocked Lin Ming, but now the roles had switched, and he was the one being mocked instead. The words that he had been so proud of now caused his entire face to be swollen with shame. In particular, he was being mocked under the eyes of many of Carefree Island's juniors and elders. White Brook bit his lips and clenched his fists, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms. He was thinking of attack M.O. Riverbliss right now. However, estimating it, he knew that his chances of victory were impossibly slim. Now search his soul. As for you, White Brook, whether you want to be the one to do so is up to you, M.O. Riverbliss coldly said. Under the suppression of absolute strength, no one dared to refute her. Chapter 1111. Face even more swollen. Chapter 1111. Face even more swollen. Kia, the disciplinary elder, and the supervisory elder glanced at each other and fell beside White Brook. One was responsible for enforcing laws, and the other was responsible for supervising disciples. If someone here was needed to search souls, the task would naturally fall to them. As for Island Master Xiao Skywhite, he was already standing beside the completely dead White Mirror Jade. His hands were up, ready to start at any time. If he waited too long, then even White Mirror Jade's soul would scatter away. The truth was that Xiao Skywhite wasn't proud or happy to have M.O. Riverbliss appear. In truth, he actually felt as if he had failed. In the end, he had to summon M.O. Riverbliss to clean up this mess. Without her, he simply wasn't able to stabilize this situation. My strength is not enough. If I had the strength of someone who steadily entered the Holy Lord realm, No one in this sect, high or low, would oppose me so greatly. Xiao Skywhite thought to himself, making a grim determination for his future. He turned to White Brook and said, "Elder White, if you will. If you do not start, then I shall. If you cannot find the information you want yourself, then don't blame me." At this time, White Brook was like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. His entire body trembled with anger. "Good. Then I will search for you. Lin Ming dares to constantly impugn the honor of my white family again and again. Then I will show you today's proof. In all these many years that Carefree Island has stood tall, my white family has produced countless extraordinary talents. To betray Carefree Island and send the geniuses of my sect into a death trap is a crime that is utterly despised by all. My white family would never disdain themselves to do such a deed. To a distinguished family from a sect that considered itself part of the righteous path, there wasn't much worse than having one of their disciples collude with those of the demonic path and murder their own fellow disciples. This was a dastardly deed that would forever hang upon the family's walls. Let's get the ugly talk out of the way. If Mirror Jade is truly a traitor, then I will turn his bones to ashes and wipe him away from my family tree forever. I will also apologize to everyone here. But in turn, if you have all wronged Mirror Jade, then I want Lin Ming to die with him. Since ancient times, an eye for an eye, a life for a life, that has been a completely justified act within all of the heavens and earth. As White Brook spoke, he suddenly pointed at Lin Ming, his eyes containing infinite rage and hatred. When White Brook's vision touched Lin Ming felt his scalp tingle. He was very familiar with these eyes because he had encountered them many times before. This was a hatred that was endless, that would never give up come hell or high water. Because of Ouyang Boyan in the past, when Lin Ming ever saw these eyes again, he would always adopt whatever drastic measures needed to completely eradicate this danger by the roots. Whether it was White Brook now or Ouyang Boyan of the past, Lin Ming hadn't been able to immediately eliminate them. In particular White Brook, the difference in strength was far too great. Mo River Bliss listened to White Brook's words and sneered, "You want Lin Ming to die too? In my eyes, Lin Ming's life is thousands and tens of thousands of times more precious than White Mirror Jade's life, or your white family's reputation, and yet you want Lin Ming to die? How ridiculous! How much do you think you are worth? Do you have the qualifications to reason with me? Even if Lin Ming wrongly killed White Mirror Jade, then so what? If he killed him, then he killed him. I will simply have Lin Ming apologize to everyone here." White Brook now deeply realized what it meant to be caught in one's own trap. Everything he had said to Lin Ming was now being punted back to him by Mo River Bliss. White Brook had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never encountered such an aggrieving situation like today, especially since it was in front of all these people from Carefree Island. He was used to his own position being high and untouchable. He was the one always giving orders. So when did he ever have to endure such humiliation? Do you want to see how much I'm worth? Good. Then let me show you just what my qualifications are. If you have the ability, then meet my blade." White Brook angrily shouted. He suddenly flourished a sharp blue sword from his spatial ring. This sword was simple and lusterless. The sword blade was humble, just like a large leaf. But once the sword was brought into the world, its aura was vast and boundless, overwhelming the world. This was a spirit artifact blade. Although White Brook was angry, he wasn't maddened to the point of losing all reasoning. He knew that there was a 99% chance he was not the opponent of this mysterious woman. Thus, he carefully spoke about exchanging a single sword strike with this woman, and directly at that. If this woman was goaded to move, then he would have the advantage. Moreover, this was a single strike. Even if he wasn't her match, he wouldn't suffer too much. At the same time, he could also probe just how strong this mysterious woman was. Currently, he could only feel that this woman's aura was terrifying, but as for how overruling she actually was, he had no idea at all. If she was weaker than what he imagined, then he would engage her in a battle to the death even at the cost of his life. He could not understand why such a mysterious person would appear at Carefree Palace, and why Xiao Sky White seemed to clearly know of her. Sword setting the universe. White Brook shouted out loud, and the power of the world contained within the great dimension in his dantian erupted forth. For a moment, the entire Carefree Palace trembled. As White Brook attacked, an incredible scene occurred. White Brook and Mo Riverbliss seemed to fall into a completely different space and time, thoroughly isolated from the outside world. Lin Ming was surprised. He wasn't sure if this was because of some sort of force field interaction, or because these two people's inner worlds were coming into conflict. At this time, their fight was equal to occurring in a separate dimension. Like this, no matter how terrifying the shock waves and explosions of their battle were, they wouldn't affect the surroundings. Otherwise, if two Holy Lord level powerhouses fought, this mystic realm where the Council of Elders had convened would likely collapse and be destroyed. An infinitely extending distortion instantly appeared in the space around them. Lin Ming saw that all around Mo Riverbliss, brilliant white light began to gather. Then, the heavens filled with endless fields of falling snow. Snow fluttered, drifting down in a radius of over 80,000 miles. The entire separate space-time was filled with a vast, blinding whiteness. Lin Ming's eyes widened. From when he first chose the path of martial arts, this battle involved the highest level powerhouses fighting that he had yet to witness. If he could only understand 1,000th of their concepts or techniques, then the advantages would be tremendous. Bang! In that different space-time, an incomparably titanic amount of ice energy gathered into a single endless stretch, forming a river of stars that flowed forth for 10,000 miles, completely passing through White Brook's azure sword light. In that moment, countless cracks appeared in White Brook's world. Lin Ming could no longer see what was happening. All he saw was white, endless white flooding his field of vision, masking all, burying all. Then, with a faint blasting sound, the white light suddenly gathered backwards, revealing a pale, White Brook. White Brook fell onto his knees. His hair, beard, body, all of it was covered with ice crystals. These ice crystals cut into his skin, piercing through his body, making him tremble, as if he were heaving. You. White Brook's voice shivered. The ice energy had sunk into his body, making him feel as if he had been submerged into a freezing sea. In front of this woman, he felt as if he were a little baby facing an adult without any strength to resist. If she wanted to, she could likely instantly kill him. The disparity was too great. It was far greater than what he had imagined it would be like. All of the surrounding elders were silenced. White Brook was the #1 master of Carefree Island, and yet he had been so easily defeated. That meant that if this mysterious woman wanted to, she could kill everyone present. Someone like you should not appear in an influence on the level of Carefree Island. Just who are you? White Brook couldn't see Mo Riverbliss' appearance, but he could faintly feel that she was a peak Holy Lord level existence, or even someone that neared a world king. How could this sort of person appear in Carefree Island, a sect that hadn't even become a holy land yet? Mo Riverbliss didn't even bother answering. The situation was now deadlocked. At this time, Xiao Skywhite gave White Brook an exit and said, "Elder White, search his soul. White Mirror Jade's soul is beginning to fade away." Search his soul. White Brook's eyes blurred for a moment before regaining clarity. He deeply looked at Mo Riverbliss for a moment, and then walked over to the supervisory elder and the disciplinary elder, facing White Mirror Jade's corpse that had been dead for less than half an incense stick of time. As White Brook saw White Mirror Jade's gruesome corpse, he felt sadness seep into his heart. He looked up at Lin Ming, gritting his teeth and saying, "I am weaker than others. White Mirror Jade was killed by you, and yet I cannot take revenge for him. But remember this. In this world there exists karma. Blood will have blood. You will eventually pay the price for your actions. Lin Ming sneered. Investigate first before you speak again. Blood will have blood. To a martial artist, that was indeed an undeniable truth. The world of martial artists was constantly filled with slaughter. If you could kill others, then naturally a stronger person could kill you too. But for things like karma, that was simply nonsense. In the world of martial artists, it was impossible for completely pure-hearted people to live for thousands of years. Lin Ming had killed many people, but he had also done so with reason, or because his enemies had chosen to walk the road of death to begin with. He did not touch himself with such karma. Even though he had killed countless people, he never worried about this. White Brook coldly snorted as he saw Lin Ming's attitude. He resented Lin Ming, but there was nothing he could do. He poured his soul force into the rapidly cooling body of White Mirror Jade. At the same time, Xiao Sky White, the disciplinary elder, and the supervisory elder also joined in. With the four of them investigating together, the accuracy of their results would be beyond doubt. The soul-searching technique was not some complex or profound ability, but at the same time, the information it could investigate was also on the vague side. As the four people rummaged through White Mirror Jade's memories, they soon found the memories related to geniuses of other sections. These memories were filled with suspicion, filled with hate. After that, they went even deeper. They saw White Mirror Jade obtain the inheritance of a dead Holy Lord, and also the puppets that this Holy Lord-level character had left behind in a hidden cave dwelling. White Mirror Jade had used these puppets as tools to communicate with the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. After every correspondence, the puppet would self-destruct, leaving behind no evidence. He had joined forces with the Occult Bone clan and Splinter Soul Mountain to murder geniuses of his own sect. He had done this 3 times already. Of course, this also included his attempt on Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater. As White Brook saw these memories, his entire body turned to stone. He stood there paralyzed, his hands faintly shaking. White Mirror Jade had betrayed Carefree Island. This was without a doubt the truth. When Lin Ming killed White Mirror Jade, he had fully occupied the moral position. White Brook took a step back, his complexion becoming increasingly pale. His lips opened and closed, but no words came out. Near him, Xiao Sky White let out a long sigh and shook his head. As for the disciplinary elder and supervisory elder, they wisely remained silent. However, their attitude and response already made the results clear. All of the elders present gulped, unable to speak. Lin Ming's speculations were true. White Mirror Jade had truly betrayed him, and Yi Rosewater. In the war within the red, desolate mystic realm, Carefree Island could have been said to have burned their bridges and left no avenue for retreat. This was a mission that related to the destiny of Carefree Island as a sect, and yet because of mere personal grudges and benefits, White Mirror Jade didn't hesitate at all to betray Yi Rosewater, Lin Ming, and all the others just to strengthen his own position. Without a doubt, the reason White Mirror Jade dared to do so was that he relied on his outstanding strength. Even if he was encircled by a number of late Divine Sea geniuses, he would still be able to retreat with his life. But the other disciples weren't the same. Just what sort of evil and wicked act was this? Chapter 11:12, The Power Behind the Throne. Chapter 11:12, The Power Behind the Throne. The truth is now clear. I feel extremely regretful for everything that has occurred, but White Mirror Jade has already been punished for his actions. I will inform the entire sect of this matter and have it serve as a warning to the disciples. Xiao Sky White summarized. This sort of scandal would severely shame the White family and ruin their reputation. However, Xiao Sky White wasn't doing this to attack the White family. Rather, the matter of Lin Ming killing White Mirror Jade was known by the direct disciples. Now, the disciples beneath them probably knew, and there had to be an explanation for all of this. Whitebrook's lips twitched as he heard Xiao Skywhite. He remained silent throughout. Today was truly a living nightmare. He turned and suddenly glanced at Mo Riverbliss. Who are you? Why would you appear in Carefree Palace? As Whitebrook spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Mo Riverbliss. They too wished to know just who she was. Mo Riverbliss stood atop a square of rainbow-colored silk, her entire body clothed in white. Her fingers linked together and sent out several seals. In the space and time within this mystic realm, large runes began to appear from all over, floating in the surrounding space. Then the high mountain peaks that these elders were standing on began to rumble as they sank into the earth. Everyone fell onto the ground. This scene caused all of the elders to be shocked. Mo Riverbliss didn't depend on her own brute strength to flatten the mountain peaks into the earth, but had rather operated the array formations of Carefree Palace. Carefree Palace itself was an extremely high-grade spirit artifact. It was offensive and defensive, a natural war fortress that resisted the world. If the 10-severing Tao fruit tree was related to the destiny of Carefree Island, then Carefree Palace was the foundation with which Carefree Island was able to remain a sect. If Carefree Island didn't have the 10-severing Tao fruit tree, they would only have less resources and would be hindered in their future development, making it hopeless for them to become a holy land. But without Carefree Palace, Carefree Island's defensive power would plummet to a far lower level. At this time, if Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan were to join forces and attack Carefree Island, then Carefree Island might even be totally obliterated. Not just that, but the deep time-space locations within Carefree Palace were the best places to cultivate in all of Carefree Island. All of Carefree Island's elders and their most amazing direct disciples would enter seclusion here. If they didn't have Carefree Palace, then the losses to Carefree Island would be even greater than losing the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. It was also because of this reason that since ancient times, only the Island Master's symbol was able to operate Carefree Palace. But now, this mysterious woman was also able to control Carefree Palace's array formations. How could the elders present not be surprised? How can you control Carefree Palace? Whitebrook shouted, his expression that of someone who saw a ghost. Mo Riverbliss lightly glanced at Whitebrook and said, Carefree Palace is my spirit artifact to begin with. I placed it at Carefree Island to serve as the foundation for Carefree Island to remain a sect. However, absolute dominion of Carefree Palace has always remained in my hands. All of the Island Masters have only been allowed to use it. What? Whitebrook was completely bewildered. This mysterious woman actually controlled Carefree Palace. It had to be known that these elders usually cultivated deep within Carefree Palace. With this mysterious woman's terrifying strength, that meant that she controlled the lives of Carefree Island's elders at all times, and also had the very fate of Carefree Island itself in her grasp. Suddenly, Whitebrook remembered that 10,000 years ago, because information of the 10-severing Tao fruit tree had been revealed, it had caused a super influence to lead an invasion against Carefree Island in the hopes of capturing the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. At the end, when Carefree Island nearly couldn't continue to support itself, a mysterious person had appeared. This mysterious person had managed Carefree Palace with strength approaching a world king, and finally their enemies were all forced back. After this, Carefree Island experienced thousands of years of peace, and their sect also rapidly expanded in both size and power. Slowly, Carefree Island gained the strength to stand firm in the world, and gained the qualifications of a sect that was able to defend themselves. As Whitebrook thought of this now, he realized that the reason this mysterious woman's aura was familiar to him was because it was the same aura as that mysterious person's from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, you moved to help manage Carefree Palace's array formations and force back the Seven Elements sect, and the 10 severing Tao fruit tree was also left here by you? White Brook suddenly thought it was highly likely that the person supporting Lin Ming from behind was this mysterious woman. You can say that, M.O. Riverbliss said. So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. Ha ha. I was truly laughable. White Brook shook his head, his face filled with self-deprecation. Since you've always been controlling the Carefree Palace spirit artifact, and also had such overwhelming strength that is the same as all of Carefree Island never leaving your grasp, if that's true, then why not directly take away the 10 severing Tao fruit tree? None of us would be able to resist you. M.O. Riverbliss said, why should I answer to you about the decisions I make? In the end, the reason that M.O. Riverbliss had hidden in the shadows all these years and had others represent her in leading Carefree Island was because of how sensitive her status was. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others if she were to appear. After all, even in the entire divine realm, a half-stepped world King Powerhouse wasn't a cabbage that could be found anywhere. If one were to suddenly appear, then a few thousand years of secrecy was possible. But if she had remained in public for 50,000 years, then it was possible that Tian Mingzi would have realized it was her, and thus brought the fate of total annihilation upon Carefree Island. In this sort of situation, patiently hiding and keeping the lowest profile possible was the best decision. But once M.O. Riverbliss truly appeared in front of everyone and began to personally control Carefree Island herself, that symbolized that the time for the true battle had begun. This meant that M.O. Riverbliss would finally begin the earnest reconstruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and also begin the plans to battle Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming's appearance was clearly the impetus that caused M.O. Riverbliss to appear and finally wield power over Carefree Island. From the very start, M.O. Riverbliss had only been observing Lin Ming. Finally, after all of this occurred, M.O. Riverbliss approved of Lin Ming from the depths of her heart. Even if she had to discard all of Carefree Island's benefits to raise up Lin Ming, she would still do so. She had faith that within several hundred years, or a few thousand years, Lin Ming would have the ability to help her reform the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. M.O. Riverbliss said, I know that my appearance here today has caused suspicions and rejection to appear in your minds. But because of my strength, and because I am the one who truly controls Carefree Palace, none of you will dare to disobey me. Even so, you will resist me in your hearts through all sorts of ways. As M.O. Riverbliss spoke, her sharp and fierce eyes swept through everyone present. All of the elders felt as if they were seen through and were unable to even look back at her. M.O. Riverbliss had allowed Carefree Island to freely grow for 50,000 years. Through all of the previous and current high-level figures of Carefree Island, no one had ever known of M.O. Riverbliss' existence besides the island masters. Now that she suddenly appeared and announced that she was the true shadow master of Carefree Island, this certainly would cause the high-level figures of Carefree Island to resist her. This sort of feeling was as if a mortal had carefully cultivated and raised a fruit tree, and just when the tree had borne edible fruits, the secret master of the orchard had suddenly appeared. This secret master could allow you to eat a fruit, but they could also take back the orchard and deny the tree. At this time, it was normal for someone to feel uncomfortable about this situation. M.O. Riverbliss said, I can understand if you all have thoughts of resisting me. This is because you do not understand me, and also because you do not understand the history of Carefree Island. In your beliefs, if there is a day that Carefree Island could rise into a 9th grade holy land, then that would be your greatest glory. And a 9th grade holy land is also the final goal that is in many of your hearts. But in my view, even if Carefree Island rises to become a 9th grade holy land, Carefree Island will still be among the weakest of 9th grade holy lands for a very long time. If this sort of carefree island were placed in the entire divine realm, it would be nothing but a tiny little insignificant sect. If Carefree Island were a ninth grade holy land, then in every major world of the divine realm, there would be at least 100, if not far more sects of the same level. And these do not include the hidden sects that are scattered all over. There are even the countless sects that exist in the medium worlds and small worlds. Placed among all of this, Carefree Island is just a drop of water in the ocean. If that is truly your final goal, then your achievements will also be limited to this. You can simply call all of yourselves short-sighted. As M.O. Riverbliss spoke, many of the elders faintly frowned. What M.O. Riverbliss said was true, but it was also common knowledge. There was no one present who didn't know how terrifyingly broad and limitless the divine realm was. They were well aware of the vast divine realm and just how scary the true top sects were. But for Carefree Island to become such a sect was simply a dream. In Carefree Island, a divine lord powerhouse was an elder, but in those bigger sects, a holy lord level powerhouse was an elder. M.O. Riverbliss could naturally see what these elders were thinking about. She slowly said, "You all probably think that what I speak is the foolish talk of an idiot, nothing more than an improbable fantasy that will never occur. But what if I were to tell you that the predecessor of Carefree Island was a world king level holy land? Would you still think the same?" Chapter 1113, M.O. Riverbliss's Ambitions. Chapter 1113, M.O. Riverbliss's Ambitions. A World King level holy land. As M.O. Riverbliss spoke, all of the elders present were stunned silent. Even if Carefree Island became a ninth grade holy land, they would still be among the weakest of holy lands. And within ninth grade holy lands, the differences in strength between them were enormous. For instance, a peak holy land like the ancient Phoenix clan could completely exterminate over a dozen ordinary holy lands. And above the ancient Phoenix clan was a world king level holy land. In the strictest sense, a world king level holy land needed a world king level powerhouse assuming personal command. Even if they weren't a great world king, they at least needed to be someone with strength equal to a world king. But the truth was that the birth of a world king was simply far too difficult. There were many times when a sect would produce a world king, but another one would not appear in the next generation. For instance, the ancient dragon clan was like this. Even so, they were stronger than an ordinary peak holy land, and could barely be considered a world king level holy land. Such an influence was simply a legendary existence. If a world king level holy land was a bustling major capital of a vast nation, then Carefree Island was nothing but a tiny town. There was simply no comparing them. Carefree Island's predecessor was a world king level holy land. How could that be? The elders present didn't dare to believe this. This was similar to a small countryside family suddenly learning one day that they were from the royal family, and they also had the royal bloodline within them. What Senior says is true. Only the current and past island masters know the true history of Carefree Island. Xiao Skywhite suddenly spoke up. Carefree Island indeed has an extremely deep and formidable background. You fear me and reject me because you are afraid that I will take away your resources and your authority. But that is all wrong. In fact, not only will I not take away anything that belongs to you, but I will bring you even greater wealth and treasures. If your gaze truly only lies at becoming a ninth grade holy land, then I can only say that you are just too short-sighted. The one who spoke was M.O. Riverbliss. However, besides a minority of elders developing anticipation at her words, there were even more people who grew more skeptical. The supervisory elder frowned and said, Senior says that Carefree Island's predecessor was a world king level holy land. But I believe that this world king level holy land should have long since perished by now. Otherwise, why would we withdraw to this red, desolate sea, where we must compete with third-rate influences like Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan for resources? No matter how glorious and magnificent the past was, that is still history. Senior says that we are short-sighted, and I will admit that those words are true. However, I would like to ask a question. How does Senior plan on restoring Carefree Island to its splendid past? In truth, I don't even need a plan to become a world king level holy land. If Carefree Island became just a peak 9th grade holy land, I would already think that was a miracle among miracles. I wonder just what plan does Senior have prepared? The question that the supervisory elder asked was what everyone else was thinking. These people were already skeptical. Even if their Carefree Island had the bloodline of the royal family, that royal family had already been overthrown, and their royal bloodline wasn't worth a single damn anymore. If they couldn't manage things properly, then that royal bloodline might even draw in a fatal calamity upon them instead. M.O. Riverless had already expected all of these doubts. She gently smiled and said, with Carefree Island's background, it is naturally impossible to rise in a short period of time. But if there is an outside force helping Carefree Island, then everything becomes different. Imagine if a true great world king were to form his own sect, just what type of influence would he be able to create? Great world king. As these elders heard M.O. Riverbliss's words, they subconsciously glanced at each other. The divine realm had a total of 3,000 great worlds, and thus they had 3,000 great world kings. All great world kings were existences that ranked in the upper echelons of world kings. Their strength had reached unimaginable proportions. Their fame, prestige, and strength were truly horrifying. If they wanted to create their own sect, then saying that they would create an ordinary holy land was simply an insult. Forming a peak holy land was something they could do if they were simply lazing about. Only creating a world king level holy land would match their status. Although it couldn't be done instantly, if one spent tens of thousands of years and also had control of enough resources, then doing all of this wouldn't be difficult at all. When a person rose to glory, everyone with them would also flourish. Back when Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent after he became the highest under the heavens, Divine Phoenix Island had similarly received a tremendously great blessing. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had both become Divine Sea powerhouses because of Lin Ming, and they would also be outstanding individuals among Divine Sea powerhouses. Added with the massive amount of resources that Lin Ming left with Divine Phoenix Island, this allowed Divine Phoenix Island to quickly become a holy land. In the next couple hundred years, Divine Phoenix Island might even replace the Azura Divine Kingdom and become one of the 4 Divine Kingdoms. A 4th grade sect would suddenly become a holy land like that. This sort of rising speed could not be compared to a sect that was developing on its own. That is only a great world king. What if it were a top 10 ranked great world king? For a peak world king, it is difficult for anyone to compare to them underneath an Empyrean. If such a person were to create their own sect, what would that be like? Just setting up a sect would take a tremendous amount of time and energy. But what if this person was able to use Carefree Island as a foundation and develop it into a top sect? You are all veteran elders here, and some of you are old without much potential left. Even so, you can still obtain enormous advantages. M.O. Riverbliss unhurriedly said, yet her calm words caused the hearts of the elders present to start racing. Indeed, if Carefree Island was able to leap upwards and become a world king-level holy land, then, as the veteran elders, they would be able to obtain far greater benefits. That was a world king-level holy land. The meat and soup they ate was all of a far higher quality than Carefree Island's. If the soup of a world king-level holy land was dragon marrow soup, Then the meat that Carefree Island ate was nothing but low-level vicious beast meat. How could they possibly be compared? However, even though the situation that M.O. Riverbliss described was tempting, it still seemed far too unlikely and impractical. Allow me to speak honestly. What Senior says is what many sect leaders say when they come to power. For instance, they will list out their goals for the next 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Their steps and plans for the future would always be grand and far-fetched. For instance, plans to have the sect double in strength within 1,000 years, plans to become a middle-ranked holy land, and so forth. But, in fact, these goals would all be forgotten over time. Just how many actually managed to achieve their goals? Senior says that a great world king existence, or even one ranked in the top 10 of all world kings, would actually help us increase the strength of our sect. If that happened, our sect could indeed rapidly rise in a short period of time. But where would we find such a great world king? If there really was a great world king, how could they possibly serve us? Another elder raised an objection. When a sect leader came to power, they would often make some general outlines for the future in order to build up cohesiveness within the sect. There were some leaders that didn't believe themselves, but there were also some leaders that were so confident in their own words that they even tricked themselves. But in the end, they would realize that everything they said had simply been boastful words. A great world king certainly won't help us. If we want a great world king to help us, there is only a single possibility, and that is to raise our own. M.O. Riverbliss's words floored everyone present. Some elders subconsciously felt their jaws drop wide open, their throats and eyes twitching. For an influence that hadn't even become a holy land to produce their own great world king, that was just a joke. Even a world king level holy land couldn't guarantee that they would produce a world king in every generation. This so-called generation was not a single generation from parent to child, but a generation measured by the age of a world king. A world king could often live for several millions of years. Before the old world king died, if a new world king could be born that was the continuation of a dynasty, that was truly a matter worth celebrating with joy and festivity. In other words, even for a world king level holy land that had top inheritances, an atmosphere with countless amazing geniuses competing with each other, endless resources, and also the guidance of powerful supreme elders, they would still be more than lucky if a world king were to be born every several million years. And that was only raising an ordinary world king, not a great world king, let alone their carefree island producing a world king. They would already thank the heavens and earth if they could produce a true Holy Lord level character. For instance, using Ye Rosewater and White Mirror Jade as examples, although they might have been individuals that disdained all other rivals and heroes of their generation, the chances of them becoming holy lords were still extremely slim. Raise our own world king? Senior, aren't you simply joking with us? If we could produce a great world king, then why would we still be here, spilling our blood in the red, desolate mystic realm to look for resources worth tens of billions of violet sunstones? Then again, looking at the wider picture, even if we had such resources and inheritances, we don't have an adequate seedling. As an elder spoke to here, his eyes suddenly shifted towards Lin Ming. Could it be that Senior is saying? After this elder spoke, everyone else unanimously turned their gazes to Lin Ming. Without a doubt, if this was truly M.O. Riverbliss's plan, then there was only a single seedling they could name. And that was Lin Ming. She wanted to raise Lin Ming into becoming a great world king. Lin Ming, Senior, do you mean him? For the elders present, it was like they were suddenly seeing Lin Ming for the first time again. They looked him over, sizing him up again and again. What? Do you think it is impossible? I don't think it is impossible, but several elders glanced at each other before one tactfully said, "It's just that the chances aren't too high." The divine realm's 3,000 great world kings were accumulated over a period of millions upon millions of years. Thinking about the chances of such a character appearing really left one's heart cold. In the entire divine realm, on average, a great world king would be born every 1,000 to 2,000 years. This was throughout the entire divine realm. The endless, boundless divine realm included countless sects, holy lands, and numerous world king-level families. And beyond the 3,000 great worlds, there was also everyone from the countless medium worlds, minor worlds, hidden worlds, countless mystic realm spaces, and also those who ascended from the million boundless worlds of the lower realms. In 1,000 years, just how many lives would be born? Even using a septillion to describe this number wasn't enough. This was already a probability that mortals could no longer comprehend. And most importantly, this number also included the descendants of peak world kings, and even the descendants of Empyrean-level supreme elders. Just what sort of concept was an Empyrean? The chances of their descendants becoming a great world king were naturally much higher. How could mere mortals contend with them? Lin Ming was powerful, but it was difficult to summon the courage to confidently say he would become a great world king in the future. At this time, White Brook sneered and said, "I see. So, this is what's happening. I understand now." No wonder Senior said that Lin Ming's life is countless times more precious than Mirror Jade's, and the reputation of my white family. This is because Senior is intending to raise Lin Ming into a great world king, and then have him support Carefree Island, and raise it into a world king level holy land. What a genius idea. Chapter 11:14, 9 Fall Approaches. Chapter 11:14, 9 Fall Approaches. White Brook's words held an obvious, mocking meaning behind them. In fact, although no one dared to speak as loudly and visibly as White Brook, they all had similar idea in their hearts. No matter how they heard it, the plan of depending on a single extreme genius to help raise their sect didn't sound too good. Even in the entire divine realm, a world king only appeared every 1,000 years. The probability was extremely low, and there were countless variables involved. Sometimes, one could look at the path and rise of a life destruction or divine sea genius to predict that they would become a Holy Lord level powerhouse in the future. But there were very few individuals that would dare to make such a prediction for a world king powerhouse. Between a Holy Lord and a world king, the difference couldn't be described as even a mote. Listening to Senior's meaning, you intend on using the 10 Severing Tao fruit tree on Lin Ming? You want to bet Carefree Island's future on Lin Ming? White Brook's words had thorns to them, and these words also had many elders nodding along with him. To rely on Lin Ming alone to raise Carefree Island into a world king level holy land was far too uncertain a matter, but there were clear advantages to the 10 Severing Tao fruit tree. Once it was gone, their losses would be immediately seen. Yes, I hope that you can also understand something, and that is that both the 10 Severing Tao, Fruit Tree, and Carefree Palace were brought to Carefree Island by me. Since I brought them here, I can also take them away. Today, I am only informing you of my decision. It is not up for discussion. Sky White, I'll leave you the responsibility of having them sign the curse contract. Lin Ming, you come with me. M.O. Riverbliss took out a black scroll from her spatial ring. With a flick of her hand, the scroll flew towards Xiao Sky White. At the same time, M.O. Riverbliss sent out a beam of light that wrapped around Lin Ming and carried him off to another space-time. As soon as Lin Ming and M.O. Riverbliss left, all of the elders burst into vivid discussion. Everything that happened today was too sudden for them, and they were finding it hard to accept. An absolute overlord had suddenly appeared in Carefree Island, and she had actually held on to the highest authority and control of Carefree Island this entire time, yet none of them were aware of it. She controlled the spirit artifact that was Carefree Palace while having strength approaching that of a world king. In just these two aspects alone, none of them had the ability to resist. Moreover, Xiao Skywhite was clearly supporting Mo Riverbliss. To be more brutally honest, every island master had only been Mo Riverbliss's puppet. They were only able to follow whatever orders she gave. Do we just completely obey that woman's plans and do whatever she says to do? The one to speak was Great Elder Xiao Haogan. In order to avoid Island Master Xiao Skywhite, he spoke to some of the dissatisfied elders with a true essence sound transmission. What else can we do? Do you plan on resisting her? Didn't you hear what she said? We will bet everything along with our Carefree Island's most precious resources and pour all of that into Lin Ming. Who knows how that boy will develop in the future? I admit that he will one day become a holy lord, but what use is a holy lord? Can that bring many benefits to us? Xiao Haogan said, privately stirring up the rebellious spirits in these elders' hearts. Xiao Haogan was well aware that Lin Ming didn't have even the tiniest good impression of him, let alone him not believing that Lin Ming would become a great world king. Even if Lin Ming were able to smoothly step into the world king realm and allow Carefree Island to enter a flourishing period, that wouldn't bring the least bit of an advantage to him. It was even possible that Lin Ming would remember this old grudge and then secretly retaliate against him. With Lin Ming's strength, wouldn't taking revenge against him be as simple as squashing an ant? In this sort of situation, Xiao Haogan would rather have Carefree Island halt its progress where it was than see Lin Ming rise to power. Just shut it. Although I think that woman's plans are a bit too fantastical, no one here can resist her. In any case, the 10-severing Dao fruit tree was hers to begin with, so she can give it to whoever she wishes. What a pity! There are so many good things used on Lin Ming. It's just like those mortal games where people take lottery drawings in hope of a reward. No matter how small the chance is, they think they can try their luck by putting in more and more money. I don't oppose this, but for that woman to place such a great investment on such a slim chance of hitting the greatest prize, that is really... Many elders shook their heads. Lin Ming was indeed talented. He was beyond extraordinary if placed within Carefree Island. But what if he were placed within the entire divine realm? In the future, Lin Ming will be able to reach the peak Holy Lord realm. With the 10-severing Dao fruit tree, any powerhouse can be raised to the peak of the Holy Lord realm. However, the gains aren't equal to the losses. Xiao Haogan said again, trying to instigate more people. The other elders also had the same feeling. But what could they say? What significance was there in complaining? At this time, Island Master Xiao Skywhite unraveled the scroll that Mo Riverbliss left behind. Countless mystical runes covered the scroll, and an ancient aura surged out from it. This scroll was a spirit artifact. Although it wasn't some high-level spirit artifact, a spirit artifact was still a spirit artifact. All of the elders present suddenly widened their eyes. A spirit artifact scroll. Xiao Skywhite said, "This is a life-soul vow. Senior has already placed a drop of her blood essence on this scroll as a catalyst. Everyone here must leave behind a drop of blood and a wisp of their soul on this scroll, as well as make a vow that none of you will reveal even half a word about seeing Senior Mo today. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash from this life-soul vow and immediately die. The effects of this vow will continue for 300 years. Afterwards, the vow will automatically expire." A life-soul vow was a contract that high-level martial artists signed with low-level martial artists, using their own blood essence as the catalyst. The medium of this vow was a spirit artifact scroll. Of course, if a martial artist left their blood essence and soul wisp on the scroll, then once this contract expired or was canceled, they would be able to recover it. It couldn't be considered a loss. Mo Riverbliss's identity was extremely sensitive. There were numerous world king, level holy lands in the divine realm, but they also weren't too common. If one were to find out which World King level holy lands were destroyed in the past, then one could slowly infer M.O. Riverbliss's identity. Regarding this, M.O. Riverbliss certainly had to prevent it. She didn't have much trust towards these elders. Also, for the upcoming period of time, please do not go out nor try to go out. What do you think? Xiao Skywhite smiled as he spoke. If M.O. Riverbliss didn't appear then, it would have been fine. But once she appeared in front of others, that would mean that Carefree Island would enter a highly vigilant state and that the plan to reconstruct the Verdant Feather Holy Lands would begin. All of the elders glanced at each other, dawning horror and alarm on their faces. If M.O. Riverbliss hadn't appeared in front of them until now, that was because her status needed to be kept a secret. It was likely that predecessor of Carefree Island would have to face some great blood enemy. This caused all of them to feel bitter in their hearts. This was simply a ticking time bomb. Not only did this so-called royal bloodline not bring them any advantages, but it instead might bring them a bloody calamity. Just what was going on? The elders present wanted to curse, but cursing was cursing. They also knew that M.O. Riverbliss was paying attention to everything that was happening here. They had no choice but to sign this contract, and to do so immediately. They could only suppress the sorrow in their hearts, and then walk in front of that spirit artifact scroll and begin to sign the life-soul contract. And at this time, in another dimension realm of Carefree Palace, Lin Ming was sitting on the side of a lotus throne. Blue energy surrounded him, blossoming like a blue lotus. M.O. Eversnow had already emerged from the magic cube space, her entire body emitting a faint ethereal glow. She was like an immortal fairy, untainted by the world. M.O. Riverbliss stood at the side of M.O. Eversnow, quietly watching Lin Ming. She said, "Little Snow, Ani has done everything that you planned. Aya, I really have no idea if this is the right or wrong path." M.O. Riverbliss's actions in front of the Council of Elders had all been at the bidding of M.O. Eversnow. M.O. Riverbliss didn't originally believe that placing all hopes of reforming the Verdant Feather Holy Lands on Lin Ming was the wisest decision. After all, the hope of becoming a great world king was far too slim. But besides depending on Lin Ming, M.O. Riverbliss didn't have any better method. Moreover, she also believed in M.O. Eversnow and fully supported her, thus agreeing with her. It had to be known that M.O. Eversnow had created many miracles in the past when the Verdant Feather Holy Lands still existed. For instance, when she decided to dual cultivate body and energy, everyone in the M.O. family, including the old Holy Lord, completely opposed her decision. However, she did as she wanted and decisively chose to cultivate the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Finally, M.O. Eversnow had truly slowed down her progress in reaching the World King realm because of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, but M.O. Eversnow had undoubtedly achieved tremendous results in her body transformation system technique when Tian Mingzi had betrayed the Verdant Feather Holy Lands and started his rebellion. M.O. Eversnow had only been a step away from opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This was a simply unbelievable result. Thus, M.O. Riverbliss believed in M.O. Eversnow's beliefs. This was why she decided to spare no effort to raise Lin Ming, whether it was consuming her cultivation to help him refine the Supreme Dragon Bone, or now giving him the 10-severing Tao Fruit Tree. "Ani, you don't seem to be too optimistic about my decision?" M.O. Eversnow said with a faint smile. "I truly don't feel too optimistic, but there's nothing else I can do. What's done is done." M.O. Riverbliss helplessly said, "We are facing Tian Mingzi, someone who long ago became a world king. Underneath his shadow, it is nearly impossible to reform the Verdant Feather Hold Lands. I have no other choice. The truth is that Lin Ming is indeed extraordinary, but wasn't Tian Mingzi of the past also the same? And Lin Ming was also born several tens of thousands of years after Tianmingzi. To have him struggle with Tianmingzi, that is far too difficult. Mo Eversnow also knew of this point. She confidently said, "Ani, I believe in my own judgment. You just wait and see." Aya, that's what I've been doing all this time. Since I've already started, I must follow this through to the end with all I have. Whether or not she could raise Lin Ming, this was the final great effort she could put in for the reconstruction of the verdant feather Holy Lands. After all, she didn't have too much lifespan remaining. If her efforts failed this time, she would no longer have any time and energy left to devise a new plan. I will go and prepare the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. Lin Ming can now attack Ninefall. Lin Ming's accumulations are enough. He is 31 years old. To reach Ninefall at 31 years of age is already considered quite slow. For him to suppress his cultivation to this stage, his foundation can be no more solid than it is now. With so many heavenly materials supporting him, I have no idea what the scene will be when he breaks through to Ninefall. Mo Eversnow said with anticipation, her eyes full of hope. Lin Ming had experienced the war in the red, desolate mystic realm and had used this long period to fuse all of the accumulated energy in his body. Now, he had completely absorbed the dragon marrow blood that was in his body. This was the best timing for him to attack Ninefall. Chapter 11:15, 10 Severing Dao. Chapter 11:15, 10 Severing Dao. Yeah. What? Lin Ming is about to cross Ninefall, and he wants the 12 of us to serve as his protectors and also to seal up the sect? News of Lin Ming crossing Ninefall was spread out by Mo Riverbliss, with the arrangements being made by Xiao Skywhite. This was because Mo Riverbliss estimated that the momentum coming from Lin Ming's Ninefall crossing wouldn't be small at all. Moreover, this momentum would form origin energy clouds that would naturally condense the heavenly Tao laws. There were endless profound mysteries contained within these laws, and they were extremely difficult to conceal. If the momentum was too great, then it would be easy to attract attention from other influences, whether it was people knowing that someone was crossing Ninefall, or whether they mistook it for some heavenly material being born. Any situation that brought attention would be troublesome. After all, Carefree Island was a sect with an extremely shallow background, and Mo Riverbliss didn't want to draw too much attention to herself. Thus, the wisest choice was for Lin Ming to cross Ninefall in the most subdued way possible. Concealing the heavenly Tao law's fluctuations wasn't some trifling matter that could be easily done by herself. Thus, Mo Riverbliss had Xiao Skywhite gather 12 elders to arrange a great concealing array formation to shield the origin energy fluctuations that would come from Lin Ming's Ninefall. This was how his Ninefall would pass in the most muted way possible, and how they would overcome this trial. Is this a joke? An 8-Fall Junior is attacking Ninefall, and yet we have to seal up the sect for this? The 12 of us also have to serve as his protectors to conceal the heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations? Isn't this making a big deal over nothing at all? If someone didn't have inside information and knew that he was crossing Ninefall, they would think he was attacking the Holy Lord realm. If he has such great momentum when crossing Ninefall, wouldn't the heavens shatter when he attacks the Divine Lord realm? This is indeed a bit strange. Great Elder Xiao Haogan Drilly said. He was among the 12 elders that had been gathered together for this event. There were many people of Carefree Island that weren't too satisfied with this sudden overlord, Mo Riverbliss, who had popped up out of nowhere. As soon as she appeared, her first words were a bunch of fantastical and improbable possibilities as she unfolded her so-called grand plan. Then she took away the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, and now even passed out such a bizarre order. She wanted 12 Divine Lord Realm Elders to help serve as protectors for an 8-fall junior attacking 9-fall. How could they feel comfortable about this in their hearts? Island Master Xiao Skywhite frowned. You all had best be a bit more serious. Lin Ming's current strength is indeed nothing to you now, but the origin energy cloud fluctuations will come from the heavenly Tao laws. His strength is irrelevant to this. This will be equal to you concealing the worldly fluctuations of the great Tao itself. It won't be easy. Gee, this really does sound so kick-ass. Are you saying that we'll have to resist the heavenly Tao laws? Xiao Haogan mocked. When a martial artist crossed 9-fall, it was indeed true that they would summon the heavenly Tao laws. But these heavenly Tao laws would only baptize a martial artist with some law fragments. It wouldn't attack them at all. If one said they had to resist the heavenly Tao laws, that was truly strange. Xiao Skywhite's face darkened. These are senior's commands. You all had best not screw this up, or the consequences will be dire. While Lin Ming was crossing 9-fall, Mo Riverbliss had to help him refine the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. As for Xiao Skywhite, he had to control Carefree Palace so that there was enough heaven and earth origin energy supplied to him. The mission of concealing the origin energy cloud fluctuations naturally fell on the shoulders of these elders. That's right. The 10-severing Tao fruit tree has already been taken by Senior to where Lin Ming is closing up in Carefree Island. From now on, there will no longer be 10-severing Tao fruits. As for the 10-severing Tao fruit wine, there will only be what remains in the sect treasure vaults, so do not use it as you please. Xiao Skywhite's words suddenly startled Xiao Haogan. What do you mean? The 10-severing Tao fruit tree was brought to where Lin Ming is in seclusion? Could that woman be planning on using the 10-severing Tao fruit tree to help Lin Ming cross 9-fall? As Xiao Haogan thought of this, his eyes widened to plates. He had originally thought that Mo Riverbliss was planning to keep the 10-severing Tao fruit tree to help Lin Ming cross the Divine Lord Realm in the future, or perhaps even attack the Holy Lord Realm. But she was actually planning on using it to help Lin Ming cross 9-fall. Even an absolute waste of nature's gifts couldn't describe this. Yes, Xiao Skywhite nodded. What kind of joke is this? That is a whole 10-severing Tao fruit tree. Even using it to attack the Divine Lord Realm would be a waste, but to use it to cross 9-fall? That is beyond careless. Xiao Skywhite looked at Xiao Haogan and said, Lin Ming is a dual body and energy cultivator. It is already extremely difficult to cross 9-fall to begin with. Moreover, to seek 9-fall is to find the 9 divine shifts. The 9th stage of life destruction is one of the most important realms in a martial artist's life. They will have to withstand the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws during this realm. Naturally, the more accumulations one has, the more potent it will be, and the greater the advantages one will obtain. With Lin Ming's strength, I have no idea what sort of materials or medicines will satisfy his requirements for crossing the Divine Lord Realm in the future. Dual body and energy cultivation? Xiao Haogan met the eyes of everyone around him, seeing incredible disbelief reflected in them all. Lin Ming is a dual body and energy cultivator. The truth was that it wasn't difficult to find out if one dual cultivated body and energy. It was just that they had never seen Lin Ming fight with their own eyes, and they also didn't especially use their divine sense to examine Lin Ming's cultivation. Thus, they naturally had no idea that Lin Ming also dual cultivated in the body transformation system. In the divine realm, there was a minority of martial artists that would practice the 8 inner hidden gates in order to open the gate that increased perception, the gate of opening. But that was only an extremely superficial attempt. They would stop after opening the gate of opening and only resume in their body transformation technique after completing the life destruction realm, all in order to create less trouble when crossing 9-fall. In fact, if they could not perfectly open the gate of opening, then the perception they gained would also be limited. It could only be described as a weak effect. In short, dual body and energy cultivating martial artists were extremely rare in the divine realm. Only a few peak geniuses of super holy lands would dare to tread such a path. For instance, the descendants of Empyreans, or the most wonderful successors of great world kings, were such people. Only when one had so much talent that they didn't know what to do with it, and so many resources that they couldn't even throw them away fast enough, would someone choose such an arduous and difficult path like dual body and energy cultivation. Every person that chose this path was a monstrous genius. They could only be described as abnormal freaks. And listening to Xiao Skywhite's words, it was clear that Lin Ming was this type of person. Insane. He's too insane. I believed that this mysterious woman's thoughts of training Lin Ming into a great world king were nothing more than a fantasy, but he could at least become a powerful holy lord. Now, I finally know that Lin Ming is a dual body and energy cultivator. Does he think that his father is an Empyrean or something? Where is he going to get so many resources? And even if he has these resources, how can he guarantee that he will be successful in his cultivation? That's right. This is truly a bottomless pit. Upon reaching the 8 inner hidden gates, every step requires an increasingly great amount of resources. As for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that is simply a legendary realm, a realm that defies the will of the heavens. Not to mention the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, but for a dual body and energy cultivator, crossing Ninefall itself is one of their most catastrophic moments. Ever since the laws of the universe changed, the world no longer condones dual body and energy cultivators. To seek Ninefall is to focus on decomposing the body and completely transforming oneself into a spirit body. But body transformation focuses on tempering the human body, awakening and altering the body so that one's flesh and blood is as hard and tough as metal essence. How could such tough flesh and blood completely decompose? These two cultivation systems are contradictory to begin with. The higher one's body transformation technique, the more difficult it is to cross life destruction. If Lin Ming's body transformation technique realm is low, then that's fine. But if it's high, then I think that what we should be considering is not concealing the origin energy fluctuations from him crossing Ninefall, but rather if his Ninefall can succeed at all. An elder suddenly said. Everyone present glanced at each other with blank dismay. If they used a 10-severing Tao fruit tree for a genius to fail Ninefall, then that sort of joke wouldn't be funny at all. At this time, in a separate time-space within Carefree Palace, Lin Ming sat down on a bed. A fluttering, mottled old tree stood in front of him. When Lin Ming imagined the 10-severing Tao fruit tree, he imagined the divine thunder tree that existed in the Temple of Marvels. That divine thunder tree had stood straight and tall, piercing through the skies. It was so wide that not even dozens of people gathered together could hold hands and wrap all the way around it. However, he didn't expect that this so-called 10-severing Tao fruit tree would only be 7 feet high. Its highest branches and leaves just reached Lin Ming's shoulders. The bark was cracked, with layers upon layers curled outwards just like the scales of a dragon. The trunk was covered with winding twists, and the tree was covered with holes and fissures. There were even some places where the trunk was exposed, revealing the heartwood of the tree. Its branches were like twisting snakes that hovered in the air, circling around and around each other until they formed a dragon-tight grip, locked together in a knot that would exist forever. Its leaves were all of faded yellow, and they were also very sparse. Every leaf seemed different. Just from looking at these leaves, one felt an inexplicably painful and desolate feeling in their heart, as if their souls were being deprived. Between these leaves, there were fruits that hung sporadically. After counting all of them, there were 10 fruits in total, no more, no less. These 10 fruits came in all shapes and colors. There was a black one, a yellow one, a white one, This is the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. Lin Ming sucked in a light breath. He had no idea why, but looking at this tree made him feel as if his soul was being suppressed. It was hard to imagine that this was a magical treasure formed by the great Tao itself. Correct. The reason that the 10 severing Tao fruit tree has such a name is that there are 10 fruits. After one is eaten, another will be born. When one eats these 10 fruits, they will experience 10 different severings. That is to sever the heart, sever the lungs, sever the liver, sever the kidney, sever the spleen, sever the gallbladder, sever the bones, sever the blood, sever the flesh, and sever the intestines. If any of these 10 fruits were to be eaten by a mortal, they would immediately die a miserable and violent death. The heart severing makes the face black, with no left wrist pulse. The lung severing makes the face red with no right wrist pulse. The liver severing makes the face white with no arterial pulse. The kidney severing makes the face yellow with no chi pulse. The spleen severing makes the face blue with no vein pulse. When these 10 severings are gathered together, all life vitality will be severed from the body. One's meridians would stop, the energy within them would stagnate, and it would be no different from death. But as the human body is in a deathly state, a person's soul and mind would actually obtain the vitalizing strength of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, and they would reach a state of infinite emptiness, with their soul wandering the skies and their mind completely empty. They would be able to sense the heavenly Tao laws themselves. This is why this tree is called the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. When an ordinary martial artist eats a fruit, their physical body isn't able to withstand it. This is why Carefree Island takes the 10 severing Tao fruits and uses them to make wine. This is to dilute the medicinal efficacy to thousandths of a percent so that a martial artist can use it to perceive the laws. But for you, it is different. You have opened the first 6 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates, and you have also absorbed dragon marrow, phoenix essence, and even fused with the supreme dragon bone. It should be possible for you to withstand the full strength of the 10 severing Tao fruits. After withstanding these 10 severings, you will be able to attack Ninefall in a single go and truly separate yourself from any sort of mortal mediocrity. So that's how it is. As Lin Ming heard M.O. Riverbliss's explanation, he began to size up the 10 severing Tao fruit tree all over again. He thought that the name of this heaven-step miracle medicine was a bit strange, but he never imagined it would contain such odd truths. Then let us start. I will help you absorb the 10 severing Tao fruit tree and attack Ninefall. M.O. Riverbliss sat down in front of Lin Ming. Chapter 11:16, Attacking Ninefall. Chapter 11:16, Attacking Ninefall. In a dimensional realm of Carefree Palace, moonlight fell over the world, sprinkling down like grains of silver sand. Between the vast, dark blue, endless skies, great rivers of stars flowed to the endless horizon, mysterious and silent. Underneath this sky, Lin Ming was floating in the air in a cross-legged position. His long hair fluttered in the night wind. As he opened his eyes, his pupils were clearer than pure mountain spring pools. At this time, he was like an immortal god, bathing in endless starlight, proud and independent from the world. M.O. Riverbliss floated in front of Lin Ming. Her hands twisted together rapidly, spitting out thousands upon thousands of runes that covered the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. At this moment, the old and withered 10 severing Tao fruit tree was glowing with endless vitality. The originally twisted roots began to stretch outwards, and the yellowed leaves also began to produce new sprouts. M.O. Riverbliss was refining the very essence of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree and completely integrating all of that into Lin Ming's body. The 10 fruits alone were able to allow an ordinary martial artist perceive the Tao. But for someone like Lin Ming, who had opened the first 6 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates, and who had also absorbed the supreme dragon bone, making his entire bone structure as hard as divine metal, to help him completely decompose his physical body, and shatter his dantian to help him cross Ninefall was not something that just perceiving the Tao could accomplish. It required a powerful energy and an incomparably vast amount of heaven and earth origin energy. Otherwise, there was no way to struggle against the heavenly Tao laws that had changed in ancient times. The 10 fruits were completely turned into masses of origin energy light underneath the refining strength of Mo Riverbliss's true essence. Sever the heart. Mo Riverbliss flicked her finger, and a black light shot out like an arrow, sinking into Lin Ming's body. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if a 10,000 gene steel ball had smashed into his heart, causing his heartbeat to immediately stop and his blood flow to nearly reverse. Lin Ming hadn't yet recovered from this strike to his heart when Mo Riverbliss flicked a second finger, and a mass of red light shot towards him. Sever the lungs. Puff. Lin Ming's body shook. He felt his chest fall deathly still, making it hard for him to breathe. Sever the bones. Mo Riverbliss continued to shoot out groups of floating light. Sever the gallbladder. Sever the blood. Sever the flesh. Sever the intestines. Sever the liver. Lin Ming's entire body was filled with the aura and energy of death. If he hadn't absorbed the dragon marrow and phoenix blood essence, his blood would have long since dried up and he would have died. Soon, Lin Ming could no longer feel the existence of his body. At this time, his soul had reached an unprecedented level of etherealness and tranquility. The mortal body was shackles that held down the soul. The flesh carried with it too many desires and too much pain. The 5 desires: wealth, sex, food, drink, fame, and sleep. The 6 temptations: color, form, sound, smell, taste, texture. All of these factors affected a human's ability to comprehend the world and caused them to develop distracting thoughts. But the 10 severing Tao fruits were able to completely sever the relationship between a person's soul and body. At the same time, the 10 severing Tao fruits had an extremely vitalizing effect on the soul. They allowed a martial artist soul to approach the heavenly Tao laws themselves, even if only for a short moment. Lin Ming felt as if he had arrived in an unknown space. This space contained innumerable truths. If he wanted to perceive them one at a time, it would take him an uncountable number of years. Lin Ming had no idea how long he floated in this mystical space. He had lost all sense of the body, and time had lost all significance to him. And in Carefree Palace's separate time-space, Mo Riverbliss was watching over Lin Ming's body. At this time, the Lin Ming in front of her had lost all vitality, and the fires of his life had dimmed down. He was no different from a dead person. "It's almost ready," Mo Riverbliss whispered to herself. In order to cross Ninefall, Lin Ming had taken the 10 severing Tao fruits to ruin his mortal body to the limit, and then he would detonate the energy within himself. This was the so-called breaking and reforging. He would be pushed into an end, and then be reborn through nirvana. With this method, he would be able to break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao laws. It would allow someone like Lin Ming, who had opened 6 gates in the body transformation system, and who had also swallowed the supreme dragon bone, to complete Ninefall, achieving the fusion of essence, energy, and divine. That was the ultimate symbol of Ninefall. Heaven and earth origin energy fuse. Mo Riverbliss instantly thrust out thousands of seals, as well as her own cultivation into the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. She had to penetrate the essence of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree into Lin Ming's body, and have it serve as the final catalyst for him to cross Ninefall. With Mo Riverbliss's movements, all of the heaven and earth origin energy in Carefree Palace began to fluctuate. It tumbled up and down like the waves of a sea, rolling endlessly outwards. It's finally begun. Xiao Skywhite could feel the strange heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations occurring throughout Carefree Palace. He stood up. Underneath him was an altar carved from pure white jade. The The ground around this altar was carved with a pattern of countless lines. Some of these lines were as thin as a thread of silk, and some were as thick as a thigh, as if they were great pythons. All of these lines exuded a dim shimmer. This white jade altar was the array eye of Carefree Palace. Through it, one could control the Carefree Palace spirit artifact. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, he needed Xiao Skywhite to control Carefree Palace to gather heaven and earth origin energy, and now was the time for him to act. Xiao Skywhite poured his true essence into the white jade altar. The altar began to spin, and all of Carefree Palace began to exude a faint sheen. Heaven and earth origin energy for thousands of miles outwards began to surge and tumble. At the start, it was like a gentle breeze. However, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and finally they formed a giant origin energy vortex that centered around Carefree Palace. Currently, Carefree Palace had been thoroughly sealed up, and there was a giant concealing array formation arranged on the island. But the disciples on the island could see the bizarre phenomenon occurring in the space outside. That surging tide-like origin energy caused them all to feel shocked. What's happening? Carefree Palace suddenly started to suck in heaven and earth origin energy. What are they planning to do? The young disciples simply didn't know that Lin Ming was crossing Ninefall. There were many disciples who were still stunned silly that White Mirror Jade had been a traitor. The glorious image that White Mirror Jade created was far too deeply ingrained in the minds of these young disciples. White Mirror Jade was someone who was skilled in winning over the hearts of others. He always maintained the appearance of a kind and gentle elder senior apprentice brother. Even if a disciple that didn't have much of a future approached him to ask a question, White Mirror Jade would still patiently help them. There were many people who couldn't believe that such a friendly and affable elder senior apprentice brother had been a traitor. There were even some that were hostile towards Lin Ming for killing White Mirror Jade and exposing his true nature. Is it one of the highest elders practicing martial arts? It might even be one of the highest elders making a breakthrough. The young disciples all glanced at each other, a bit excited at this prospect. If it really was one of the highest elders making a breakthrough, then this was cause for celebration. This meant that Carefree Island's strength would rise to yet another level. The world phenomenon continued to grow without end, becoming increasingly strong. Many disciples began to emerge from their seclusion chambers, all of them filled with expressions of excitement at the chance to witness such a marvelous event. Chapter 1117, Ninefall Realm. Chapter 1117, Ninefall Realm. Rumble, rumble. The surging heaven and earth origin energy had already formed a giant rainbow-hued vortex that extended for several hundred miles outwards. The rainbow vortex's center dropped down to Carefree Palace, similar to a titanic funnel whose end connected to Carefree Palace. Carefree Palace gathered more and more of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. This origin energy was so thick that it had condensed into mist. Most of this mist was sucked into Carefree Palace, but some still remained outside where it formed origin energy rain. With such a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy that had Carefree Palace at its epicenter, the richness of this origin energy could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, his seclusion spot was right there. The 10-severing Dao fruit tree had been completely refined by Mo Riverbliss. When this incomparably pure energy that inherently contained the source laws entered Lin Ming's body, his withered body began to emit a blindingly bright light. At this time, Lin Ming's body seemed to be dried up without the least bit of vitality. But this was a phenomenon caused by the 10 severing Dao fruits. If one used a saint artifact to slash at Lin Ming's body, they would find that he was still as hard as divine iron. Although his flesh, skeleton, and organs seemed to have lost all their vitality, their degree of hardness never weakened at all. To decompose Lin Ming's body was extremely difficult. This was also the greatest difficulty that body transformation martial artists had to face when crossing Ninefall. They were unable to decompose their bodies. Mo Riverbliss watched as Lin Ming's withered body emitted a light like a rising sun, her face calm all the while. Ninefall would be Lin Ming's most difficult pass to cross for some time. It would be much harder than him entering the Divine Sea or Divine Transformation realm in the future. Now, she began to use the spirit essence of the 10-severing Tao fruit tree and the massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy gathered by Carefree Palace to start refining Lin Ming's body, refining his body bit by bit, so that his Ninefall would reach the limit. This was an incomparably long process. Lin Ming's body itself was like a chunk of divine iron, and this immense amount of heaven and earth origin energy was like true fire. This was to use true fire to slowly melt divine iron until it was liquid metal, and then temper it. During this process, Lin Ming would have to withstand a tremendous amount of pain from having his body be refined by energy. As for Mo Riverbliss, she also had to shoulder a frightening use of her own energy. She would even lose a bit of her cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mo Riverbliss pointed towards the lotus flower throne and began to shoot out a stream of mystical runes. Under her control, the heaven and earth origin energy there began to combust in a dazzling light. Lin Ming's physical body began to slowly melt away, starting from his hair, his hands, to his skin, flesh, and blood, a bit at a time, incomparably slowly. Until now, Lin Ming had crossed 8 stages of life destruction. Because he cultivated the body transformation system, passing each stage was a difficult task. Even so, from the point when Lin Ming detonated the true essence in his dantian and decomposed his body, it usually happened in a very brief moment of time. It wasn't like today, when his body would start melting away through little pieces. Indeed, he was melting. During the past life destructions, Lin Ming's physical body, dantian, and soul would be crushed into the tiniest particles and then tempered by energy. But this time, his body was melting into droplets. This was a true liquid form. No matter how small the tiny particles that his body disintegrated to before were, they still wouldn't be smaller than liquid. Correspondingly, if one were to temper the body in such a state, the baptism of energy they would receive would be much more thorough. In this dim and vague state, with his vitality cut off, Lin Ming withstood the intense amounts of heaven and earth origin energy melting his body. After 9 full days, only then did the melting of Lin Ming's physical body complete. His flesh and blood, bones, organs, all of that was turned into liquid. In the surging heaven and earth origin energy, faint traces of red light shined in the air. This was his body undergoing the tempering of heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming's dantian was also completely disintegrated, and his soul shattered, turning into the purest soul force that mixed into the strange fog of life. Strange laws of the universe allowed all of this to happen, and beside Lin Ming, Mo Riverbliss also remained highly vigilant, her mind constantly tense. In these past 9 days, she hadn't rested even once. And now Lin Ming had only completed the start of Ninefall and was beginning to temper his physical body. This process would still continue onwards for a very long time. It would take much longer for Lin Ming to cross Ninefall in comparison to other martial artists, and the phenomenon occurring outside of Carefree Palace also continued all this time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Many elders gathered in a meeting chamber, the fiery light of a sound transmitting talisman burning in front of them. This was Island Master Xiao Sky White's carefree command. The Island Master has issued an order. He wants us to go out and start preparations. Lin Ming is nearing the crescendo of his Ninefall, and he wants us to go and ready the concealing array formation. Xiao Haogan said, a bit of resistance in his voice. Lin Ming was breaking through Ninefall, and their mission was to conceal the heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations that would arise during that time. In the skies above Carefree Island, the rainbow-hued vortex of origin energy didn't diminish at all. Rather, it only grew larger over time. Fortunately, Carefree Island was extremely broad. Otherwise, this origin energy vortex might have extended into the sea. This vivid scene and rich origin energy vortex had actually continued for an entire month. This heaven and earth origin energy was gathered at the beckoning of Carefree Palace's array formation. But in order to activate Carefree Palace's array formation, a massive amount of violet sunstones needed to be consumed. Xiao Skywhite suspected that in this month he had already used up billions of violet sunstones. This was an extreme amount of resources. The young disciples had to experience a bitter life or death battle in the red desolate mystic realm in order to gather these resources. Even though Carefree Island had obtained a great harvest in the last mission into the red desolate mystic realm, they still couldn't afford to use up resources at such a prodigious rate. And this was just crossing Ninefall. If one didn't know, then one would think that one of Carefree Island's highest elders was truly stepping into the Holy Lord realm. Such a rich heaven and earth origin energy even caused origin energy rain to frequently fall all over Carefree Island. Xiao Haogan looked at the origin energy rain falling down from the sky and pouted, a bit depressed. He said with a true essence sound transmission, "This is breaking through Ninefall. The entirety of Carefree Palace's array formation is used for him, and all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy for thousands of miles is gathered up here. Isn't this just a bit too exaggerated? If he attacks the divine Lord realm in the future, then wouldn't he need to eat up powers like Carefree Palace as if they were candy to succeed?" In these past days, underneath Xiao Haogan's words, the elders that were dissatisfied with Mo River Bliss had gathered together. Of course, they used true essence sound transmissions to speak. None of them dared to utter a single word out loud. Most of the elders more or less disagreed with Mo River Bliss. A minority of them were neutral and didn't express any particular view. That's enough. Lin Ming is a dual body and energy cultivator. Thus, him crossing Ninefall is something that violates the laws of the world and is the same as defying the will of the heavens. That is the only reason there is such massive momentum occurring. It's best if we just do as we're told. Even if any of us are dissatisfied, you all should be aware that her status is sensitive and cannot be made known. If we don't manage the array formation well enough, then that might arouse interest in Carefree Island. If that happens, we might attract the attention of this unknown, mysterious enemy and be buried along with everyone here. A neutral elder said. All of them couldn't help but fear Mo Riverbliss's mysterious blood enemy. If this mysterious enemy ever tried to take revenge, Mo Riverbliss might not be able to kill him, and Carefree Island would encounter a true calamity. Carefree Island's roots were deeply connected to that destroyed holy land of the past, and it would be impossible for this mysterious enemy to let Carefree Island go. Xiao Haogan dismissively said, "You're making a fuss over nothing. Even if Lin Ming summons a 9-layered heavens or even a 12-layered heavens during his Ninefall, so what? I can hold it down alone." In the martial world, Ninefall would bring about different ranks of origin energy clouds, and they also had different names. Every single layered heavens of Ninefall corresponded with 3 miles of origin energy clouds. The first 3 layered heavens were considered the most basic steps of Ninefall that would produce an origin energy cloud that was up to 9 miles wide and was known as the inferior 3 levels. When crossing Ninefall, nearly 99% of martial artists would stop at these first inferior 3 levels. Of them, the most common were the 2-layered heavens and 3-layered heavens. In Ninefall, from 4-layered heavens to 6-layered heavens, that was considered the intermediate 3 levels. When White Mirror Jade and Ye Rosewater crossed Ninefall, they had achieved a 6-layered heavens and were considered part of the intermediate 3 levels. After that were the superior 3 levels that corresponded to 7-layered heavens up to 9-layered heavens. To achieve a superior 3 levels, that would be someone who ranked at the very peak of a holy land. For instance, in the ancient Phoenix clan, that would be an outstanding genius like Xiaoping. To reach the superior 3 levels and a 9-layered heavens was considered a great watershed for most martial artists. To them, they took 9 as the supreme number. And it was said that once one reached a 9-layered heavens, they could reverse the universe with but a snap of their fingers. This meant that if a martial artist could reach a 9-layered heavens during their ninefall and receive the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws, then they would surely be able to become a holy lord in the future. If they became a holy lord, they would be able to reverse yin and yang and turn over the world. However, above the completion of the superior 3 levels, there was a boundary even higher than 9-layered heavens. Above that were the extreme 3 levels. The extreme 3 levels extended up to 12-layered heavens during Ninefall. That was yet another boundary. Among the juniors of the 4 God-Beast clans, there had only been a single one able to achieve an extreme 3-level Ninefall, and that was the ancient Dragon clan's Dragon One. Even if the current Lin Ming were to fight with the middle divine Sea Dragon One, he still wouldn't have full assurance of defeating him and could only guarantee that he would be able to retreat with his life intact. Above the extreme 3 levels was yet another boundary, the absolute 3 levels. But to the elders of Carefree Island, this boundary was nothing but a legend. The absolute 3 levels would only appear in a World King level Holy Land. For instance, it would have to be a monstrous genius like Crimson Strife Cloud. To the elders of Carefree Island, a World King level Holy Land was simply an existence that they couldn't touch. And when the genius disciples of a World King level Holy Land crossed Ninefall, they would do so in a top-secret location. Where would these elders of Carefree Island ever have had the chance to see them? Let alone the illusory absolute 3 levels. Even a 7-layered heaven's superior 3 levels was rarely seen by these elders. They were only vaguely aware that there existed boundaries such as the extreme 3 levels and absolute 3 levels in this world. Even in the absolute 3 levels, there were monstrous geniuses that surpassed the rest. As for what sort of phenomenon would occur when they crossed life destruction, none of them knew. Thus, when the elders present suddenly heard Xiao Haogan mention a 12-layered heavens extreme 3 levels, all of them were shocked. 12-layered heavens, perfect extreme 3 levels? Great elder, are you saying that Lin Ming can cross a 12-layered heavens Ninefall? An elder asked with disbelief in his voice. He had no idea what a 12-layered heavens 36-mile origin energy cloud would look like. Chapter 1118, Surging Origin Energy Clouds. Chapter 1118, Surging Origin Energy Clouds. Here, the elders of Carefree Island were all divine Lord Realm powerhouses. In their opinion, for an inferior 3 levels Ninefall genius to become a divine Lord Master wasn't a problem. In terms of experience and knowledge, they were far inferior to Xiao Haogan. Xiao Haogan humphed and said, "Humph, who cares about crossing a 12-layered heavens Ninefall? Do you think that a 12-layered heavens Ninefall is mind-bogglingly amazing or something? In fact, in the vast divine realm, there are countless geniuses that achieve a 12-layered heavens Ninefall. I even saw with my own eyes a genius of a holy land crossing an extreme 3 levels 11-layered heavens." As Xiao Haogan spoke, many elders oohed and awed and exclaimed. To witness an extreme 3 levels life destruction was also a small lucky chance. It was similar to a mortal being able to see a meteor shower. It was a rare occurrence that could arouse one's curiosity and give some minor inspirations. So, Great Elder has already experienced an extreme 3 levels 9 fall, and a 9-layered Heaven's 9 fall genius, if they don't die, will easily become a holy lord in the future. Then, above that is the 10-layered heavens to the 12-layered heavens. Those that can achieve this can smoothly and steadily enter the holy lord realm. Those martial artists will one day manage to achieve large success in the holy lord realm. The difference between an ordinary holy lord and a large success holy lord is immense. That woman has spent so many resources to raise Lin Ming, and then if that is added to his already decent talent, there's nothing strange about being able to raise a large success holy lord. Xiao Haogan sneered, speaking with disdain. Lin Ming was an incomparably monstrous talent, but from his mouth he had called Lin Ming a decent talent instead. As the elders present heard this, their expressions became a bit strange. Xiao Haogan was apparently unwilling to toss Lin Ming any praise. It is said that a high-level 9 fall will have a world phenomenon following it. Great Elder, do you think that a 12-layered Heaven's 9 fall would have any type of world phenomenon? Another elder asked. According to the ancient texts, a high-level 9 fall would always be accompanied by worldly phenomena. It was said all of these various phenomena would be animated differently according to that martial artist's experiences and strengths. For instance, there were world phenomena that followed a martial artist's cultivation methods, martial intents, battle spirit, and other such facets of their martial arts. There were even some famous martial artists that would gain a future title from the world phenomenon produced during their 9 fall. For instance, the great world king of true martial great world had a special title, the Conch World King. The reason that he had such a strange title was that during his 9 fall, the origin energy clouds around him had naturally condensed into the form of a giant conch phantom. Then, that conch had emitted a terrifying sound that had passed out for over 800,000 miles. Its sound had been able to crack stone, a rumbling thunder that continued for infinity. Through a radius of 800,000 miles, there was no barrier that could stop this sound. This was also a reasonable matter. In the past, the Conch World King's cultivation had been at the 9th stage of life destruction, but the penetrating power of that sound had been irrelevant to his cultivation because the sound had come from the heavenly Tao laws. How could any sort of ordinary sound barrier prevent the sound formed by the world laws? World phenomenon? It's not that simple at all. Do you think world phenomena are like cabbages you can buy from some street stall? The reason that phenomena are called phenomena is that very few of them appear, let alone 10-layered heavens to 12-layered heavens. Even 13-layered heavens to 15-layered heavens wouldn't produce a world phenomenon. A world phenomenon needs even higher layered heavens to appear. How high is higher? What is above the absolute 3 levels? That's right. I'm also curious. Just how many layered heavens can 9 fall achieve? In the world of martial artists, all inheritances were kept under extremely strict control. Rare cultivation methods, array formation principles, alchemy skills, heavenly Tao laws, and even training experience, all of them were tightly controlled within a sect. It was impossible for a low-level sect to know what was recorded in the ancient texts of a world king, level holy land. Thus, to these elders, the mysteries of higher-level 9 falls had always been a riddle. Of course, Xiao Haogan didn't know that much more than the elders present. As they asked him this question, he was immediately stumped for an answer. He opened his mouth before closing it, pausing for a moment, and then vaguely saying, "There's no meaning in the likes of us knowing these types of things. In any case, we can't do anything with that information. But during Lin Ming's 9 fall process, we can at least understand the process of an extreme 3 levels 9 fall. I can only hope that Lin Ming won't disappoint us too much. If he fails his 9 fall because his body transformation boundary is too high, that will simply be a joke. As Xiao Haogan spoke, a massive explosion rang outside. The heaven and earth origin energy around Carefree Island violently shook. In that moment, the heaven and earth origin energy vortex that was spinning around was vigorously stirred up, as if there was some change happening to it. Xiao Haogan's eyes widened. It looks like Lin Ming succeeded in his life destruction, and he is about to reform his mortal body. Also, I suppose his body transformation boundary isn't too high. If it was too high, then his body wouldn't have broken down enough, and he would have failed in his 9-fall. Everyone man your stations. Although this is making a big fuss over nothing, it is still an order from that woman. We cannot disobey her, so we should at least put on some semblance of effort. As Xiao Haogan spoke, the other 11 elders flew to their positions. They began to control the array formations and strengthen them to conceal any strange occurrences. At this time, deep in Carefree Palace, Lin Ming was in a completely liquid state of flesh, blood, and bone. After being tempered for over a month, he was indeed reaching the final act of his 9-fall. And for a martial artist that was crossing 9-fall, this final moment was the most critical time throughout the entire process. That was because this point was when a martial artist was completely reforming their body from the basics and truly stepping onto the road of God, where they would undergo the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws. This was the so-called ritual of becoming God. During the ritual of becoming God, the true origin energy clouds would form. This ritual would decide how many layered heavens a martial artist crossed. A martial artist would bathe in these origin energy clouds, directly fusing with the fragments of the world laws. If they could thoroughly fuse with these laws, the great Tao runes would be carved into their very flesh and blood. The advantages this gave to one's future cultivation could be imagined. Begin. After continuing for a month without rest, Mo Riverbliss appeared a bit exhausted. She took a deep breath, her sharp eyesight seeming to pierce through Carefree Island and see the heaven and earth origin energy gathering outside. She knew that this was the final stretch. This moment was the fruit of all her cumulative efforts. This moment would tell her whether or not Mo Eversnow's judgment was correct, and whether or not it was worth her effort to exhaust herself for a month and use up the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. This would tell her whether or not her painstaking effort was worth it, and just what limits Lin Ming would be able to arrive to in the future. From this final 9-fall moment, from how many of the heavenly Tao laws Lin Ming would bathe in, one would be able to estimate his future potential. To seek 9-fall and find the 9 divine shifts. The 9th stage of life destruction was the transitional point from when a mortal became divine. Before a martial artist became a holy lord, this would be their most important boundary. It could be called the foundation of them becoming divine. If this foundation was solid, they could form a vast monument hundreds of thousands of feet, high atop of it. If this foundation was shaky, it would be difficult to take even the tiniest step into the divine lord realm. Hoo. Winds surged between the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth origin energy tumbled about like endless waves. The origin energy cloud hadn't yet started to form, but a series of changes was already occurring in the skies above Carefree Island. All around Carefree Palace, the elders who managed the array formation watched the scene that seemed to discolor the world. An elder whispered, "Great Elder, the origin energy cloud should be forming soon. Looking at this momentum, it shouldn't be minor at all. It should be quite large." Xiao Haogan gulped, nodding. As for what this origin energy cloud would be like, he hadn't the slightest idea in his heart. Chapter 1119. Where Lies the Limit? Chapter 1119. Where Lies the Limit? High above the sea of clouds around Carefree Palace, the origin energy surged about. The winds became more and more turbulent, and the weather turned increasingly dark and stormy. Vaguely, one could make out an auspicious rainbow-hued divine halo of light surrounding all of Carefree Palace. This colorful light was created by all the different types of energy gathered around Carefree Palace. Whoosh! Two hazy lights shot out from Carefree Palace. One of them was Carefree Island's island master, Xiao Skywhite. As for the other, they were completely wrapped in a bright white light, making one unable to discern their appearance at all. This person seemed like a profound woman that had descended from the highest heavens. Great Elder Xiao Haogan instantly recognized this woman. It was Emo Riverbliss herself. Those two fellows also came out. Xiao Haogan whispered, "If Emo Riverbliss and Xiao Skywhite emerged, then that proved that Lin Ming's Ninefall was truly coming to an end." At this time, Emo Riverbliss had done everything she could do. The final stretch would all depend on Lin Ming himself. Following that, a white-robed man slowly flew up from the skies above Carefree Pavilion. This person had a wizened appearance. He was the strongest master in Carefree Island outside of Emo Riverbliss, highest elder Whitebrook. Behind Whitebrook were two other old men. They were also highest elders of Carefree Island. They had once been Vice Island masters, but in terms of strength and status, they were worse than Whitebrook. As the many disciples of Carefree Island saw these three people, all of them were shocked. It was naturally impossible for them to recognize Emo Riverbliss, who was shrouded in a bright white light, but there were enough disciples that were able to recognize Whitebrook and the other highest elders. Heavens! Isn't that our Carefree Island's three highest elders? Even Island Master Xiao is there. Why would they all come out together? I thought that one of them was making a breakthrough, but now it seems that it's someone else. Just who is in Carefree Palace? All of the disciples present were floored. As young disciples, they had never seen such a great scene as they had today. Naturally, they all thought that this sort of world phenomenon could only be produced by a late divine Lord Powerhouse. At this point, a resonant cry resounded from the depths of Carefree Palace, shaking through the world, piercing into the heavens. This sound was like the roar of a true dragon awakening from a deep slumber, singing to the heavens. After that, from the vault of Carefree Palace, a divine light lit up the world. A pure blood energy turned the clouds crimson. The red light penetrated through the skies, bathing everything in crimson, blinding everyone's eyes. Who? The condensed blood energy swirled about, manifesting into the shape of a red true dragon. It rampaged through the skies, washing all of the clouds away. In the skies above Carefree Island for several hundred miles, there was only this blood energy dragon form dancing throughout, spurring the universe. As this blood energy dragon rollicked in the air, a vast power of blood vitality surged outwards like an endless tsunami, crashing forwards without limit. All of Carefree Island's disciples changed complexions. This blood energy dragon that roared out from Carefree Palace had such a rich and vivid blood vitality that it wasn't something a human could possess. This was no longer a question of cultivation. As an essence gathering system, martial artist cultivation increased. It would only increase their life force and allow them to live longer. However, their blood vitality would still be limited. Whether it was a divine lord, holy lord, or world king, they still shouldn't possess such a terrifyingly vast blood energy. This blood energy was so vast that it resembled a fathomless sea. Is it not a martial artist, but an ancient great beast? All of the young disciples of Carefree Palace had this idea. At this time, the heaven and earth origin energy finally began to condense. Countless heavenly Tao law fragments gathered in the air, forming an origin energy cloud. The origin energy cloud has appeared. It's finally here. Emo Riverbliss, Xiao Skywhite, and all the other elders of Carefree Island were waiting for this moment. This was the most critical period of Ninefall, the forming of the origin energy cloud. This origin energy cloud, Riverbliss frowned. She looked up at the skies. Normally, a martial artist would produce an origin energy cloud that was very colorful and auspicious. Its color would symbolize the type of cultivation method that they practiced. For instance, many of Carefree Island's martial artists cultivated the wood laws. Thus the clouds they formed were a deep emerald green. The ancient Phoenix clan cultivated the fire laws. Thus their origin energy clouds were a vivid red. The electric violet Kirin clan cultivated the thunder laws. Thus their origin energy clouds were purple. But Lin Ming's origin energy clouds weren't red like fire or purple like thunder, but a deep gray. This massive storm also contained a calamitous killing intent, as if it would swallow up the world, as this origin energy cloud began to spread over Carefree Island. It was like the end of all times had come. After it appeared, it rapidly inflated. In just several breaths of time, it climbed to the intermediate 3 levels, all the way to the superior 3 levels, a 24-mile origin energy cloud that is an 8-layered heavens. If he continues upward, then he will reach the extreme 3 levels. From how this is developing, perhaps the extreme 3 levels might not be Lin Ming's limit. He might even reach the absolute 3 levels. Maybe, if that's true, then Lin Ming will steadily reach large success, Holy Lord, and reach the peak of the Holy Lord realm in the future. But for a half-step world king, an absolute 3 levels origin energy cloud might not be enough, Xiao Haogan slowly said, as the elders began speaking to each other. At this time, his complexion wasn't too good. He didn't know why, but as he faced this origin energy cloud that seethed with a terrible killing intent, he felt a great pressure pushing down on him. He was a solemn and dignified late divine lord, and yet facing the origin energy cloud from a mere junior that was crossing Ninefall, he actually felt oppressed. Of course, this sort of oppression didn't come from Lin Ming, but came from the heavenly Tao laws. It was like he was facing the entirety of the vast universe. As these elders spoke amongst themselves, the range of the cloud had already reached 27 miles. This was a 9-layered heavens. The first 9-layered heavens were respectively called the divine heavens, blue heavens, teal heavens, core heavens, reverence heavens, shaking heavens, purple heavens, and overwhelming heavens. Upon reaching the 9-layered heavens, that was to hold the chaos of the universe between one's fingertips. A 9-layered heavens Ninefall was an entirely new level. One step back was mortality, one step forwards was sanctification. Whether one could achieve a 9-layered heavens was the symbol of whether a genius could become a true Holy Lord in the future. For the last 50,000 years of Carefree Island, a true Holy Lord had never appeared. Only the old island master and the current White Brook came infinitely close to becoming a true Holy Lord. Even so, they were always a single step off. In the divine realm, a Holy Lord was an illustrious character even in a major world. So how could this boundary be so easy to reach? The only reason there were so many divine realm Holy Lords was simply because the divine realm was far too vast. Of course, to Lin Ming, a 9-layered heavens was only a brief stop. Soon after, the origin energy cloud grew to 30 miles, 10-layered heavens, then 11-layered heavens, 12-layered heavens. The origin energy cloud was like a monster as it continued to expand. It broke through the 12-layered heavens without pause. To reach 12-layered heavens was to reach perfection of the extreme 3 levels. Above the 9-layered heavens were the primal chaos heavens, zenith heavens, and true outer heavens. After 12-layered heavens were the absolute 3 levels of Ninefall. He actually reached the absolute 3 levels. Heavens! It's said that those who reach the absolute 3 levels have hopes of becoming a peak Holy Lord. I wonder if Lin Ming has a chance of breaking through the absolute 3 heavens. What could lie beyond that boundary? Those elders controlling the concealing array cried out. Some of them looked over to the richly experienced Xiao Haogan for answers. Xiao Haogan wryly smiled. He certainly had no idea what lay beyond the absolute 3 levels of Ninefall. This sort of matter had already surpassed his scope of knowledge. This brat's luck is quite good. He managed to enter the absolute 3 levels. However, every level after that multiplies in difficulty. Xiao Haogan forcefully explained as he attempted to maintain his face. But in truth, as for what lay beyond the absolute 3 levels or how difficult it was to reach it, he didn't have the slightest idea. The origin energy cloud broke through 36 miles and reached 40 miles wide. At the same time, the origin energy cloud's thick killing intent became increasingly heavy and dire. In those clouds, all sorts of post-celestial Tao diagrams began to form. These Tao diagrams were both mysterious and profound. Some shined like suns, some were plain and simple, and some even exuded surging killing intent. Those roiling origin energy clouds were like a fierce ancient monster stretching out its body. It was gluttonous and insatiable, swallowing up all the heaven and earth origin energy around it without end. The divine Lord Realm Elders were fine, but the junior disciples felt a tremendous pressure. The mammoth blood energy, the dim and dire killing intent, the boundless breath of the great Tao. All of this made this event difficult for them to withstand. What is happening? Is a true dragon hatching within Carefree Palace? Although many of Carefree Island's junior disciples had seen the direct disciples break through Ninefall and withstand the baptism of world laws, they were unable to reconcile those scenes with this Ninefall occurring before their eyes. Of course, Yi Rosewater was already aware of Lin Ming crossing Ninefall. At this time, as Yi Rosewater looked at the origin energy clouds in the sky reaching a 14-layered heavens, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it still going to grow? Just where did Lin Ming's limits lie? Perhaps when that mysterious senior said that junior apprentice brother Lin would cultivate into a great world king and then support Carefree Island in turn, all of that could truly become reality. As Yi Rosewater thought of this, all sorts of brilliant lights shined in beautiful eyes. 16-layered heavens. He had broken through the absolute 3 levels of Ninefall. If this continued forwards, that was a domain none of them were knowledgeable about. Out of everyone present, besides M.O. Riverbliss, none of them had ever experienced such a scene. Only now did a faint trace of satisfaction appear on M.O. Riverbliss's face. In her opinion, after Lin Ming broke through the absolute 3 levels, he still maintained enough momentum to continue forwards. He would at least be able to break through another 5 or 6-layered heavens. Only then would he reach the most basic requirements that M.O. Riverbliss desired from him. If he couldn't even break through the absolute 3 levels of Ninefall, then all of her previous efforts would have been a joke. "Little Snow, your judgment is quite good," M.O. Riverbliss said to M.O. Eversnow with a true essence sound transmission. M.O. Eversnow gently smiled. "Ani, what you've seen is only the opening act. Lin Ming's talent is extremely good to begin with, and he has also used countless heavenly materials in the life-destruction realm. There were some treasures that would even make a world king crazy with jealousy. All of those treasures were used to lay down his foundation and help train his dual body and energy cultivation. Now that he has broken through Ninefall, he is simply a dragon that has emerged from a pool and is ready to soar into the heavens. How could he possibly stop at 16-layered heavens? This is only the beginning. I've watched him grow up, so I know this clearly in my heart. Oh, Little Snow, you think that Lin Ming could surpass the past you?" "Yes," M.O. Eversnow decisively nodded, her eyes brimming with hope. "You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.